Britannico 1986. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301. Network Electronic Black Duck Project version 1.0. Chickley looked at Alan, looking at him with a gloomy face, and was a little confused after hearing his words. Hasn't the business been sold? Is this a plan to kill the donkey? Sure enough, the hearts of British people are all black, especially the nobles. Alan put his hands behind his back and looked down at Chickley slightly with a cold face. I asked you to go over and seduce a wealthy businessman. What did you bring back to me? You don't know what they do you? Chickley is such a shrewd little liar. How could he not be clear about how he has been there for so long? Even if he didn't figure it out at first, after the two parties have been in contact for a period of time, he can guess it. But these people can be considered wealthy businessmen, but they are just a little bit dangerous. HMPH, the trouble you brought to me is much greater than this little benefit. If it were someone else, would you have tricked me to death? Do you still dare to say that you have completed your mission? Chickley swallowed. He was scared and aggrieved. Mainly because he couldn't control what happened over there. If he could come back alive, he was already capable. But now, this gentleman has begun to wonder whether he deliberately tricked him. With this guy's temper, Chickley no longer dared to think about it, and said with a cry on his lips, "Your Excellency, I really didn't cheat you. I really put your explanation first in my life and death. I was wronged." Chickley, you are so loyal. Alan stared at Chickley for dozens of seconds until white sweat started to form on Chickley's back. Then he said, "Go back and write down all the questions you have had during this period. You'd better write clearly enough. The reward is gone this time. As for the punishment, I have already given you a chance." Chickley, yes. I write. I will write my problem clearly." Chickley seemed to be amnesty, and he couldn't understand why the two people just got the reward, but he had to be punished. But now the fact has been, it happened, and his intuition told him that he had to be honest and obedient to do well. Otherwise, take him back to his room and keep an eye on him. Alan gave an explanation and asked the servant to take Chickley down. Seeing Chickley's retreating figure, Alan narrowed his eyes. This is a talent, very useful, but this time we can't give him a reward. He is just a handle that Alan has caught. If he is given back as a reward and wants to use him again in the future, it will not be so safe. But if you don't give it to him, what you said before will seem irrelevant, which will affect his credibility and image. So Alan first found fault with him. Playing tricks on him. Scare him first. If the merits are equal to the faults, then there is no need for rewards in this way. It is not considered that he broke his promise, but that he did not perform well. As for him wanting to leave, haha, you've already done something for me, and it's still such a hidden thing. It's not that easy to leave, unless he doesn't want to live anymore. Since it was revealed in September that the US military had accidentally injured civilians in Kuwait, this news has been reproduced by media from various countries, and the news continues to ferment. At the end of September, a piece of US military expenditure reimbursement information leaked from unknown sources was also leaked. This time, it caught people off guard. The continuous negative news has dealt a huge blow to the United States, which had just won the war and was very proud of itself. But this kind of news happened in Kuwait, which had just returned to the country. The people here are chatty, and it is a news hotspot. There are also many foreigners here. There are not even a decent surveillance camera these days. I want to find clues. Too difficult. Moreover, the United States could not figure out for a while whether this was a normal news break or news deliberately thrown out by someone. Anyway, all the clues were true and false. If it was not the first scene, they would want to check it later. With the current situation, there is a high probability that the technological level and capabilities cannot be found. And at this time slot, as October has just entered, another tabloid took a different approach and reported a seemingly unrelated but disgusting news. There was a flood in a certain place, and the total amount of donations from people in a small place like Zhangjiang was dozens of times that of the United States. Dozens of times. 1. of the majestic blue star betrayals. It is actually not as good as the donation from a small place. It seems that some countries are very irresponsible and have no magnanimity. This was an unsigned piece of tabloid news, but it was this piece of inconspicuous news that caused a bit of a stir and was subsequently reprinted by various media outlets that did not take it too seriously. Combined with the military expense reimbursement information leaked some time ago, let's look at the amount of donations. It's tens of billions versus millions. This number is so dazzling. The United States can only struggle to deal with various public opinion trends from the outside world, but their explanations pale in comparison to the extremely exaggerated set of figures. In addition to being incompetent and furious, what they want to know most now is who it is, a certain force, an organization, or some remnants of Iraq who plotted against them. However, there were so many enemies that they couldn't figure it out for a while. Alan put down the newspaper. In addition to the news about the United States on the front page, the back page also introduced the news about another country in Central Asia becoming independent. The situation outside is getting more and more lively. He picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. He looked at the little stone sitting in front of the desk, who seemed to be rounder again, except for a slightly haggard face and stubble. There was no other change at all. This stuff just came back today. Although he had been working on the matter for some time, in order to get rid of the evidence, he flew more than half of the Blue Star from Kuwait before finally returning to Wales. Although it is troublesome to do this, the safety is guaranteed. Zio Shitao and the others who went to do business this time had dozens of real and fake passports in their hands. After constant transfers, they finally managed to leave no trace. If you look at these real and fake passports alone, apart from the fact that they do not match his identity, the rest, whether it is the photos, materials, registration information, or even the issuing unit, are really and cannot be authentic anymore. Anyway, these are real passports, and they were all obtained through secret official channels through Alan's connections. Take these passports, fly around the world, go to a place, change your image a little, change your passport, and go to another place. A few people go separately, let alone the old beauty. Now, there is no specific doubt about who to change. Even under the target, they could not find out the last whereabouts of these people. This method is very secretive for doing private work, but it cannot be used often. Alan is very happy if he occasionally gives the old beauty a hard blow, but how can he not get his shoes wet when he often walks by the river? In the future, with the popularity of the internet, such things should be done less. Thinking of the internet, Alan suddenly remembered that not long ago, Tess said that he would send people to the United States to learn this internet knowledge, and later handed it over to Zio Shitao. Some time ago, we said that we were going to send people to the United States to study. Have you sent them? What did they learn? Zio Shitao was a little confused by Alan's sudden question. This question was a bit broad. After thinking for a long time, Zio Shitao said dully, I arranged for a few people to go there to study. Now that they have come back, most of them are studying some network security issues. Looking at Alan again, Zio Shitao continued to add, Master, do you know this network? It's like the local area network in the school computer room. You can send emails on the computer. Now this kind of network just expands the network. Now, a person can sit in Wales, and as long as he has a computer and is connected to the internet, he can send emails to people in the United States through the internet. What we learned this time was that Americans taught us how to register a domain name, which is to build a simple website and then share the contents, stories, and information of some books on the internet so that other people with internet access can see it. But Butler Capel said that the Yankees have bad intentions. They don't understand us and want the nobles to share the knowledge in some of the unique books at home on the internet. After Zio Shitao finished speaking, he remembered Butler Capel's explanation and shrugged. They really dare to think. Alan was speechless. Even though the internet is a fashionable new thing, most British people are very resistant to new things. For new things, being vigilant is the first priority. Under such circumstances, you still want to trick everyone into shining brightly and sharing things online. After I shared it, you took it away for free. The old beauty looks ugly, but she thinks she is quite beautiful. Sure enough, the imperialist heart of the United States and Britain has always been there. As for network security, this is a bit interesting, but the internet has just emerged, and there are probably not many people who can afford a computer, who doesn't have a lot of money to buy a computer to play with. Among these people, who would be idle enough to tinker with internet viruses? Hey, wait. Alan was suddenly startled when he thought of this. It seems like he is talking about himself. I'm a person who has money, can afford a computer, and is very free. Then, should I tinker with some viruses? The key point is, even if a network virus is invented, what is the use of it? Just to destroy other people's computers. Alan was a little speechless about his new idea. Instead of spending such effort, it would be more convenient to just see whose computer is unhappy and send bodyguards to smash his computer. Physical damage would be more convenient. Hey. No point. Most people with computers are wealthy people, which is something worth noting. I have money, can accept new things, and still have time to play computer games. Isn't this kind of person a ready-made fat sheep? Moreover, Leo May selected the fat sheep for him. But this kind of fat sheep can be seen, but how to eat it? Alan touched his chin and looked at Zio Shitao's haggard face, with his beard coming out. He came to him to report the situation. As soon as he came back, his current appearance was as dirty as that of an Indian. Indian. Alan tilted his head and suddenly had an idea. If he remembers correctly, Indians are very good at internet fraud, right? Then can I intervene first? Set up an online fraud center in India. Hiss. This is a bit too conspicuous and not good. Thinking of this, Alan always felt that he had overlooked something. He grabbed the cigarette case a little irritably, lit a cigarette for himself, leaned back, and looked at the ceiling of the study. India. At the beginning of next year, I will go on a trip to India with Boss Chap. Didn't Boss Chat ask me to come up with a project to develop India's economic plan? Alan, am just a little Earl, and I can't come up with any big plans. So why don't I come up with a small plan and make do with the head office? India likes to grow tea. At present, most of the low-end tea in Britain is imported from India. You can make your own tea, but this time the plan is not the traditional way of selling tea. Now that you have the internet, start selling online. Thinking of this, Alan's thoughts became smoother and smoother. The group of people who came back from Gambia just had a place to go. He took out all the script routines used in the Gambia and asked his screenwriters to modify them so that they could continue to be used in a different way. Alan has already thought of the routine. I'm a little girl / little boy / out of school child / out of school woman / out of school woman / man / distressed scholar / princess from a remote mountainous area in India. I have several acres of tea fields at home. Grandpa worked hard at home growing tea, but suddenly fell ill and went to the hospital. I need money at home. Can the boss / big brother / big sister I have never met before help me? I can send you some samples first, so you can try them first. Our tea is specially supplied by the British royal family. It is of good quality and very cheap. It only costs 9/19/29/39 pounds per catty. If you need it, you can transfer it via a flying bank transfer. After receiving the money, I will deliver the goods to you. Think about how someone who has just mastered the internet would feel when they suddenly receive an email like this from a foreign country. It's not like the first email selling tea as soon as we got to know each other. You have to start a conversation first. If the other party is a man, use the corresponding tone of the opposite sex. Look at the dishes and use targeted methods to first win over the relationship, then sell the goods, and finally sell the goods. Anyway, there are so many people coming back from the Gambia, so we should organize personnel training first using the same method we used to train the black ducks. When the time comes, I will establish a high-tech industrial park in India. Food and accommodation are included, and only the internet is used for work. This thing sounds high-end. The project is online sales. As for what to sell, of course it is to buy low-end tea from India and ship it under a different name abroad. The money and goods must be separated. This cannot be placed in India. Indians are ruthless and dare to hack anyone's money. Alan is prepared to separate the money and goods, and the Indian side is only responsible for hooking up with fat sheep online and through email. Then he would set up a company abroad, buy the tea obtained by the Indian company through normal business methods, and then deliver it to the internet sheep abroad. Everything appears to be normal. Of course, the accounts that those internet sheep need to make payments are also placed abroad. In this way, if anyone wants to hack their own business, you can't. Anyway, India's high-tech industrial parks only have workers and computers. As for what if it is discovered that the amount of online sales is wrong with the sales amount in the company's account book? You fucking Indians are so brave. You actually dare to pry into the business secrets of the great British Earl without Alan's permission. No one can say anything to the outside world. That thing is just a sales tool. Anyway, the selling price is so cheap, you can do whatever you like. Indians don't speak English very well, but it's so easy to find someone who can speak English. You don't need to speak to send an email, it's just text. Thinking of this, a project name slowly appeared in Alan's mind. Network Electronic Black Duck Project version 1.0. Chapter 302 Red Star Belgrade. This thing has many similarities with the previous Black Duck project. I still have ready manpower. As long as I carefully plan the specific details, I will have a project, a profit point, and a reputation. Even if I ask the boss. When he got up, Alan didn't believe that he could understand the inside story. When the internet first came out, who knew so much about it? Anyway, he is really planning to sell this time. As for selling tea that is originally worth a few pennies per kilogram for tens of pounds per kilogram, whoever wants to buy it is willing to accept it. What I sell is not tea, what I sell is chi. Empathy sells emotional value. When the high-tech industrial park is built, the surrounding Indians will be wiped out, and all the Indians will be brought in to take care of food and housing. The young people will be responsible for sending emails in front of the computer and hooking up with fat sheep. The elderly and children will be responsible. Do some odd jobs. You can do anything in the industrial park, except you can't go out. Even young people who are not well educated can organize themselves and form a security team or something to protect both internal and external defenses. As for whether the Indian official will agree to this kind of thing, Alan can do it regardless of whether they agree or not. India is India, but India is internally composed of princely states. After excluding the former princely states that were broken up or destroyed, there are still many princely states left. Each of these kingdoms is equivalent to an independent small kingdom, and most of the dignitaries in the kingdoms are inextricably linked to Great Britain. Even if you bypass the Indian government, you can directly negotiate with the state and allocate a piece of land to build an industrial park. As for taxes, I, the Great British Earl, come to India to build a high-tech industrial park. You don't give me some high-tech funding subsidies, but you still ask me to pay taxes for you. New things are not profitable in the early stages. Don't you Indian bastards understand this? As the saying goes, any new thing has risks. This time, Mr. Allen will be kind and give them fat sheep a better memory, so as not to be deceived more on the internet in the future. Thinking of this, Alan laughed and looked at Zio Shitao and said, "Will India also join the internet? When will it join this?" Zio Shitao was at a loss when asked by Alan. He didn't understand this thing either, but considering that India is also a member of the Commonwealth, the United States must also promote the internet there. It should be soon, right, Master? I'm not sure about this yet. Can I get back to you after I go back for consultation? Okay, after you go back, send someone to notify old Carl and ask him to collect information on various mailbox categories in the United States, mainly the mailbox numbers. When you come back before Christmas, you can bring it back. I will use it then. Okay, I know, although Zio Shitao didn't know what the use of Alan's collection was. It was not something he should worry about. After standing up and agreeing, he slowly exited the study. After the study fell into silence again, Alan picked up a pen and paper, first recorded his thoughts on the paper, and listed a specific outline. He would think about it carefully recently, to see what areas needed to be refined. Perfect point time slowly turns to November. November 19th. Manchester, Old Trafford Stadium, South Stand Point. It's still drizzling in the sky, and the outdoor temperature today is only 6 degrees. Coupled with the rain, it's really unbearable to travel from Wales to Manchester. Alan was wearing a thin red down jacket with the Manchester United emblem, rubbing his hands, and walking into the chairman's box point. When Duke Angus saw Alan coming in, he quickly stood up, laughed and opened his arms to Alan for a bear hug. "I haven't seen you for a while. What have you been busy with recently? I haven't heard from you." Theoretically speaking, Alan was originally preparing to make big news during this period. He planned to stand up and accuse the United States of being stingy. But isn't that news a bit big now? Alan, who is quite aware of current affairs, is a talented person. When he saw this scene, he decisively gave up. He changed his name to being the instigator behind the scenes, and wrote a short essay without missing a name. He was afraid that the old beauty would have nowhere to vent her anger, and if she really doubted him, he would be in big trouble. However, due to the shift behind the scenes, Alan, who has not been seen much in recent times, seems a bit depressed in the eyes of the outside world. "There are a lot of things at home, and I'm extremely busy with everything. If Ferguson hadn't called me, I wouldn't have known there would be such an important game today. I'm so busy," Alan complained, and when he saw Duke Angus preparing to pour himself a drink, he quickly waved his hand to refuse. "In this cold weather, you are crazy and drinking red wine." Fortunately, there was air conditioning in the box. After standing for a while, Alan's belly bulged on his chest, and then he remembered that he had a warm baby in his clothes. He quickly opened the zipper to reveal the little yellow inside. Alan forcibly pulled out the big fat bird and stuffed it into his arms to keep the baby warm. This thing was very hairy and very warm. It was soft and fun to hold in his arms. Seeing a big white bird appear on Alan's hand, Duke Angus smiled and asked the waiter to get some raw beef to tease Xiao Huang. Alan put down Xiao Huang, turned around and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the box. This is the first time Alan has come here since Old Trafford was renovated. Looking at the stadium I built with real money, I still feel a sense of accomplishment. This kind of professional football field without a surrounding track seems to be more convenient than a stadium with a track and field track around it. Being able to watch the game more closely, coupled with the upgraded seats, fans are also very happy with it. After acquiring Manchester United from Alan in the past few years, the team has been very good in all aspects, except for results. Ferguson is almost embarrassed now. He finished 6th in the league last year, and didn't even make it to the Champions League. If he hadn't won the Cup Winners' Cup, he would have almost stopped working. Fortunately, this champion came in time and saved his remaining dignity. Today's game is between the Champions League champion and the Cup Winners' Cup champion. As we all know, several major European leagues have a Champions League. The full name is the UEFA Champions League, which is a super high-level football league that gathers the champions and runners-up of football leagues from various European countries. Of course, for several major leagues with relatively large influence, in addition to the league championship and runner-up, sometimes the third and fourth teams can also participate. This all depends on the league points. The quota is not fixed. Sometimes it is the top 3. The time can be so low that only the top 2 can participate. In a weak national league, only the league champion can participate. The Cup Winners' Cup, whose full name is the European Cup Winners' Cup, can be understood as the youth version of the Champions League. This is a competition for teams that have some strength, but are not strong enough to participate in the Champions League. Don't underestimate this Cup Winners' Cup. Except for the mid to upper tier teams in the major leagues, most of the participating clubs are the champions or runner-up teams of a small league. The gold content of the game is only a little smaller than the Champions League. Last year, Manchester United ranked 6th in the league, and they just happened to get into the Cup Winners' Cup. And then, after punching the Nancy nursing home and kicking the BH kindergarten, the always timid Manchester United team struck hard in the Cup Winners' Cup and won the championship. Today's European Super Cup is between last season's Champions League winning team and last season's Cup Winners' Cup winning team. It's called a strong showdown. King vs King. Last season's Champions League champion was Red Star Belgrade from Yugoslavia, and their opponent is Manchester United. When it comes to the country of Yugoslavia, it's hard to describe it in just one word. It's full of regrets. Red Star Belgrade was able to withstand huge pressure this time and win the Champions League all the way. It's a pity that their country is currently in great turmoil due to some reasons. Originally, the current European Super Cup was divided into home and away games. The two teams had to play 2 games at their respective home stadiums, but this time, because of the situation in Yugoslavia, Manchester United's away game was cancelled. The home and away game system has been changed to a single game system, and Manchester United still plays at home. Not many fans from the away team can come. The right time, the right place, the right people, and under such circumstances, Ferguson shyly called Alan to invite his aristocratic boss to come and watch the game and take a look at his achievements in leading the team in recent years. When the Red Star team from Belgrade came to Manchester, they expected that these British guys would definitely make things difficult for them, making noise downstairs in the hotel, providing unpalatable food, and not providing a training ground for the team. Some type of point. But it was only when I got there that I discovered that Manchester United was a very generous club. Not only did no one find trouble with them, nor was they hostile to them because of ideological issues, but they provided them with the best treatment. Even the training ground was arranged at Manchester United Youth Training Base. Just highlight the question. I came with a sad, angry and heavy heart, but when I arrived, I found that this was not the case at all. The team's morale dropped by a big level. In the past few years, Ferguson has learned a lot about the red and black, and he has learned some old-fashioned attributes. With a random psychological attack, the Red Star Belgrade suffered a direct loss, and it was still an unspeakable loss. The Manchester United team is fully prepared, waiting to win the championship today. The team will then give this championship trophy to the boss as an early Christmas gift to Mr. Allen. The game has been going on for 65 minutes, and the current situation on the field is still 0:0. I don't know if it was because it had just rained, the lawn was slippery, or some other problem. Anyway, judging from the scene, Manchester United played with great momentum, but no matter how powerful it is, if they don't score and don't take the lead, it's useless. Allen led the team to participate in the World Cup last year. Although he didn't do anything, he still knows a little bit about the rules of football. The team is very strong at the moment and there are no problems with the tactics. It's just that it's so bad. A bit of luck, that's all. Duke Angus stopped teasing Xiao Huang. He folded his arms with a serious look and stood next to Allen, looking at the two teams of players who were fighting bloody battles on the court below. Just as he was about to comfort Allen, the referee blew his whistle. The Red Star Belgrade team committed a foul in the front court while defending a Manchester United offensive player. Manchester United received a free kick in the front court. Chance. Duke Angus glanced at Allen and found that the guy seemed to be in a daze. Allen. The team got a free kick in the front court. What do you think? After being pushed by Angus, Allen came back to his senses. He just suddenly saw a very young and somewhat familiar face in the coaching bench on the sidelines. If I remember correctly, this guy's name is Beckham, right? If this guy comes on the field, then this free kick will be safe. Who doesn't know the famous full moon scimitar? But now Beckham still looks like a young man from the youth team. The clothes he is wearing are still football balls. Tong's clothes didn't even have a chance to play. As expected, as the referee's whistle blew, Manchester United took a front court free kick of decent quality. Instead of hitting the goal directly, the ball was hoisted into the penalty area. Tens of thousands of fans who had just been in a chaotic stadium held their breath at this moment. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes were staring at the football that was moving around in the penalty area until one foot seemed to subconsciously touch the football, and then the ball was blocked, and there was a huge sigh in the entire stadium at the same time. However, before the sigh completely fell, a player wearing a red jersey stretched out his foot again and just happened to touch the blocked ball football point, and then the net moved and the ball just appeared in the Red Star Belgrade goal without knowing what was going on. Damn it, is this okay? Just now I was thinking about the wonderful shot of the full moon scimitar that directly hit the goal. In the blink of an eye, I saw this eye-catching shot. Well, let's call it a shot point anyway. In football, a group of defensive players and offensive players scrambled to score a goal in a confused way. Don't worry about whether his shot is wonderful or not. He scored anyway. Fake. We are finally in. I'm almost having a heart attack, Duke. Angus ignored the cheers and held his heart and gasped. Football is really not something that older people should watch. One second they make me nervous to death, and the next second they make me excited to death. My heart can't bear it after watching too much. McClare. Goo. He is our hero. McClare scored. McClare. We finally scored the damn Serbian goal. The commentator explained incoherently. The players on the field ran to the coaching bench like crazy, and Ferguson also rushed into the field excitedly. He was frightened just now. He was so unlucky today. He was full of confidence in winning the championship, but who knew that the game had been played for more than 60 minutes and there was still no goal. Ferguson was sitting on pins and needles on the coaching bench. He didn't even dare to look back, for fear of seeing Alan in the chairman's box behind him. Now, the team finally scored a goal, which finally made him feel proud. As long as he scored a goal, the football match would be boring. If one of the two teams breaks the deadlock, it will bring immeasurable changes to the entire situation. Today's game is a decisive one. Red Star Belgrade is lagging behind. They must strengthen their offense. As long as they change their tactics, both teams will have more opportunities. Chapter 303 Single Management Area. After a short celebration, Ferguson made a decisive substitution. He did not dare to gamble, and could not afford to gamble. So, before kickoff, Manchester United replaced a forward and a front court player and replaced them with a defensive midfielder and a defender. If it weren't for the symbolic presence of a lone striker in the front court, Manchester United would have almost switched to the legendary 1-0-0-0 tactic. Now this kind of wretched bus tactic has made the Red Star Belgrade team, which just fell behind, lose their temper. Really after the game restarted, all Manchester United fans stood up, set off fireworks, and passed flags. The momentum was so great that it made the team seem to have 1 point. Alan smiled and watched the game on the field. He admired the current Ferguson very much. He was not pedantic, knew how to adapt, and was a bit sleazy. In football, the winners and losers, everyone will only remember the championship, but who will remember the runner-up and third place? Winning a ball against you is also a win. In the 4 minutes of stoppage time in the second half, the assistant on the sidelines raised the stoppage time light sign. The atmosphere in the entire Old Trafford Stadium became even more heated, and even Alan was a little infected. Think about what it would be like to have 60,000 to 70,000 people shouting cheers together. The glass of the box was buzzing and vibrating, and Xiao Huang, who had always been fearless, was so frightened that he hid in Alan's arms and shivered. Ferguson was chewing gum with a red face and stood on the sidelines cursing at the players passing him on the court. Alan could even see the shape of his mouth, and guess what he was cursing. Waiting until the referee blew the final whistle. This European Super Cup game that was not very good to watch, but won the final victory, finally came to an end. Alan did not look at the Manchester United players cheering and celebrating, but stared at the Belgrade Red Star players standing on the court in a daze. Compared with the bustling Old Trafford Stadium, the players of the Belgrade Red Star team looked a little out of place standing in the field. Among the red fields, they were the only ones wearing white uniforms, but they should be red. That red. These people are actually poor people with courage. Who knows if their country will still be there after they go back this time. Even if they worked so hard on the court today, maybe no one in their country will pay attention to them. Is this sad? In Alan's view, this is a small microcosm of the current situation in Europe. Some areas appear to be stable, but undercurrents are surging, and conflicts in some areas have become apparent and have reached an point of no return. Anyway, the world has never been peaceful. Only a few areas are peaceful, and the price of peace is also very high. Where there is no strength, there can be no peace. But some people are obviously born in peaceful places and can live a peaceful life, but these people have no insight and opinions. Instead, they yearn for chaotic places. When they really go out and take a look, they will know that this piece is how hard won it is. Just 10 minutes after the award ceremony, there was a knock on the door of the box. The Duke of Angus responded, and Ferguson came in, sweating and disheveled, holding a trophy. "Hello, Mr. Angus, boss," nodding to Angus. Ferguson walked up to Alan holding the trophy and handed it to Alan as if the child had scored perfect marks in the exam and went home with a certificate for his parents to see. "Boss, thank you for your honor. This trophy is dedicated to you. I wish you a Merry Christmas in advance." "Haha, not bad, not bad." Alan smiled, gave Ferguson a rare compliment, and took the trophy smoothly. I held it in my hand and bumped it, and I felt it weighed about 10 kilograms. Anyway, it didn't look big and the weight wasn't too heavy. Last year, Alan had close contact with the Hercules Cup, this so-called European Super Cup trophy, and compared with the World Cup's Hercules Cup, it doesn't look conspicuous at all. Instead, it looks stingy and somewhat unworthy of its name. Over the past few years, millions of pounds have been continuously invested in the team, and finally they won 2 trophies. This result, Alan is not very satisfied, but the team is now gradually getting on the right track, and it needs to increase investment. It will enter the Premier League era in the future, and will get better and better. Returning the trophy to Ferguson, Alan smiled and patted Ferguson on the shoulder and said, "I saw your results today. They are not good, but compared to the past few years, they can be regarded as improvements every year." Ferguson nodded with emotion on his face. Even though his boss is young, he is reasonable. Unlike traditional aristocrats who have nothing but arrogance, this one is arrogant when he should be arrogant, but usually he will be reasonable. And he doesn't know how to give random orders or force him to do anything. He delegates power thoroughly. This is a very good boss. Rich, powerful, thoughtful, and courageous. Ferguson, who was listening to the training honestly, suddenly heard Alan change the subject. "It's almost Christmas. You can bring a player you like, no matter who it is, and go to my place for the banquet." Ferguson blinked in disbelief. Although to Alan, this may be just a casual comment, or it may be a reward for him winning the championship today, or it may be just a small gesture of asking the servant to add a pair of knives and forks, but for Ferguson, this is a great honor. Think about who is in the Earl's palace. 1 earl and 3 knights. This is a real aristocratic banquet, not something that ordinary people can have access to. And he, Ferguson, is preparing to become the 4th knight of Earl's palace. Thinking of this, Ferguson even lost the joy of getting the trophy today. He was only left with the desire for a knighthood. This thing is the foundation of life. "Okay, thank you boss for your cultivation. I will definitely go to the banquet on time." Ha. Ha. Alan gently clapped his hands twice and waited for the servant to come to his side before saying, "I'm going to bring back £1 million later. Ferguson, let's take this money as a Christmas gift from me to the players." Thank you for the reward, Your Excellency." Unexpectedly, in addition to the banquet invitation, there is also a cash reward. Ferguson grinned and bowed his thanks with a smile on his face. Who doesn't like money? Although he has spent millions of pounds over the years, it was spent on buying players. How can it be compared with this kind of tax-free money from rewards? This has special meaning. Alright, Alan turned his head and looked at the sky. He didn't like the rainy days in Manchester. He felt that if he stayed here for a while, his body would get moldy. No matter how bad Wales was, the environment alone could kill several streets in Manchester. "I'm going back first, so I won't affect your celebration. Don't affect them tonight either. Let my boys have fun. All expenses will be reimbursed by the club." "Yes." Ferguson straightened his back and agreed readily. In early December, the application, which had been delayed for several months, finally came through. Wales, Carmarthenshire has been given an experimental new identity as a unitary authority county. It can be understood that from then on, the entire Carmarthenshire became one, and became a whole. Administrative units and county councils will be established one after another, and a new history is about to begin. Alan he is busy selecting candidates for the county council. As the largest local nobleman and secret boss, of course he wants to enjoy the fruits of his victory. If there is anyone who is not short-sighted and thinks he can take this opportunity to come to Carmarthenshire to make some political capital, then, waiting for their final destination, there is nothing but death. From now on, he, Alan Hill, will be the master of Carmarthenshire. Everyone else has to listen to him. If you dare to disobey, someone else will come forward. The first council member is none other than Sheriff Rex. This subordinate of mine has been loyal for so many years. I can finally give him a mention. With the county council as a springboard, after Rex works for a few years, Alan will arrange Rex into the general council of the Principality of Wales. But there is no rush now. The food needs to be eaten one bite at a time. What is the first thing to do after a county management area is established? Let's form a leadership team first. There are not many Welsh people, but each department cannot lack them. Anyway, although the Sparrow is small, it has all the internal organs. Corresponding small departments must be established for relevant agriculture, commerce, investment, promotion, environment, etc. Now the manpower of these leadership groups is divided into three aspects. First, some people are directly appointed by London. After all, it is an experimental single management area, and people need to come and take a look. Secondly, Wales also has to send people. The purpose is still the same. It is said to be experimental. The final target of benefit from the experiment is Wales, so they also have to send people. At last, it is also the largest part of the manpower, and is recommended by the original three major towns in Carmarthenshire. As for what Alan can currently intervene in addition to the personnel assigned by London, he can intervene on both sides. However, the single management area has just been established, so he has to keep a low profile and not look too ugly. In general, no matter how these departments want to play in the end, no matter how these people want to scheming, it must be based on one major premise, and they must be supervised by Alan. After all, the entire Carmarthenshire is Alan's territory. The civilians living in this county are under the administrative management of these people, but the land is in Alan's hands. It doesn't matter if they mess around with personnel matters, but if they want to do something practical, they have to get Alan's consent. So, it is very convenient for him to put people in here whenever he wants. Picking up a pen and paper, Alan drew a mind map. Let's stabilize it first and let the civilians have a transitional period of psychological acceptance. From now on, we will be a big unit, and we must develop together. Then some officials are new here, and must be unfamiliar with the place. During this process, there are some who understand the world, and know how to unite with Mr. Allen, so you can stay well. If those thorny people, or those who are noble, have ulterior motives, then don't blame Mr. Allen for secretly accusing them of something, and squeezing them away. As more people left, he replaced more of his own people. A conservative estimate is that within 2 or 3 years, almost the entire Carmarthenshire will be stabilized. And within 5 years you can take a little peek at Wales HMM. Don't be in a hurry, do it steadily, step by step, don't take too big a step, otherwise it will be easy to get stuck. Alan is currently most concerned about the county's business sector. This department is great. With this department, we can do a lot more things, such as, first organize people to set up a small inspection team, and then go to China to inspect, establish sister cities. Then, when you come back, send an invitation to the other party, and then invite the other party to come to Wales for inspection. Travel. After the relationship between the two parties develops steadily, we will see if we can take over a few state-owned enterprises, make some profits, and then stabilize them to gain a firm foothold. Daying's eyes were getting colder and colder, and Alan was ready to find more support for himself. Dang. The study door suddenly rang. Come in, master, I'm back. Are you feeling well, old? Carl held a top hat in his hand and bowed to salute as soon as he entered the door, acting more and more like an old gentleman. Who would have thought that this short, fat, not too kind looking little old man was once a master of the Hill family's dirty work? Haha, just came back. I'll come see you as soon as I get back. Sit down, Alan. Rang the bell, called the servant, and directly ordered 2 cups of tea. He knew what old Carol liked to drink, and there was no need for old Carol to say it himself. Alan's move made old Carl's eyes become more kind, and his position in the young master's heart was still very stable. After chatting for a while about things in the United States, old Carl first broke a rumor to Ellen that had only recently been circulated. Donald was getting divorced, and he and his wife were currently in a lawsuit over how to divide the family property. Huh. You said Ivana and Donald are in a lawsuit? Haha, yes. But not many people know about this matter at the moment. Donald's family spent a lot of money to buy the media, and did not make it public. I thought Donald would honestly wear the cuckold she gave him, but who knew that this guy wouldn't be able to endure it for even a year. What a scumbag. Didn't your wife just sleep with me? Didn't I just let you listen to a live tape? What's this? As an American, don't you even have this responsibility? Do you still want to be the boss of Blue Star? Where is your freedom and freedom? What kind of man do you think he is, if he cares about his wife's freedom to interact with others? Besides, I didn't admit it. Facts aside, you, Donald, can't just muddle along. Now that the two have divorced, Alan feels a little melancholy and lacks a sense of accomplishment. What should we do now that we can no longer be brothers-in-law with Donald? Hey, he can't be single after the divorce, right? If I can love you once, I can love you a second time. Thinking of this, Alan stared at old Carl, made a very meaningful look and said, when you go back, quietly investigate to see which woman he has fallen in love with. I want to see when he is ready. If he gets remarried, I will give him a big gift when the time comes. Ha. Ha. Old Carol didn't hold back this time. Although his young master's approach was a bit unsatisfactory, this was his young master after all, and he had not broken any laws. As long as he was happy, no matter what the young master wanted to do, he would fully support it. Okay, young master, don't worry. He is so pushy and easy to investigate. But before I came back this time, I found out through secret channels a secret plan that was not too good, but rather vicious. Oh, looking at old Carol, whose face turned slightly serious, Alan's curiosity was aroused. Some evil secret plan. What the hell? What is Amy going to do again? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304 Robin. Master, some time ago, the United States was very passive in public opinion because of the affairs in the Middle East. Have you heard about this, old Carol said with a look of gloating. Alan blinked. Hurt, I've heard too much about it. Isn't it because I sent someone to do this? Seeing Alan's expression, old Carol was stunned for a moment, and then he seemed to understand something. He curled up the corner of his mouth, quietly stretched out his thumb, and gestured to Alan, and the two looked at each other, and smiled. In order to keep this matter secret, Alan only sent Zioshit out to lead a few confidants, to go there in person. Not many people knew about it, not even Huten. Of course, old Carol, who was far away in the United States, didn't know either, but now it's no big deal if old Carol sees it. These are all our own people and they have to know sooner or later. Alan raised his chin and motioned for old Carol to continue. I heard from Lily some time ago that his man and the people over there accidentally heard during the banquet that the Yankees were going to launch a Robin plan. Wait. Isn't this thing already available? Alan raised his hand and interrupted old Carol. He knew about Project Robin, not because Alan had any ability to predict the future, but because this thing had been in existence 20 years ago. Why are you talking about such an old plan? Seeing that Alan had misunderstood, old Carol smiled and then began to tell Alan the details. In the Gulf War that happened some time ago, cans from Allen Enterprises were imported into the military supply. In this war, it was considered a small profit. However, this method of entering the market is a bit special. I won't talk about relationships or anything like that. At that time, the goods were mainly sold to two companies. One was the US military and the other was the British Army. There are few people going to the British Army, so of course the quantity sold is also small, but Alan can just find someone to sell it. It was reimbursed by the superiors some time ago, and he also received a notice from London about this incident. Provide military subsidy costs, but on the American side, it was not Allen who came forward personally, but the small Los Angeles family supported by him. After the military reimburses them, the money will of course be returned to them in the United States. This time. Just let the current patriarch of that small family, the husband of the niece Lily whom old Carl recognized, show his face to some people. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they can slowly try to clear their name. Went this way. Anyway, the business their family originally engaged in was not a bad business. They mainly relied on the military to make some side money. And it was during the checkout this time, at the banquet, that this person got a piece of news, and then reported it to old Carol. At that time, he didn't care about this kind of thing, so he told old Carol, as if it was a curiosity and to please him. And Carol Leo knew that Allen liked to care about these things, so he became interested in this matter. The arranger inquired carefully before understanding the latest plan. Rather than saying this is the Robin Bird plan, it is better to say that it is pulling out the old Robin Bird plan from decades ago, deploying elite manpower and spending large sums of money to deal with new situations in the new era. The turning point of this matter was the fact that the United States was very passive in public opinion some time ago. Robins are widely distributed in the UK, and their main habitat is also in the UK. They are the national bird of the UK. It is quite recognizable, as this bird looks somewhat like a sparrow. However, it is much larger than a sparrow, and it has a mass of orange-red feathers on its beak and breast, which is very easy to distinguish. In addition, the sound of this bird is very special. When Britain colonized foreign countries, some people were easily homesick after coming out, and they would also think of the robins in their hometown. Later, wherever the British went, they saw a bird that looked very similar to the robin in their hometown in England. No matter what it was called before, people in Britain like to call these birds local robins. The picture shows a hometown atmosphere. Regardless of whether you are one or not, I will treat you as one anyway. As Britain continues to expand to the outside world, there are more and more fake robins from various countries that they forcibly named. Latter truth comes from under the cannon. If the British say these are robins, then people all over the world will have to admit it. So now, for a bird like a robin, regardless of its shape or color, as long as it is named a robin, it is a robin. The so-called Mockingbird project is based on this illusion. Decades ago, the United States secretly spent large sums of money to infiltrate foreign media and bribe journalists from various countries, as well as those who could comment in newspapers. Publicly known scholars spoke for them and publicized them. These people are in different countries and have different skin colors, but they are also called robins, and this kind of plan continued for so many years, and the cost was getting bigger and bigger. Later, after seeing the results, the United States cut some of the funding for this plan. Public opinion can never be as real as fighting with a real sword and a real gun. Now that Amy has just won a battle and is in high spirits, in their opinion, public opinion only needs to play a supporting role, and there is no need to invest as much as before. But it happened to be at this time not long after the funds were cut. In the Middle East, a certain treacherous Earl sent someone to shoot an arrow in the knee of the United States. At this time, Amy learned from the pain and started to prepare to re-establish the Robin Bird project. However, this time they were not going to spend too much money, but were planning to shrink the scope and play a trick of focusing on having better soldiers, but not too many. In this case, the new Robin Project 2.0 came out. Oh, Alan made a long and confused sound. He didn't expect that he could have such an effect if he just did it casually. This is not going to be a fucking thing, right? No more butterfly effect or anything like that. But Alan frowned again and thought about it carefully. As bad as America is, even if they don't support the Robin Project again because of this incident, they will support it again because of other things. The difference is just a matter of sooner or later they just have this urinary nature, and the best they can do is just be lucky. But the Americans are really disgusting. Even outsiders like old Carl have channels To find out about this kind of plan point, the Americans are planning to play dirty tricks, and they are also disgusting point. Even if the outside world knows that they are going to engage in this so-called mockingbird plan, as long as they follow their plan this time, only support the elite and concentrate on big things, and as long as they keep it strictly confidential, who knows who they are going to bribe. At that time, everyone might even be suspicious of each other. This thing is hard to guard against and it's disgusting. Forget it. Let them go. Don't ask for this news after you go back. If you ask too many questions, it will easily arouse other suspicion. Alan stood up, stood on his tiptoes a little, took out a paper document bag from the upper shelf, shook the buckle on the bag twice, took a look at the information inside, and then sat down again with the document bag. Next, under the curious eyes of old Carol, he threw the document bag to him and said, "Here are the information of several Koreans. When you go back this time, take these people back with you. This is old." Carol looked at the document bag Alan threw over, which contained several very rudimentary information. A piece of A4 paper with a frontal photo, posted in the upper left corner. The background looks a bit like a prisoner taking a picture. There is also a marking on the back, so that you can clearly see their height. Data point: the following information is simple, including their experience of living in Great Britain, as well as information about their wives and children. The most important thing is that at the bottom, there is a very detailed record of the training that each of them has participated in. For example, reserve militia training, the use of various weapons, and some simple tactics of local conflicts. They are all seemingly inexplicable, but highly targeted specific trainings. Moreover, according to the data, these Koreans had served in their country before coming to Britain and had a certain foundation of military capabilities. Taking out the 9 pieces of information here, old Carol looked at them carefully one by one. There are military talents who deal with local conflicts. There are also demolition talents, and there are incitement talents. Of course, if he can incite, he will definitely be able to manage. In addition to these, there is also one who learns simple battlefield rescue, and another who is proficient in communication skills. After reading all the information on these 9 Koreans, old Cole raised his eyebrows. Judging from his many years of experience, these people can definitely form an action team to do dirty work, and they are quite elite. They were a small level weaker than the first group of people under his control. Now the young master has given these people to him and asked him to take them with him when he returns to the United States. This is which American who is not afraid of death offends the young master. Then the young master is preparing to be cruel again. Never heard of it. Seeing the confused look on old Carol's face, Alan laughed loudly, motioned for him to put down the information, picked up the cigarettes on the table, and threw one to old Carol. After refusing, old Carol prepared to get up and light a cigarette for himself, and Alan lit it himself. He blew out a cigarette, looked behind old Carol with a gloomy look and said, "Do you still remember the news you sent back some time ago? Shall I send someone?" Old Carl squinted his eyes slightly, looked at Alan's eyes again, thought about it for a moment, and said tentatively, "Is it because of the little thief who stole things from the supermarket? Or was it the violent law enforcement?" "That's it, both of these things. The reason is that some time ago, the United States was very popular outside, but something happened in their country that was highly discussed by public opinion. This thing is amazing. A black man who took some drugs molested a policewoman late at night. If a person with this kind of brain was placed in Wales, he would have died 800 times, but it's not much better in the United States. The black man was probably high. Not only did he make insulting gestures to the policewoman in front of her other colleagues, he even made physical moves this time. This annoyed other police officers who happened to see this happening. It seemed that it was the policeman's break time. They bought something to eat on the roadside and then stood chatting. So there were not only 2 policemen present, but 7 or 8 policemen. The intensity of law enforcement among white police officers in America during this period can be imagined. Anyway, Alan enjoyed watching the video. The group of people seemed to be under a residential building at that time. Several people beat the black man who made trouble with batons, and the residents in the residential building behind him filmed it. The person who took the video sold the video to the media. In order to gain traffic and popularity, the unscrupulous media cut off the beginning and ended the incident, reporting it as a transitional law enforcement exercise to punish gangsters, and turned it into a white police officer bullying a black man. It was lively. Now the little heezy who was beaten at that time was said to have received 56 sticks, and his face was so beaten that his original appearance could no longer be seen. This incident made the news, and black people throughout Los Angeles were very angry. Then as the news spread further and further, black people in more places came out to support the bullied black man in the video. In this environment, many black people were making trouble on the street, and then a black girl went to a Korean supermarket and started shopping for $0. Then the supermarket owner saw it through on the spot, and the two confronted each other, but the black girl refused to admit it. Then when the black girl was triumphantly preparing to walk out of the supermarket's Korean proprietress and cashier immediately took out a gun and shot her in the back. Free America, shooting every day. This is really no joke. When black people are bullied, the first thing they do is not go to someone to seek justice, but the first thing they do is make trouble and then take advantage of the chaos to get something, and then bully others, such as Asians. In this way, coupled with the cruelty of the female boss, the relationship was sealed. The two sides are currently fighting a lawsuit. A few days ago, according to news reports, the boy who was beaten for teasing a female police officer asked for compensation of $56 million. $1 million a stick. Then the court immediately ruled that the police officers were enforcing the law normally and did not bully him. They did not even give him a sentence of excessive enforcement of the law. This time, public opinion outside is lively. Although the media later released the full version of the video, it was clearly recorded that it was Heezy who started the trouble, but the other black people who made the trouble did not admit it. They think this is a fake video created through high-tech means. Anyway, Los Angeles is very lively right now. In this time, Alan also saw an opportunity. He won't avenge Heezy or anything. He wants a certificate of surrender. Now, the electronics factory built by Sangsing Investment in Wales is almost completed, and even the first batch of equipment is already on the road. In this case, Lee Zoran could not stay for long. But as the electronics factory became more and more important in the future, Alan did not trust him. Although he had been bullied by him for more than a year, Lee Zoran also had a criminal record here. But it was just a small criminal record for killing a few Koreans. Alan uses himself to save others, which feels a little unsafe. When he returns to South Korea in the future, if he really turns against this small crime, it seems that nothing can be done to him. So Alan wanted to play a big game and ask Lee Zoran to get him another certificate of nomination. This time, the whole process of the surrender must be recorded. When this is done, Lee Zoran, will no longer be called the bastard of Sangsing. He will be the illegitimate son of a Yankee. As long as he has this handle, he will be able to escape for the rest of his life. If he doesn't fall, no one can save him. From now on, he can only be obedient and hope that Alan will always be in a good mood and not betray him or expose his information. Chapter 305 Certificate of Vocation. Hearing Alan ask about this matter, old Carol smiled, first thinking about it. In fact, this kind of thing, whether it is being discriminated against or bullied, is very common in the United States, but it is also easy to deal with. Over the years, let alone the year, has there ever been a day in the United States where this kind of thing has not happened? When encountering this kind of thing, as long as the person is still alive, no matter how many people are involved, you should first find a lawyer and thoroughly establish the identity of the victim. Then he expressed his appeal to the outside world through the media and pretended to be pitiful. Although the person involved was a cheap man who started the trouble, he was beaten by so many policemen and had video evidence which could still win some sympathy from the outside world. But the bad thing about this matter now is that the price is too harsh. $1 million for one stick, good guy, and $56 million for compensation in one go. What is this concept? That's 56 million, not 5,600 yuan. Do they know how much $1 million is and how many things it can buy? Not to mention $56 million. It is not an exaggeration to say that starting from this little his great-great-great-grandfather and the hundreds of years since their family was sold to the United States from Africa, including the entire population of their family, they are not worth this money. Anyway, according to the normal process, this little black guy might still get some compensation, but now that the sky-high compensation has come out, if nothing else, he can't get a penny in compensation now, even. In order not to leave any clues, the police will try their best to characterize the incident as harassment first and enforce the law normally. Even the last trace of guilt disappeared because of this huge blackmail. In other words, a person was beaten half to death, but the beating was in vain. The impact of this matter is now very big, but the final result is estimated to be like this. No matter how you appeal, the result will be very different. Another piece of news related to this, the black thief who was killed, is easy to talk about. No one would have thought that this ordinary looking small Korean supermarket actually had surveillance cameras that clearly recorded everything, from the black girl stealing things, to being caught by the boss, making excuses, and then walking out of the supermarket with a swaggering $0 purchase. All the processes, pictures, and sounds are there. As for being beaten to death by the boss in the end, I can only say that the boss overreacted. Anyway, when you go out, it is better to be tough than to be weak. The factual evidence was all there. It was originally a case that only required a fine and corresponding compensation. Unexpectedly, the reversal came again. The owner of that Korean supermarket actually lost the lawsuit. The final court ruling turned out to be that the black girl secretly put unchecked products from the supermarket in her bag, which was an unconscious act of an individual. What a person who was unconscious. In other words, her actions were not determined by her subjective consciousness, but she accidentally put the goods into the bag. The fault was with her hands, not with her. Therefore, the black girl did not steal anything, and was not guilty, until death. The Korean boss behaved excessively. Two things of the same nature happened between different groups of people and races, in the same city, and the final result was so magical. In this case, it would be a bit unethical not to take advantage of it. Master, what do you mean, old Carl squinted his eyes, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. He hadn't done any dirty work with his own hands for many years. Alan suddenly mentioned this kind of thing now, which made old Carl regain a rare feeling. The feeling of familiarity made his hands feel a little itchy. Snort. Alan nodded at old Cole with the hand holding the cigarette, and said, "Don't come forward in this matter, and don't have anything to do with them. Let your niece's small family help them, and just bring these Koreans with them. As for whoever takes the lead inside, let that Lee Zaran go." Old Carl thought about it for a moment. That little Korean guy with glasses who looked like a rabbit. He looks skinny. What can a guy like this do? Don't worry about whether he can do it or not. You have to let him do it. Whether it is the early planning, preparation or execution of the plan, he must be involved in the whole process. The small family must be involved in the whole process. You are responsible for arranging our people to secretly videotape and take photos of him. Leave enough evidence. Hiss. What are you doing? You have to leave evidence. Old Carol can't believe what the young master is going to do. Isn't it as simple as secretly killing a few people? Master, what is the process of this plan? Process. Alan pointed to the personnel information on the table and said, "During this period, when I saw those little black guys parading again, I sent a few people to burn down the Korean supermarket, and then." He slowly raised his head and met old Carol's eyes for a moment. Old Carol had done this kind of work a lot, so he shouldn't need to elaborate on it, right? Old Carol slowly raised his right hand, made a flowing gesture with his hand, and said slowly, "Young master, do you mean to let them fight and provoke conflicts between them?" Contradiction. Why not have a riot, like those Irish shit up north always do? His hearing Alan's plan, old Carl's heart trembled a little. It was a bit cruel at this level. No wonder Lee Zaran was asked to participate. This vote is big enough. Where do you think the location is suitable? Place. Alan smiled and looked at the information on the desk. "I have prepared so many people for you. Of course I want them to make a big fuss. The location. Of course, wherever there are more Koreans, they will go wherever there are. Anyway, For these little black guys, they have nothing to fear, ha ha ha. I understand. Then I will sum it up when I get back. Then I will come up with a plan and report to you. Old Carl smiled knowingly. Where there are many Koreans, of course it is Koreatown. Many Chinese people know that there are Chinatowns abroad, where the largest number of overseas Chinese gather. People from other places also gather in places abroad, such as South Korea. Man, there is a Koreatown in Los Angeles. Most of the people living here are Koreans. They are not necessarily all Koreans. Some are Koreans or mixed race. Carol, remember, this plan is not what I want you to do, but what I want Lee Zarang to do. He couldn't stand the bullying of his compatriots, and did it secretly. You want him to fully participate in it instead of imposing something. Give it to him, so that he can feel involved. Do you understand? I see, except for this. If things get serious, and they ask that small family to provide them with weapons, this can also be regarded as a letter of submission for them. Once this is done well, I will be able to use them elsewhere in the future. Clear? After 2 consecutive explanations, the smile on old Carol's face disappeared, and he nodded repeatedly to explain with a serious look. Go ahead, you just came back. Rest for a few days. Okay, then I'll go down first, young master. Old Carol picked up the hat and materials on the table, bowed respectfully, and then slowly exited the study. Alan squinted at the closed study door and raised his brows. Doing this kind of thing was exciting just thinking about it. He liked to do this kind of mess-making plan full of British characteristics anyway. During the Chinese New Year, he is idle. When he is free, he makes trouble for others and sees others angry. He is very happy. This is his New Year gift to himself. In December, just 1 week has passed, and the news from the outside world has made the winter-like weather warm up again. 1st and December 8th, Mao, Mao and Sun Mao took the lead in signing an agreement to establish a regional organization called the Commonwealth of Independent States. The confirmation of this news attracted all the attention of the outside world in that direction. As time goes by, many things tend to develop in helpless and uncontrollable directions. Some of them are already foreseeable, but many people don't want to see the results, and some are the results that some people try their best to prevent. At this moment, the closing ceremony of the 1991 House of Lords of Great Britain was held. The exact date of the closing ceremony of the House of Lords is not fixed every year. Sometimes I can procrastinate until the 23rd. And sometimes I can finish it on the 20th. If I have a little more time. It'll be over before Christmas anyway. With the development of television media, the opening of the House of Commons is broadcast live to the outside world, but the opening and closing of the House of Lords are only for internal use and are not broadcast live to the public. Members of the royal family usually attend the opening and closing ceremonies of the House of Lords every year. These 2 important meetings are also attended by the largest number of people from the House of Lords every year. Other time herding sheep. Just like Alan, last year he was very enthusiastic about the House of Lords, but this year he has no interest in going. Just like his cheap dad, he went to London from Carmarthenshire just to have a meeting and see other people. How come we quarreled and scolded each other in class? It was fine when we were free, but we lost interest when we were busy. Throughout this year, except for attending the opening ceremony once, Alan didn't go there once, and he didn't give up the subsidy just to be lazy. But for this year's closing ceremony, he received advance notice that the Queen would attend, and also requested that all nobles try to attend. Mandatory requirements like this were rare in the past. In this case, something big must have happened. Sunday, December 20th. This year's closing ceremony ended relatively early. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Alan was already ready to go. He arrived in London last night and lived in the small manor given to him by boss chap. I got into my family's slightly older Bentley and set off from here to the Palace of Westminster in London. It took almost 2 hours to drive due to traffic jams. The closing ceremony was held at 9:30, leaving 3.5 hours travel time is plenty of time. When they arrived at the Palace of Westminster, there was still more than an hour before the meeting. Alan arrived not too early. As soon as he arrived in the lounge, he saw the fat figure of Duke Angus. He followed. The few people next to him were chatting enthusiastically, as if they felt something. When he heard the movement here, Duke Angus turned his head and met Alan's eyes. Haha. I was just discussing you, but you are so rare. I heard that you have to sleep until at least 9 o'clock every morning before getting up. You can still come so early today. Come here quickly, I will introduce you to an elder. Haha. The Duke of Kent watched Duke Angus expose Alan's privacy in public. Sleeping in was not considered a bad habit. Anyway, it sounded interesting to him. Alan's appearance always gives people a very radical and fierce look. Who would have thought that this guy usually sleeps in, taking extremely reluctant steps. Alan felt like he didn't want to stand with these two old guys. Keep your voice down, it affects my image. Walking to Angus, Alan thrust his crotch hard at Angus, while no one was paying attention. Then Duke Angus moved slightly, revealing another middle-aged man who was blocked by him, and the Duke of Kent, hey, this is Alan, was shocked when he saw the middle-aged man smiling at him. If it weren't for the height difference, he would have thought Maradona had sneaked into the House of Lords. He looked so similar. He has black hair, a slight beard, a round, fat face, and his eyes are almost invisible when he smiles. A pair of thick eyebrows. The black color is very conspicuous. This person looks very happy. From the appearance alone, appears harmless to humans and animals. Come on, let me introduce you, Duke. Angus pretended to adjust his tie with one hand, and introduced with his left hand. This is the 6th Duke of Westminster, His Royal Highness Gerald Cavendish Grosvenor. Hurry and give me His Highness Gerald salutes. Oh my, it's too solemn, it's too solemn. Before Alan could react, Gerald, Duke of Westminster, quickly stepped forward, grabbed Alan's hand and shook it twice, then gave Alan a bear hug. In addition to the members of the royal family, the other foreign ministers and dukes have no right to call them His Royal Highness. Normally, when they are demoted, they can just call you Your Excellency. Although I know that Angus is joking. Who is Alan? This person was following Boss Chap. Gerald was afraid that he would misunderstand, so he quickly used this very enthusiastic move to resolve the current embarrassment. Only then did Alan realize that the middle-aged man in front of him who looked like Maradona was actually the Duke of Westminster. What a good guy. I didn't expect that the first time I saw this person would be like this. Alan took a good look at Gerald and said, it's a bit inappropriate for others to call you His Highness, but you really deserve the honorific title of Your Highness. Your Highness Gerald. Hey. Gerald was a little flustered and speechless after hearing Alan's words. He glanced at the Duke of Angus who was watching the joke next to him, and then at the Duke of Kent. Seeing that these two old guys ignored him, he hugged Alan and whispered, okay, I happen to be here for a meeting today, so I'm going to ask Angus to introduce you to me, so don't make fun of me. Oh, what do you want from me, Your Highness? Please tell me. Although Alan has become more formal, the title he uses has not changed. It's really because this person's identity is really extraordinary. He is not joking, but this person really deserves to be called His Highness. You can tell from his title, Duke of Westminster. Where is Westminster? This is an area in the center of London, and this entire area is the fiefdom of this man. Even the Palace of Westminster, Buckingham Palace, Westminster Abbey, and Westminster Palace were built on this land. Large churches all use his family's land. The palace, where the Queen lives, is built on his family's land. Rounding it off, it can be understood that he is the Queen's landowner. Chapter 306. I didn't expect you, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, to. Such an identity is already awesome enough. But his family also has a real estate group, which is still an old real estate group. There are huge amounts of land in Scotland, Spain, other parts of Europe, the United States, Canada, Australia, and Asia. The unit of measurement is huge amount, not large amount. Compared with this person, Donald, who is also engaged in real estate, is like the gap between a child and a strong man. This man's total assets are not too much. It is said that the real estate group alone has a valuation of more than £10 billion, not counting other properties. He is now officially recognized as the richest man in the UK, and his net worth is probably more than 10 times that of Alan. The comparison objects of this richest man include the royal family. However, based on Alan's understanding, if they really compete for family wealth, this person may not necessarily be able to compete with the royal family. Let's not talk about other things. Over the past few hundred years, has the royal family snatched things that a family like this can compare with? This Duke Gerald did not reach the top in one step. With Alan's knowledge as a scumbag, he had read an introduction about the Grosvenor family in his family's book collection. His grandfather was the first Duke of Westminster. This position literally means managing the mobilization of all horses and vehicles in the royal family, but for the convenience of understanding, it can also be understood as Bemoan. This is not a role that can be filled by idlers, just like not just anyone can play the role of the prince's bodyguard. The title was passed down to his generation as the 6th generation duke, and their ancestors also gradually rose through the ranks through meritorious service. The 6th generation of their family did not pass down the title to 6 generations, but the title was passed down to 6 dukes. There were also changes in the family, that is, during World War II, someone in the family was injured. Later, this father, the 5th generation duke, inherited his brother's title and became a duke. In the past 60 years it was finally passed to him, and it was considered the 6th generation. It is said that this person rarely comes to attend congressional meetings. Anyway, Alan has never seen him before. It seems to be for some reason. The family is too rich, and he is worried about how to spend money every day. Moreover, the Grosvenor family is not a pure English aristocracy. Their family composition and bloodline are very complicated. The current Duke Gerald was born in Northern Ireland. His birthplace alone can arouse the interest of many people. Daydream. Now this person can actually come to him, which makes Alan a little puzzled. Let's go nearby and find a quiet place to chat. Duke Gerald glared hard at the 2 old dukes who were standing nearby watching the joke, and then waved to the waiter waiting next to him to lead the way, preparing to go to the slightly quieter private reception area next to him to have a detailed chat with Alan. After the 2 of them sat down, Duke Gerald rubbed his hands in embarrassment and said, "I have met Cano a few times before, but we have never had a good chat." Alan, I heard that, when you were a child, you read Bear, a school for civilians? How did you convince Cano? Yes. How did I convince my father? Alan was a little confused by this question. Although not many people knew about it, it was not a secret from the outside world. It seems that all nobles in Great Britain have to go to a certain public school, and they often go to a few well-known aristocratic schools. In fact, not every noble child will go to a noble school. If aristocratic schools are compared to universities with subdivided majors, then the majors in aristocratic schools can most likely be classified as communication studies. This thing used to go to school to broaden the network of people and so on, so that the children could get to know each other since they were young, and when they grow up, they would have cooperation, allies, and so on. However, most aristocratic families do not only have one child. When there are many children, sometimes the second son or the youngest child does not go to aristocratic schools due to financial or other factors. Of course, there are also those aristocrats whose families are in ruins who want to pretend to be fat and who take out loans to send their children to aristocratic schools. For someone like Alan, who had a dull personality when he was young, and he was not the eldest son, wouldn't it be asking for trouble to let a child like him go to a Vanity Fair like an aristocratic school? Alan's father is his father, not his enemy. Before he came here, the cheap father Cano was ready to let his relatively withdrawn son go to a civilian school casually. Going to school anonymously can not only reduce the amount of overt and covert fighting, but also lead a happy life. For families like this, ordinary schools, as long as they are not overly professional universities, such as elementary schools and high schools, can no longer bring them any growth. They go to school just to play, and the knowledge in school does not exist in the library at home. There is a lot of knowledge in it. With Butler who has level of knowledge, it's really easy to just go to a university and become a professor or something. Therefore, Alan went to a civilian school at that time. Later, until now, Alan came over, and he also liked this feeling. If a noble went to a civilian school and changed his name a little, as long as he didn't tell his classmates, who would know? It's just that he is a million points more handsome than the male classmates around him. His temperament is a million points better, and there are hundreds of millions more classmates who send love letters and gifts. Even now that Alan is in college, He is still like this, sneaking in easily. Listening to Alan's story. Gerald's eyes became brighter and brighter, and then slowly dimmed again until the end. Finally, when Alan finished speaking, he murmured a little, "It's a pity. It turns out that Kano is just like me. All want their children to be low-key and happy, and now there is no chance to talk to Kano." Raising his head, Gerald thought of what he had just said subconsciously, and felt a little rude, mentioning his late father in front of other children. I'm sorry, Alan. I was speechless for a moment. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. I've already come out. Alan was a little speechless, but it felt strange. The Duke of Westminster seemed to be very concerned about children's problems, but as far as he knew, he seemed to have no children. He only had 2 daughters at home, and they were both older. Now that you are concerned about this kind of issue, could it be that you have an illegitimate child? Looking at Alan's rather gossipy gaze, the 40-year-old Gerald shyly explained, "My wife gave birth to a son for me at the beginning of the year." Oh, damn. It what a fight. Alan looked at Gerald with even weirder eyes. He looked carefully at the Duke of Westminster. His wife was not much younger than him. They had been married for more than 10 years. Thinking about his wife, she is at least in her 30s. At such an old age, she is still struggling to have a son. Moreover, his wife is not from a small family. She is a truly famous lady. Although she is only a viscount in the family, her ancestors are famous. Just to mention a few names, the Russian poet Pushkin and King George II are all her ancestors, and the blood of these people flows in her body. Really, every family has sutras that are difficult to recite. Damn it. Who said that people in foreign countries don't care about men and women, and that they favor sons over daughters everywhere? So, what do you want? When I was a kid, I dreamed of going to a civilian school. I didn't want to be so restricted, but my father didn't agree at the time. Now that I have a son, I just want him to fulfill my childhood dream for me. Isn't this just what I know about you? In addition, you are still raising 2 young highnesses on your behalf. You see, Alan watched the Duke of Westminster become more and more shy as he spoke, and was a little confused. What was he trying to do? Alan, are you interested in being my child's godfather? Just find him a civilian school in Wales, and keep an eye on it for me. I know a lot of people here in England, and I'm afraid others will recognize him. Fuck. No wonder this person has been so polite to me since we first met. It turns out that he treats my place as a kindergarten. Having William and Harry is not enough, and he wants to give me another little kid in the future. Alan sniffed and was about to refuse, but before he could say anything, he heard Gerald's next words. "Well, I don't know what you like. I don't have many things. My family only has tens of billions of pounds left in assets. But I guess with your character, Alan, you won't like it either. I can fucking watch it." At this moment, after hearing Gerald's words, Alan wanted to stand up and tell him loudly that he was good at it, but who told him to always like to create characters? Alan's previous character was somewhat like an angry youth, a passionate young man who was very concerned about various injustices in society, especially the affairs of middle-aged and elderly women. He was very aristocratic and loyal, and he had an outstanding appearance. With all these conditions, he is really suitable to be the godfather of a child. What is a godfather? In the past, to be a child's godfather, one needed to give the child a Christian name when he was baptized, when he was still young, and then be responsible for his religious education. What now? He becomes a person of high moral character and high influence. In disguise, he can be understood as a godfather or adoptive father, based on Alan's current conditions. In Gerald's opinion, being the godfather of his child is definitely more than enough, both internally and externally. Therefore, Gerald saw that Alan seemed a little dissatisfied, and thought that Alan didn't care about money, and it hurt his face to hear him talk about money. But apart from money, he had nothing else to offer. Seeing Alan's slightly twitching face, Gerald thought he had accidentally said something rude again, and quickly made up for it. "How about, Alan, I heard that you also have business in the United States. Then I'll be there. Do you think it would be okay to give you a piece of land? If you want to go on vacation there in the future, I will send someone to build you a palace there as a place for you to stay during your vacation." The feeling of rejection was still filling his heart just now, but Alan was already unable to say the words of rejection. He didn't know how big the land was, but the land that can build a palace is certainly not small. In addition, it is a land in the United States. Alan no longer cares about where it is. As Gerald, he cannot have anything bad in his hands. What's your son's name? Ahaha, you agreed. Gerald grinned happily as he watched Alan ask the child's name. Don't talk about why it's not easy to find a godfather for your child with his identity. Why should you look for Alan? Looking at the whole of Britain, who else is more suitable than the so-called last card of the British aristocracy? Earl Alan in front of you? Should he be asked to find someone like the Duke of Angus who can only cheat and fail in investment, compared with a knight like Earl Alan who seems to be covered with golden light? What are other people, poor parents in the world? It's not easy to have a child when you are old. Who doesn't want to give this child the best? What else do you want to do with the most famous and best looking young Earl in Britain as your godfather? This is the best godfather that Gerald can find for his child, and he can also take the opportunity to build a good relationship with the royal family. There are two princes following Alan. If Alan hadn't been the equal of the two princes, he would definitely be William and Harry's godfather. In this way, his own children would recognize him as their godfather, which would serve multiple purposes with one stone. My son's name is Hugh Grosvenor, who was my grandfather's name, and I think he can bring that name back to glory. There were quite a lot of buffs added, and even his grandfather's name was taken out. This child was definitely the Duke of Westminster's heart. Alan was speechless. Okay, but I usually have a lot of things to be busy with. Alan wanted to complain or two. When it comes to business, it doesn't matter how much you offer. What if you can still ask for more? Huh. Don't worry, Earl Alan. The child is still young now, and will have to wait a few years. A few years from now, Gerald subconsciously followed the words and continued speaking. As he spoke, his voice became smaller and smaller, and he had already come back to his thoughts. I wonder what Alan is usually busy with. Haha. I have to go to India for a visit with His Highness next year. There are a lot of things to do next. I'm planning to do business in Asia and build an industrial park. Where? In Asia? Alan blinked. The Snavo-ish tone was really damning. India. Places next to India are also fine. I haven't investigated the details yet. I also have land over there, in Singapore, Indonesia, and the Philippines. Alan, just tell me where you need to build an industrial park. I will give you the land and house. This is the most aggrieved time Alan has felt since he succeeded to the throne. In the past, Alan didn't value money too much, as long as it was enough for him to enjoy. But at this moment, this man named Gerald, the Duke of Westminster, told Alan with practical actions, and the Navo-ish broke out. To the extreme, it can be very domineering, just like the United States. When I get back, I will send someone to deliver this year's Christmas present to my nephew Hugh Grosvenor. Alan stood up. He couldn't stand this kind of place anymore. He wanted to make money now. When Gerald saw Alan stand up, he quickly stood up with him and came to Alan's side again with a smile on his face. Alan didn't say whether he agreed or not, but he obviously agreed. Who would give Christmas gifts to strangers' children? Only elders with close relationships will give gifts to younger generations at Christmas. In addition, what he said, my nephew Hugh Grosvenor, doesn't this mean that this person agrees? Exclamation mark. Chapter 307 Christmas Family Banquet. Finally, he found a godfather for his child. Gerald was in a good mood and followed Alan to Angus. Whoever he saw on the way, Duke Gerald nodded and smiled at them. Several minor noble councillors present were somewhat flattered. What happened to the richest duke today? They cannot understand how a father in his 40s feels about having a son. Alan couldn't tell what he was feeling right now. He came to the meeting happily, but as soon as he got here, a man pulled him to give away his godson and money. He was so enthusiastic that he was too embarrassed to refuse, so he could only use the spirit of RQ to comfort himself. Anyway, now he has raised two naughty children. Herding one sheep is herding, herding two sheep is herding, and he has multiple godsons. It doesn't matter, at most I'll have an extra pair of knives and forks at home in the future. Besides, the child is still young now, and it will take a few years to raise him. It seems reasonable for a king's bodyguard family and a king's groom family to come together, but now this groom family is getting along too well, which is a bit weird. However, I was about to arrange the business in India. When I fell asleep, I happened to find a pillow. The Duke of Westminster reimbursed his own land and factory building first. This is a bit embarrassing. If possible, Alan wants to have more parents like him who can give him money, and others in the future. This fucking godson makes him more money than he has made in several years of business. This is so cool. If everyone is like him, then in the future he will build a school in Wales specifically to recognize his son. Isn't this more profitable than doing business? You done talking? Duke Angus looked at Gerald's red face and knew that the result was as he wished. Haha. The closing ceremony is over today. Don't leave. Go to my place. Gerald made a big deal and extended invitations to the Duke of Angus and the Duke of Kent. He still held Alan with his left hand, as if he would not come home until he was drunk tonight. I have to go back overnight. I have something to do over there. Alan refused without thinking. He couldn't hang out with a bunch of old men. What's the point in going to a party at home and just drinking and eating without even a girl? Look at you. Just when Angus was about to scold Alan a few more times, he saw the door of the lounge opened again, and a waiter trotted up to the Duke of Kent with brisk steps and whispered something. Let's go. His Majesty is already here. Let's go to the meeting. The Duke of Kent interrupted the conversation of several people, waved his hand like a big brother, and asked the waiter to lead the way and walk at the front with his hands hanging slightly by his side. Alan stood upright and looked at the back of Duke Angus's head not far in front of him. It was quite like the teacher standing on the podium during class, and the students below pretended to be listening. Seriously. At this time the Queen, wearing a turquoise suit, was sitting on the throne on the stage, and the British national anthem God Save the Queen was playing in the background. Everyone stood up and sang the national anthem to the Queen. Alan also hummed softly, and while humming, he secretly glanced at the Queen on the stage with his peripheral vision. The national anthem of Great Britain is very flexible. Even though its current name is God Save the Queen, if a few words and titles were changed when the male monarch was in power, the song would become God Save the King. It is not fixed, but changes with the gender of the reigning monarch, which is how to assess the situation. In the foreseeable future, this song will probably be changed to God Save the King in a few decades. Moreover, the content of this national anthem is a bit fucked up. The first part is about boasting and blessing the Queen, while the second part is a bit cruel, clearly referring to Scotland. The general idea can be understood as that if the other party rebels, they must be like the old Marshal and do it hard. I wonder how the Scots would feel if they sang such a great British song on a formal occasion. Do it yourself. Thinking of this, Alan glanced at the Scottish nobles in the distance again. As expected, they had indifferent faces and just hummed. Although this is the national anthem of Great Britain understands it all. This song is only officially recognized as the national anthem of the British Empire. If you break it down, the four handsome guys who make up the United Kingdom of Great Britain each have their own national anthem. Well, no, it should be the national anthem. Anyway, as long as it is not a formal and necessary occasion. Under normal circumstances, the official national anthem God Save the Queen is rarely used in the UK. On the contrary, the previous overseas colonies still use this national anthem. Today's House of Lords was particularly solemn. After the song was sung, the nobles were able to take their seats. The Queen spoke a few words with a half smile until the end. Next year is a new chapter, and a new era is coming. Hearing this, Alan glanced at the Queen on the stage again. He didn't know if it was an illusion. He clearly saw a smile on her face, but this smile looked fake. It was the kind of smile that was superficial, but not smiling. A feeling of Alan knew what she was talking about. There was something. Although many people later said that it was not very sudden, but if you look closely and slowly, you will see that it is not, that it did not happen suddenly, but that it must have disappeared. But the process was too fast. It exceeded many people's expectations. That's all. For some people, it would be easy for God to know the inside story earlier. Although the Queen did not explicitly say why it was a new era, everyone in the audience probably knew what she was talking about. No wonder the Queen has to attend the closing ceremony in person today. It would be inconsistent with her personality if she didn't come out and say something at such an important time. After the Queen finished speaking, Alan quickly took the lead in applauding, doing his job well, and then welcomed Boss Chat to the stage. He would stand next to the Queen and continue to say a few words. Today's closing ceremony of the National Assembly is more formal than solemn. Anyway, on the surface, he didn't say anything useful, but after listening to it, he felt like he had said everything. There was a sense of relief, sadness, and confusion about the future between the lines. Anyway, until the end of the Congress, Alan was a little lost. Now didn't know how to describe his mood, whether he should be happy or sad. He just felt that the place was far away from him, and he didn't feel deeply about it. He felt a bit like a trap, and just watched history progress quietly. You really don't want to come with us? Angus looked at Alan, who had a depressed expression, and didn't take it seriously. He thought he was about to fall asleep after listening to it. I'm not going. You guys can play. I have something to do when I get back, so I'm leaving first. Alan waved his hand, and without waiting for Angus to persuade him, he nodded to Gerald, who had not yet come out from the distance, and made a gesture as a farewell. Monday, December 23rd, 1991. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a silver grey Rover 800 drove slowly to the entrance of the manor. Ferguson pressed down the window, glanced at the doorman, and said with a warm smile on his face, "I was invited by Your Excellency to attend today's Christmas banquet. This is an invitation, and sitting behind it are two little guys, both players of the team." The doorman remained expressionless as always. He looked at Ferguson carefully, and then at the invitation. He still had an impression of the football coach. He walked closer to the car, and looked at the two teenagers sitting in the back seat. One was a blonde boy. The young man was looking around curiously, while the other young man with black hair looked a little reserved, especially when he saw the way the guard looked at him. He quickly lowered his head, as if he had done something wrong. With this attitude, you can tell he is Welsh. Snort. The doorman snorted lightly and didn't care. He waved his hand for Ferguson to come in, and said a lesson. Park the car in the parking lot. Why are you here so late? Next time you are invited, you have to arrive in advance. Do you understand? 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 We drove over from Manchester early in the morning. The road was a little difficult. It won't happen next time. Ferguson nodded awkwardly. The doorman was unusual. He only said a few words and he didn't dare to talk back. The blonde boy in the back seat looked strange and glanced at Ferguson strangely. His head coach usually had a bad temper when he was at the club. He had never seen him so peaceful before. Ferguson restarted his car. As soon as he entered the gate of the manor, he saw a bodyguard-looking man patrolling with a big dog. When passing by their car, the big dog subconsciously bared its teeth at them, pointing to the big dog that had passed by. Ferguson smiled and said to the two people behind the car, "Did you see it? It's an ordinary patrol dog, but do you know how much its monthly salary is? £100. The blonde boy had a cheerful personality, far less dull than the black-haired boy next to him. £100? £800. This is last year's monthly salary. I don't know if it will increase this year. £800. The blonde boy was slightly startled. He was still signing a student contract. There was no salary, only a subsidy. The subsidy was £800 per month. Theoretically speaking, he is about the same as a patrol dog. The 16-year-old blonde boy can now receive monthly subsidy of £800, which was enough for him to be proud of. But today, he came here with the coach to see the world. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the gate of the manor, his pride suddenly disappeared. Crushed by a patrol dog's monthly salary. The blonde boy quickly opened his seatbelt, climbed into the back seat, and looked at the patrol dog that was walking away. When will I be able to get thousands of pounds a week like the big guys on the team? Salary. Then pass this dog. HMPH. Don't look at it. I'm telling you this to let you understand that, as long as you follow the right person, even a dog can become extraordinary. Do you understand? Ferguson looked at the two teenagers in the rearview mirror. He had high hopes for both of them. One was the current captain of the youth team, and the other was a very spiritual midfielder. These are the future of Manchester United. The children are still young and their values are not yet mature, but the outside world is changing day by day. They must be allowed to realize the benefits of being in Manchester United early, and not become impatient. Got it, boss? The blonde boy had a cheerful personality. When Ferguson said this, he turned into a playful smile again. On the contrary, the black-haired boy next to him nodded gently and said nothing. Wearing a black tuxedo, a white starched shirt, a white bow tie on the collar, and high-waisted black pants, he looked like a standard aristocratic evening dress. When Ferguson led two young men in small suits to see Alan, Alan was dressed like this. He was sitting on the sofa in the living room, with his legs crossed, and a cigarette in his right hand. He was very imposing. There were several people in the same brightly dressed surroundings, each in their own small circle, chatting quietly together, while Alan sat alone on the single sofa. To be honest, the blonde boy has heard of Alan's name, but he has no impression of him. The blonde boy doesn't like to watch the movies he made, and sometimes he can't understand them. Everyone's aesthetics are still different. Now, following the boss, I saw this nobleman for the first time. He felt very strong. Even if he is sitting there, he will give people this feeling. The shirt fabric on his chest is bulging, and the outline of his chest muscles can be vaguely seen. His hair is combed meticulously, not the kind of mousse. The style is a traditional slicked back hairstyle that is very retro, very labor intensive and time consuming. In addition, when he was smoking, he seemed to be thinking about something, and his face naturally took on a gloomy look, making him look very imposing. The blonde boy, who was a little jumpy just now, looking around until he got closer, became like the black-haired boy next to him, and stood behind Ferguson with some restraint. "Merry Christmas, Your Excellency. I brought two little guys today to show you. This is the future of the team." Ferguson rubbed his hands, thought for a moment, then stepped forward to pick up the ashtray on the coffee table. When he reached Alan, he said softly, and then naturally squatted next to him, holding the ashtray for convenience. Alan flicked the ashes from his cigarette. "Oh, Ferguson is here." Alan came back to his senses, glanced at Ferguson, and then at the two teenagers standing next to him. They couldn't be called teenagers. The British looked older. Judging from their physiques, these two guys were almost the same as adults. Even stronger than adults. "Your Excellency, this is the captain of the youth team. When you went to watch the game that day, he also played. I don't know if you still remember him. His name is Jiggs, Ryan Jiggs, and his hometown is Cardiff." "Yes, Welsh." "Oh, Welsh." Alan subconsciously raised his voice, with a nasal sound at the end. His tone suddenly changed, and he squinted at the black-haired young man in front of him. "Jiggs," which actually shocked Jiggs. It wasn't because of his tone of voice, but because of his instinctive fear. When Jiggs was a child, he moved to Manchester with his father when he was 6 or 7 years old. He did not live in Wales for a total of many years. But, for children in Wales, when they were disobedient, their families would scare them and tell them that, if you disobey again, they would be sent to a certain castle, and the nobles would eat you. It goes without saying who this child-eating aristocrat is. Although no one has mentioned his name, these are all tricks passed down from generations to scare children. They work every time. Chapter 308. Class is rich. The biggest impression Jiggs has on Wales is that there is a nobleman here who eats children, and I really came to this nobleman's house today. From the first moment he entered the manor, he felt uncomfortable all over, and the psychological shadow of his childhood resurfaced. Now the noble lord spoke to him. Swallowing his saliva, Jiggs recalled the words his boss taught him on the way here and said, "Sir, Merry Christmas. I'm Jiggs, and I'm currently the captain of the youth team. I will work hard and lead the team in the future. Get better results." Alan smiled slightly. "It's good. It seems that he has not lost the prestige of his family in recent years. This Welsh boy is still very polite. He likes to see these Welsh people acting honestly in front of him." Whenever at this time, he felt very accomplished. But this Jiggs, although he may not seem as famous as the young man next to him, his real role and ability are definitely at the mainstay level. But it's a pity. Although he was successful in his later career, his national team career was very bleak. As for the Welsh men's football team point, he has never been to the World Cup finals a few times. He has always been synonymous with a kid who gives away points. In the past, Alan didn't understand that there were so many talents. Why couldn't they all play for the St. Mauro army? Now he understands that no matter where these people play in the league, when it comes to the national team, they will be very stubborn and return to their own national team, not the England team point. So point in theory, the strongest team in Great Britain should be during the Olympic Games. At this time, the Great Britain Olympic team participated under the name Great Britain. Here, it does not matter whether it is Scotland, England, Wales, or Northern Ireland. Others, when the time comes, that won't work. Everyone is playing their own game. This is David Beckham. He is only 16 years old. He is a very smart player. I'm very optimistic about him. Ferguson looked at the reserve Giggs and pointed at the little golden retriever next to him with a look of hatred on his face. Well, I saw him that day too. He didn't play, but he was sitting on the bench. Right, yes, that's him. Ferguson smiled. It seems that being a little skinny has its advantages, and there are more opportunities for his personality to escape and show his face. David, come, say hello to your excellency. Ferguson looked at Beckham, who had also become cautious, smiled and waved, motioning for him to come closer. Hello, your excellency. Merry Christmas. My name is David Beckham. I'm a midfielder for the youth team. I will definitely be more than a dog in the future. David Beckham subconsciously imitated Giggs's words, changed his words, and said them again. Unexpectedly, he spoke in a hurry, and some of his words were shocking. Alan looked at Beckham with some confusion, and then at Ferguson. What the hell is this? Giggs just now was okay. People said he would lead the team to better results in the future. Now this guy, well, what does it mean to be more than a dog? What dog? Ha. Ha. Ferguson smiled with a red face. He didn't care about Beckham's face turning red because he said the wrong thing. Instead, he explained to Alan what just happened. Oh, is that so? As time goes on, we will be in the Premier League in the future, and player salaries will increase year by year. Are you satisfied with £800? Among the current players, who has the highest monthly salary? Looking at Alan's questioning look, Ferguson quickly replied, Your Excellency, this is John Barnes from Liverpool. He currently earns £10,000 a week. Damn. Is it so expensive now? When he heard this figure, Alan was stunned for a moment. A weekly salary of £10,000, converted into a monthly salary, wouldn't it be £40,000? That's more than the monthly salary of 50 patrol dogs. For good players, their salaries will definitely become more and more expensive in the future. Haha, work hard and strive to surpass them in the future. Alan encouraged Beckham, then put out his cigarette butt and stood up, tidying up his clothes a little and getting ready to eat in the restaurant. Ferguson then stood up and put down the ashtray, winking at the two young men who came with him to see the world. He was very satisfied with the current Manchester United point in terms of location. Manchester United is located in England and can recruit most English players. And because Ferguson is Scottish, he can also get Scottish players and Irish players across the sea. Finally, the owner's territory is in Wales. He can also open the door to selecting people in Wales. A club can choose people at will from all over Great Britain. In the early years of the Premier League, when foreign players have not yet fully occupied the Premier League, this talent pool is already considered to be very abundant. Today's dinner is very simple. People in the family who have contributed to the family gather together as Christmas approaches. Everyone eats, drinks, and says a few words to encourage each other. In the past, Ferguson was not involved in this kind of thing. This time, it was because he had won 2 championships that he was allowed to come over and join the so-called management of the Hill family and have a lot of fun together. Alan sat on the main seat and glanced at everyone present. There are not many women, only Celine and Eliolin, and among the men, there are currently only 3 knights in the family. Butler Hut, the housekeeper, sat on the left-hand side closest to Alan, while old Carl, who managed American affairs, sat on Alan's right-hand side. Syphis, the former assistant director and now professional producer, sat next to Huth. Next to old Carol was Zio Chital. Next is Aoshi Towers Mathias, also known as AI. Lun's family's investment advisor. Behind them are Representative Thomas and Sheriff Rex, with Seelan, Cameron and Luck Besson sitting below them. Behind them are Alan's comrades in arms, and Ferguson's position is further back. Sitting opposite him are Alan's assistant secretaries who are still at home. Holding up the wine glass, Alan said, "I have seen the contribution each of you has made to this family in the past year. The corresponding rewards will be distributed to you personally by Butler Hute after the dinner." It was supposed to be a very cheerful atmosphere, but when everyone saw Alan holding the wine glass with no expression on his face and no smile, no one dared to applaud. Since this young master officially succeeded to the throne 5 years ago, he has seen a lot of trouble in the past few years. It seems that there is no wave in the ancient well, but the whole family is now prosperous, and it is already better than when the old earl was around. This is something everyone can see. Now let's see what he has to say next. "You should have seen the news over there." Alan pointed in one direction and said, "The results should be available in the next few days." Their parliament ended relatively late. When Christmas is over, it will probably be gone in the future. Although none of the people here are ordinary people, many people still subconsciously couldn't believe it when they heard such sudden news. However, these words were said by Alan, and they couldn't help but not believe it. Under such a premise, next year is destined to be an unstable year. I can't say what the future will be like, but Alan thought for a while and continued, "Next year, our focus will be on the new chain restaurant in India after the year. The first half of the year will mainly focus on these two projects. Syphis, I am here." Syphis was pretending to be very serious while listening to Alan's words, but when he heard his name being called, he quickly stood up. "You are responsible for the post-production work of the film. When will it be released next year?" "Master, we are preparing to hold the premiere at the Berlin Film Festival, so I still have plenty of time." "Okay, sit down, don't be so formal." Alan said that, but as soon as he spoke, everyone instinctively became serious, as for the second half of the year, we have to see what happens in the East. We will wait for Zhang Xin's report before making a decision. When thinking about the current situation there, Alan had not learned much about it recently. He didn't know how Zhang Xin was doing when he brought money and supplies there. After seeing that he had almost said what he needed to say, Alan smiled and raised his glass and said, "Okay, let's start dinner. After today, we will go home for Christmas after the holidays." After taking a sip of red wine, Hute clapped his hands and signaled the servant to start serving the food. Today's restaurant uses an extra long table. For such a banquet, it would be difficult to eat if large dishes are served according to tradition. Anyway, it is not a very strict banquet. This time it is just a banquet within the family, so everyone can eat it. Okay, eat relaxedly. This time the meal plan is based on the meal sharing system. That means everyone gets a small portion of the dish and eats their own. And today's meal is not divided according to traditional cuisine, but a hodgepodge, all prepared by the master chef in the kitchen. The main course is French food, but it is also interspersed with representative dishes from Italian, Chinese, and Spanish food, just to decide what is delicious. David Beckham smiled and thanked the servant next to him who helped him tie his napkin, and then looked at Ferguson who was already eating next to him. Dozens of dishes with a wide variety of dishes in front of him were like a dream to Beckham. He has never seen a banquet with so many dishes at the same time since he was a child. The boss has so many dishes. What should I do if I can't finish them all? After forking a piece of fried lamb chop, Beckham asked Ferguson in a low voice, "Idiot, this is for you to take a bite of each item. If it tastes good and suits your taste, you can eat more. If it doesn't taste good, just leave it alone." Ferguson pointed his fork at the ever-increasing plates on the table and explained to Beckham, as if he had come before, "If it doesn't taste good, don't worry about it. Then will they throw it away?" Beckham looked at the ingredients on the table. Some of them he had never seen before. They didn't look cheap anyway. With such an amount, he couldn't finish it by himself. Some dishes might only be tasted in small bites. This was too much. Just waste it. Why don't you throw it away and feed it to the dogs? The dogs here have special recipes. Noble, do you think you went to the restaurant to eat it? Eat it quickly. After you leave here, you won't be able to eat such a meal outside. Ferguson smiled and urged Beckham to eat quickly. Based on the standards of today's dishes, he secretly estimated that this meal would cost tens of thousands of pounds. This did not include the value of the wine, which was brought out at the Earl's family banquet. Wine. Could it be cheap wine? Think about what I just said about the weekly salary of the most expensive player in the Premier League, and then compare it with this meal point. Even for the best players, the money they earn from playing hard for a week is probably not enough for this meal. David. Train well, play football well, and you will make a lot of money in the future. The meal you are eating now is something that some people cannot afford with the salary they earn from playing for a week or even for a month. This is class. This is nobility. After listening to Ferguson's words, Beckham quietly glanced at the aristocratic man a few meters away. He held the fork casually, taking an occasional bite, and then looked at the people dining with a smile on his face. Occasionally, there were people bending down, holding a wine glass. He went over to say a few words next to him. That man was sitting there, and he was just a kid who came to see the world with his coach. Things that seemed ordinary and even indifferent to him were things that ordinary people outside would not even dare to think about. At this moment, the 16-year-old Beckham deeply remembered this scene, this restaurant and the banquet hall just now, as well as the man sitting at the top of the long table, and also remembered what the coach told him, that word, class, nobility, at the same time. In the Eastern Hemisphere a little later, there were Hua and Shanghai points due to the time difference. Today in China is already the 24th, which is Christmas Eve. In the hotel, several city leaders came specially to attend the rescue team's dinner. Zhang Xing clinked glasses with several leaders one by one with a glowing face and a confident look on his face. As the head of a support and donation team that operates as a family unit. Theoretically speaking, her level is not high, and there is no need for these people to specially receive her. A few years ago, before she went to Zhangjiang with her parents, the people in front of her were people she would never see in person. But now, her identity is different. The personal assistant secretary of a British hereditary noble earl and the head of the aid team, and the aid materials and funds they brought together exceeded 100 million yuan. What is this concept? As of today, during this disaster, a total of materials and funds have been received from outside aid, with a total value of more than 2 billion, and their family, representing only one person, accounted for 1/20th of the material value. Looking at it this way, it may not seem like too much, but of the remaining billions, more than half of the aid comes from overseas Chinese and overseas Chinese. Calculated this way, among the pure foreign aid, the aid from the Earl family they represented accounted for even more than 1/5. This is private aid, not aid sent at the national level. If you imagine it this way, you will know the value and meaning of this batch of materials, whether in terms of friendship or financial resources. The material assistance team led by Zhang Xin deserves to be received by the leadership. Moreover, their team has dozens of foreigners coming this time. It's almost Christmas and it's their new year. It's reasonable to come over to visit and thank them. Miss Zhang, I heard Mr. Peter say a few days ago that your boss seems to be sending an inspection team here next year. A middle-aged man with a Chinese character face smiled and chatted with Zhang Xin. He got this news by chance a few days ago. It was said that the capitalist was going to send someone over to investigate. Chapter 309. Why are you having a party and you didn't call me? Why are you here for inspection? Of course it is investment. These days, when foreigners come to inspect, it is usually a precursor to investment. Moreover, this person has already invested in domestic industries, and invested very early. It happened to be the opening of the second batch of cities. According to the information I knew, the noble mainly invested and built factories in the south, and he was also engaged in a seemingly ordinary manufacturing industry. But this time when there was a flood, this person's industrial advantages were fully demonstrated. For example, the radios he produced were originally in this era. Radios were almost at the end of their development, and few people use them anymore. Except in remote mountainous areas, there were still people who liked these things. People in the city are now pursuing television. Even if it is not a color television, at least they must pursue a black and white television. It is better for this person to directly reverse the course of history and invest in the production of somewhat backward radios. But once their finished products were put on the market, people knew for the first time what the so-called industrial design and British aristocratic style were. Pointed is also a radio. The radios produced by others not only have good signals and are durable, but the most important thing is that they look good and show high quality. However, some old-fashioned and older people do not like the flashy TVs nowadays, so they just really like this kind of radio that is not cheap. To some people, this thing is actually very popular, but this time when there was a flood, the radio came in handy. The TV might be out of power, but the radio would work just as well if the batteries were plugged in. And because of its good quality and strong ability to receive signals, it was a big help. Not to mention other things, just for his 2 factories, in Mengsha City in the south, they have an entire industrial zone to themselves, surrounded by open space for their future development, and they receive very preferential treatment. This time, Secretary Zhang led a team to deliver relief supplies. Just looking at what they did, you can feel that this group of people is very interesting. Theoretically, if they choose Mengsha City as their base, they can not only have the help of their own factory manpower, but also have high standard local reception, and the transportation of materials to Mengsha port will be correspondingly closer. But they did not go to Mengsha City. Instead, they went some distance north and chose Shanghai as their base. It was closer to the disaster area, but not the front line. In addition, Shanghai was also a large port and convenient for transportation supplies. Recently, Secretary Zhang was sitting in the hotel, directing the unloading of cargo ships delivering goods from the outside world. This was the first time for many people in the disaster area to see novelties such as cans and ginger candies with foreign languages, and the £5 million in cash she brought was a big help point. As soon as the donated money was received, the leader was very sensible and reported it. This is real foreign currency cash, which can be used for other purposes than disaster relief. After the money is handed over to the above, the equivalent amount of Chinese dollars is returned, which can also be used for purchases supplies. Looking at it this way, it seems like a simple exchange of foreign exchange, but in fact now, based on the official exchange rate, most people cannot exchange foreign exchange at all. Do they really want to exchange it? Need more money? So, although £5 million may not seem like too much, as long as it is used in the right place, it is definitely not a small amount. Now, when meeting such a wealthy man with state-owned investment in China and generousness, the leader will definitely be moved. When he heard that there will be an inspection team later, he quickly arranged for someone to take advantage of the opportunity of these foreigners to celebrate Christmas and come over to celebrate them. By the way, I asked Zhang Xin to have a look. For an investor like this who has money, status, and quality, the current team leader is still Chinese. If he doesn't try to win favor now, then when will he wait? After listening to the leader's words, Zhang Xin glanced at the so-called Pete without leaving any trace. These silly foreigners sometimes don't have a clue to keep their mouth shut and talk about everything without any sense of confidentiality. This is what they did a few days ago. When we were chatting in person, we started talking about something about Wales, and it was easy to talk about it. It had only been a few days, but outsiders already knew about it. Boss, this matter has not been confirmed yet. I just heard this when I was on the phone with the housekeeper a few days ago. I didn't expect that you would find out about it just by chatting with my colleagues. Haha. Are you still not sure? Why not consider us? Shanghai is also one of the traditional first choice places for foreign investment. Now Pudong is being developed. I think based on what your boss has done, as long as he wants to invest in us, you will definitely receive the best treatment. The middle-aged man with a Chinese character face reluctantly recommended himself again. He didn't want to miss this opportunity and really let him go. If the time comes, and he goes to Mengsha City to continue to invest again, he won't be reconciled. There is no shortage of foreign investment in Shanghai, but there is a shortage of high-end, well-known foreign investment. They no longer pursue quantity, but have begun to pursue quality. Zhang Xin frowned. She shouldn't have to worry about these things. Every place has its own rules. In China, with human relations, everything is easy to handle, but outside, it's like Wales. Although it is about human relations, it is also about class and status. For example, Zhang Xin's current identity is the management of the assistance team. She is not responsible for other things. If she talks too much, or manages too much, she is afraid of overstepping, but the leader in front of him, looking at him like this, if he didn't say anything, he would probably have to pester him, and keep asking questions today. Thinking of this, Zhang Xin narrowed his eyes, and said with a gentle smile, "Leader, that's it. Yes, when we go out, the first priority is to complete the tasks assigned to us by the boss, and pay attention to a clear division of labor. There are some things that are not my responsibility. I can't say more, but," after a long pronunciation, Zhang Xin broke the news. "Some time ago, our boss's territory passed the review of Congress, and there have been new changes. From the previous county-based unit, it was dispersed into several small cities. The conventional management model has become the current single management area. Single management area." The Chinese-faced leader looked a little confused. In order to fear that the leader would not understand, Zhang Xin carefully explained the specific meaning of the single management area. "For you, it can also be understood as your municipality, but Carmarthen is a municipality at the county level. It can also be regarded as a county directly under the central government. It has great autonomy, and can have its own county council." When Zhang Xin said this, the leader with the Chinese character face immediately understood, and he became even more interested in this so-called inspection team. The previous one was private investment. Will this inspection team be sent in the name of this so-called county level? As this level goes up, the scale of investment projects will definitely be larger. "Miss Zhang, can you?" The leader with the Chinese character said a few words tentatively, but everyone understood the meaning behind his words. "Leader, I will lead the team back next month. Our boss will be on a business trip in February. I can only wait until I go back to give you a message. I can't go beyond the rest. Haha. Thank you first, Ms. Zhang. I'll toast you." After listening to Zhang Xin's words, the leader with the Chinese character's face saw that his goal was finally achieved. He was so happy that he raised his glass and toasted Zhang Xin again. December 26, 1991 at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Alan walked on the playground in front of the manor and looked at the newly cut red pine used as a Christmas tree. This year the red pine was cut down to be particularly large. Except for the part buried in the ground, the exposed trunk is about 30 meters high. Ordinary people, even if they want to build a Christmas tree, at most buy a plastic one, take it out once a year, and put it in the living room. But Alan insisted on cutting down new trees every year, and it was a one-time use, and he would chop them down for firewood after use. This thing could grow to more than 30 meters, and it must be more than 10 years old. He said that he could just cut it down. If you chop it down, it will look impressive. At least standing outside the manor, you can see the tip of the Christmas tree from a distance. As soon as Spencer got out of the car, he saw Alan standing in a daze under his extremely exaggerated and garishly decorated Christmas tree. "Hey, what's wrong? Are you ready to run away when you see me coming?" It was Alan who took the initiative to date his uncle today, and it happened that Spencer also wanted to date Alan. Anyway, it was such a coincidence that the two of them made an appointment today, and the meeting place was Alan's place. Why should I run? Humph. Seeing that Spencer was not in a formal position, Alan picked up the small bag under his arm and threw it directly to Spencer. "Hey, what is it?" Spencer subconsciously took the small bag thrown by Alan. It was really small, about the size of a palm, and thin. When he opened the bag, there were several bank cards from different banks, 6 in total. Besides, there is a key, money. There are £20 million in each ticket. I collected the whole amount for you. Alan put his hands in his pockets and looked up at the Christmas tree again. There were still many gifts on it that were not taken. It was not that no one wanted them, but that each person could only take 2 at most. Alan hoped that one day he would erect them at home. When the new Christmas tree was put up, all the gifts on the tree were taken away. At that time, it proved that there were more servants in the house. What about this key? Spencer looked at this ordinary key and thought it was some small gift that Alan had put for him in a safe in the bank. "Didn't I hear that you are getting married soon?" This is a house given to you. It's not big and the location is better. Oh, seeing what Alan said, Spencer became obviously interested. He stuffed the keys and bank card back into his bag, walked to Alan, put his arm around Alan's shoulders and said, "The location is better? Where is it? You don't know how. Prepare a room for me in Buckingham Palace. I really got it for you. Do you dare to live there?" Alan glanced at this bastard, who dared to talk about anything. He asked Gerald for this house. Alan didn't ask for the specific price. The main reason was that the house was not too big. It was only a 2-story building, totaling just over 100 square meters, but it's not too far from Buckingham Palace. This is a house in Mayfair. Consider this my wedding gift to you. Is that enough? What? The house in Mayfair? The Rothschild place? When Spencer heard Alan's words, his face turned red instantly, not from shyness, but from excitement. In some novels and literary works, the Rothschild family has always been written about as mysterious, and it is said that they are very evil and powerful. But in fact, they are a large family with a large distribution area. But the family living in Great Britain is indeed very rich, but the title is just that, Baron. In addition, their family's status is not very good. They have money, but they have never been able to integrate into the real aristocratic circle. However, this Mayfair refers to an area in central London. The two largest landowners in this area are one of the Rothschild family and the other is of course the Duke of Sweetwater. This area of Mayfair is the so-called aristocratic area, a truly high-end upper-class area. It is adjacent to Buckingham Palace in the south. To put it bluntly, it is the root of the Imperial City, bordering Hyde Park to the west and Oxford Street to the north. There are only 3 3-star Michelin restaurants in London, including 2 in Mayfair. How could Spencer not be excited to get a small house in such a prime location? Ha ha ha. Thank you, Alan. You made me embarrassed to say the next words. Spencer excitedly gave Alan a big hug, then rubbed his hands shyly, and before Alan could refuse, he started to make another small request. "I heard that you have a French director here. Can you give him a small favor?" Why did you suddenly mention a French director? Luc Besson? What are you looking for him for? Well, I want to go to France for a vacation, and prepare to hold a bachelor party at the same time. Aren't I looking for some French female stars? I heard that your French director is quite famous, so I asked him to help with the arrangements. Spencer raised his eyebrows and made an expression that every man would understand. This idiot. It's all in vain that he was so kind to him. He gave him money and gave him a house, but he didn't even call himself during the bank deposit party. Now he needs to find someone, so he thinks of himself. Alan squinted his eyes and stared at Spencer until he saw Spencer raising his hands and saying, "Okay, I admit, I didn't want to call you at first, but that's because I called you before. I'm not happy to participate. Do you want to come this time?" Spencer was a little aggrieved. As aristocratic children, it is normal for people of their age to live and drink. Unlike Alan, who likes to play by himself. I have called him before, but Alan is not willing to go. His character is inherently boring. If things go on like this, Spencer takes the initiative to ignore Alan every time. Unexpectedly, this time, this guy actually seems a little interested. "Okay, I'll help you make arrangements. If there's nothing else to do, I'll go back." Alan didn't want to talk so much to this uncle. It wasn't interesting enough. "Hey, wait a minute. I haven't finished speaking yet. I'll tell you the good news quietly." Alan stopped and raised his chin slightly. He thought Spencer was going to tell him about his marriage partner. Who knew? Spencer's next words almost made Alan lose his position. "I'm about to inherit the title, and my father is seriously ill and is about to die." Spencer spoke and winked at Alan, as if this was a normal and ordinary thing. "What the hell is this good news? Your dad is dying, but you still want to have a bachelor party?" Damn it, Alan's mouth twitched, a little confused about this guy's brain circuit. "No. In this case, are you going on vacation?" Chapter 310 Industrial Adjustment. "So what's the matter?" "He is hopeless. There is a full set of medical staff at home, and I can't help. He doesn't like me either. He only hopes that I will get married soon. I don't want to have a bachelor party quickly." "Get married soon?" Spencer spread his hands, looking indifferent. His appearance made Alan speechless. He wanted to refute him, but after thinking about it, there seemed to be nothing wrong with the logic. It's a bachelor party. I don't know when it became popular. Anyway, the general meaning is that after this party, you will get married in the future. Let's have some crazy fun first. This is not a necessary ceremony, but this kind of party is very popular in this era. Popularity, but when you come to the aristocratic children, of course you have to be more high-end. For example, find some female stars or something, so you can have fun. The quality of British female stars is really eye-catching. So Spencer thought of the French director in Alan's hands, thinking of Spencer's father. That old man should be named Edward Spencer. His life can be regarded as extremely unstable, but when he gets old, he actually becomes like this. Alan looked at Spencer in front of him and thought about his father. If he gets old, will his son be like now? He will not be sad, but will feel very happy. After all, he can finally inherit the title. Moreover, he had just personally handed over £120 million in dividends to Spencer. He no longer had to worry about inheritance tax. Damn it, why didn't I encounter such a good thing when I inherited the title? He still wanted to pretend to express concern, but before Alan could open his mouth, Xiao Shitao ran over to the door of the hall in the distance without caring about his image. When he ran to Alan, he was breathing heavily and said intermittently, "Master, come back and watch the news. Something happened. It's really gone, because the time in Great Britain is 2 hours behind that in Russia. 6 o'clock in the afternoon here is 8 o'clock in the evening there. The news has just temporarily interrupted the heavyweight news. At 7:38 p.m. Russian time, their parliament ended, and then announced the news to the public. It really disintegrated, just so suddenly. 1 second. Many people were watching the host report news about the continued economic downturn in various regions. The next second, this news was suddenly inserted, which caught people off guard. Just after the first day of Christmas, in the last few days of the year in 1991, it suddenly disintegrated. Alan covered his mouth slightly with his hand, not knowing what to say. Even the host on the news was a little uneasy, and the tone of the broadcast was a bit awkward. Although he had known that this day was coming soon, when it really came, Alan still had an unreal feeling, and it just disappeared. From now on, we have to really look at the beauty's face, right? When I thought of this, I suddenly felt very stressed, and thought of Spencer who had just left. Alan was even a little confused. In the future, would he be like Spencer, spending money and drinking, living a happy life without thinking about anything? Or would he be like himself now, always thinking about evil things? No, Alan shook his head hard. He couldn't be like Spencer. That would be too useless. Even if only Leomedi is left in the future, so what? It's better to cause trouble for Leomedi than to wait for death. I want to be a new era imperialist aristocrat with great influence. I don't want to be a loser who just eats and waits to die. Go and notify the kitchen to prepare some food and wine for me. They will be delivered to my study in a moment. I want a drink." As Xiao Shitao thought, Alan looked very happy and even needed to drink to celebrate. "Okay, master, you are busy. I will inform you right away." Xiao Shitao came to his senses at this moment and looked at the TV happily before going to notify the kitchen to prepare wine. Wow. Back in the study, Alan flipped through a stack of documents. The document in front of him was this year's year-end financial report. This information is about the food delivery company that Alan has great expectations for. Looking at the string of numbers written on the last page of the profit report, it turned out that throughout last year, the Blue Knight Food Delivery Company, which had expanded to 12 cities, had a total headcount of more than 3,000 people. Among them, only the riders were counted. Even the number of strong men taking out food has reached 2,100. This was originally a very impressive figure, but last year the company suffered a net loss of more than £3 million. It's not a profit, it's a loss. Although £3 million may not seem like a lot, if divided equally into each city, it would only amount to hundreds of thousands of pounds. But every food delivery company that expanded to 12 cities suffered losses. This is still the current situation, where the expansion speed is slow. What if the expansion speed is fast in the future? If you don't make any money every year, you'll lose all your money. Damn, all the money I earned after working so hard for a whole year will have to be paid to the food delivery company in the end. Doesn't this indirectly benefit ordinary people in Britain? Damn it, although this is his own character design, Alan really never thought about actually benefiting the British people. But now by some strange combination of circumstances, he is benefiting. How does this work? This won't work. Alan refused to give up and looked through the information again. Every step and every time the money was spent on the right place. However, not only did the expected cash flow not come, but he lost money. What was the problem? Yes, it is true that my outsourcing company has not entered big cities yet. At that time, the main consideration was that the passenger flow was too large when big cities were busy. The company has just entered the right track and needs to settle for a while. It cannot rush into big cities like London. But do small places lose money? Is it because you purchase cars and use them for delivery, which increases the cost? Wrong. Alan looked at the expenses on the list. It did cost a lot of money to buy a car, but it provided safety and a lot of equipment. In addition, the current gas price is not expensive. In comparison, the real cost is the toll of each order. It's really no more expensive than using an electric car, and there aren't so many pure electric cars for you to purchase. You can't let delivery people ride bicycles, right? That's so inefficient. You only deliver the lunch that someone ordered at night. Wouldn't that starve customers to death? There are only a few people in Wales. If there are fewer people, there will be no one left. After looking at the several things that needed attention summarized in the information, Alan always felt that something was wrong. Thinking back then, when the competition in the food delivery industry was so fierce, how did they make money? If you don't make money, how can you compete so fiercely? Does it all depend on cutting leaks on the market? Although I don't have the advantage of the internet. Now, the difference can't be so big, right? For the first time, Alan had so much self-doubt about his plan. Thinking about it over the years, it seems that all the money I have earned has been obtained through crooked ways. If I want to do a decent business, I have never been completely successful. It's either this way or that way. Isn't it true that I'm not a business person? No, even though his ability is average, he still has so many subordinates who are checking for his mistakes and filling in his gaps. Are these people just following the crowd and not daring to speak up if they have any problems? Darn. There was a knock on the study door, and Alan groaned and signaled to come in. Xiao Shitao personally pulled the dining cart, walked to the desk, kicked Xiao Huang away, and then started serving food to Ellen. 4 dishes, 1 fried peanuts, 1 sliced braised beef, 1 fried tripe, and finally 1 fried fish nugget. The wine was 4 ounces of white wine, an oriental white wine. When the young master drank by himself, he liked this sip. After laying out the dishes, Xiao Shitao looked at Alan, who was frowning, and said somewhat strangely, "Master, has something happened?" The young master, who was quite happy just now, why did he become like this again when he was just serving food? It's okay, go ahead and get busy. Alan waved his hand without using utensils. He just pinched a piece of beef and stuffed it into his mouth. He was still thinking about Takia. Could it be that the difference lies on the internet? What the internet has brought to food delivery is only a doubling of the order volume, but the money earned is still the same, so the difference won't be so big, right? In other words, is he superficial and has some inside information that he doesn't know? Thinking of this, Alan picked up the wine cup and took a sip of wine. Suddenly he saw the working hours of the delivery boy on the document, which was 6 hours a day. Alan seemed to have finally thought of the key point of the problem, which was not a network problem, but a human problem. In the future, delivery people will be more involved, and delivery companies do not treat their employees as human beings. When they are busy, they would like to have each delivery person carry more than a dozen takeout orders at the same time. When it comes to my own place, the efficiency is definitely not as good as that of the future internet era. Being able to deliver 2 or 3 orders along the way is already the limit. Under normal circumstances, every delivery person delivers 1 order every time and goes to work. The time is limited, 6 hours a day. excluding the rest time. Everyone's orders are really distributed, which is dozens of orders in this way, with many people and few orders, coupled with low efficiency. It is reasonable to lose money, right? And thinking of this, Alan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he also thought of an issue that he had ignored before. In the internet era, there is a side job of delivering food. It's not that delivery people can do side jobs, but delivery companies can do side jobs. For example, selling user information and big data information is a source of income. In addition, advertising fees and the wait display order on the Tekiat software can also make money. The built-in small apps and other apps can also make money. There are even loans. In addition, after deducting the dirty money from the foreign buyers over time, the total sum is more than what he earns now. And there is another point that cannot be ignored. In the internet era, there is no shortage of external capital. Competition among food delivery companies is fierce, and some are capital groups that provide funds for them to burn. However, his current food delivery company is private, and Alan has not burned any money. There are not enough discounts, and the number of customers is relatively small. They are only engaged in the Tekiat business. In addition, the current comprehensive supermarket has not yet taken shape. The profit source of the Tekiat company is too single, and Alan's treatment for the employees of the Tekiat company is not very good. It was considered low, so I ended up losing money. Looking at it now, it seems normal to lose some money, and Alan's purpose in setting up this food delivery company is not simple. He can also indirectly support thousands of strong men. This thing he usually wears a blue vest, and is the delivery boy. At critical moments, he puts on camouflage uniforms. What do you think they are? If it were an online food delivery company in the future, would their delivery boys work so hard for the boss? The two are not of the same magnitude at all. Now Alan can see the problem, but there are two ways to break the situation in front of him. The first is to move further into big cities, gritting one's teeth, and spending all the funds to expand and attract new customers, but in this way, many of his other plans would not have financial support. This was a bit too risky. Alan was very resistant. He didn't like this kind of all or nothing behavior. It was irrational. The second point is to slowly expand and then think of some way to let the food delivery company do some part-time work. Even if it cannot create benefits in a short period of time, it must be done first to create long-term benefits. You cannot maintain the status quo. Alan preferred the second method, but for a while, he couldn't think of what to do specifically. These delivery guys are running on the streets every day. What can they do along the way? After taking another sip of wine, Alan subconsciously grabbed a few peanuts and stuffed them into his mouth. Then picked up a piece of beef and looked at the tendons on the tendons, which were transparent in color and a striped road, like a highway extending in all directions. Alan looked at these lines and suddenly thought of something, or an idea. Now that the internet has just begun to spread, that means there are no electronic maps, right? I have my own film and television company, and there is no shortage of various photography equipment in the company. Even if the quantity is insufficient, isn't it possible to use public funds to buy equipment? In addition, my delivery men all drive to deliver food, so installing a camera on the roof of the car is not a problem, right? In this way, you can take pictures wherever you go. As you expand in the future, wouldn't you just make the electronic map of Great Britain first? Can this thing be sold for money? Even if you don't sell it for money and make it into a navigation in the future, you will not only have the upper hand, but you can also use this thing to make other money. Moreover, with the electronic map in the future, the delivery person will not have to find the way slowly with the paper map, which is more conducive to the expansion of your own Tekiat company. Although you won't see any benefits in the short term, in the long run, this is definitely an important thing for you. That's all. After gulping down the remaining wine in the wine cup, Alan picked up the paper and wrote down his recent adjustment plan. First, purchase equipment, and then launch an electronic map, street view, collection plan. However, this kind of map collection should involve national security. Then we will see who we can contact to see if we need any documents. Category, haha, if you guys are gone, then we will be gone. Because you guys have a drink and you come up with a new project for me. This is not good. It is not good. This is indeed a new era. From now on, it will be the era of the internet. Alan was the only one left in the study. He stared at the new project on the paper and murmured happily to himself. P.S. I have finally finished this volume. I'm almost bored thinking about various alternative words. Some words and names cannot be used, or they will become star characters and harmonize with them, or there will be a whole chapter. Harmonize. Harmonize. Don't write it. In my opinion, writing a chronicle without mentioning the times is tantamount to being a hooligan. Some things can only happen in a specific period and in a specific era. If they happen in a wrong place, it will look very weird and inappropriate. Fortunately, recently, I actually haven't been blocked for a week in a row. No, it's been almost half a month since I was blocked. I'm happy. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311. I'm the one responsible for this party. Friday, January 17th. 1992. A small cruise ship waiting to arrive outside the port of Saint-Jean-de-Luz, a small town in the Basque country in southern France. Alan stood on the deck and felt the small wind blowing from the bow of the ship. The outside temperature was about 10 degrees now, but the climate in southern France was not bad. People in Paris still wear down jackets, but here they wear a single jacket. That's it. It's just the critical point where it's a little cold to take off the outer cover, and it's just right to put on the outer cover. Just hearing the name, this small town seems unknown, but the name of their town has a saint in front of it, which makes it very unusual. Alan also placed the location here after listening to Luc Besson's recommendation. The most famous thing about this place, and the one most familiar to ordinary people, is probably the macarons. This does not refer to the kind of very bright colors, but to a kind of French dessert. To put it bluntly, it is a kind of macaroons. Later it developed more and more widely, the colors were also very bright, and it had more meanings. Anyway, here, macarons are desserts, and they are also the birthplace of macarons. The taste is extremely authentic, and it is a century-old brand. Another famous thing is that probably more than 300 years ago, in the 17th century, Louis XIV married a Spanish princess here. Now this town still retains the cathedral used by Louis XIV and the Spanish princess to marry, St. Jane Baptist Cathedral. Alan, what are you looking at here? Who did you invite? Spencer rubbed his hands and looked expectantly at the port in the distance, looking forward to the bachelor party organized by Alan. Who was invited? Anyway, Alan deliberately didn't say it. He knew what kind of person Spencer liked. Just like when Spencer held a coming of age ceremony for him, Spencer also knew what kind of person Alan liked. Everyone understood each other very well. Whispering sound. Spencer curled his lips and was no longer curious. Anyway, we were about to reach the shore and we would know later. Thinking of this, Spencer walked to Alan and held the fence with his hand. He shouldered Alan and said, why haven't you ever wondered who I want to marry? You didn't even ask. You love to talk but don't talk. Alan had no interest in this guy's gossip, and he didn't even bother to inquire about it, so Spencer was offended by Alan's uncurious attitude. Hey, aren't you studying at Cardiff University? Do me a favor. I'm going to go to your university to further my studies. You can help me enroll in the journalism major and let me do an internship at the BBC. Spence winked at Alan. Alan suddenly turned his head and looked at Spencer. This guy has changed his temper. He is still studying journalism and interning at the BBC. What are he planning to do? Will he be responsible for breaking the private lives of noble children in the future? Be an oversized paparazzi? Although this job doesn't seem to be high-end, if he really wants to reveal any secrets, he is really making money. Hey, you Spencer family members, why are you so pissed and like to reveal secrets? Diana was like this, and now Spencer is still like this. What are the two siblings doing? Just tell me if you can do it. Damn it, I've fallen in love with the female reporter and I'll be interning at the BBC. After a while, you can insert me into the BBC and let us get familiar with each other. Then I will propose. No, wait. Alan's mind was a little confused for a while. This bachelor party usually takes place before the wedding. Although there is no explicit rule, everyone's default is that the proposal and engagement should be completed before it can proceed to this step. In the past, Alan he thought so too. He thought that Diana had already helped Spencer find a good wife. Who knew that she hadn't found one yet? You haven't even decided on a partner yet, so you can't wait to have a bachelor's party. That's not right. Female reporter, not a noble. Alan was even more stunned when he thought of this. Spencer is now the only member of their Spencer family. Besides, his father is almost gone. He is now destined to inherit the title of Earl. How can this thing be found by a commoner now? Yeah. What's wrong? I want to find whoever I want. Who can stop me? We are true love. I've screwed this true love of yours, and now I'm about to go to a bachelor's party. What kind of true love is this? Okay. I'll say hello to them when I get back this time. You can bring the information and go directly to the BBC headquarters to report. Put aside the plot of helping others and just do as you like. Alan no longer has any obligation to care about Spencer. His father and sister haven't spoken yet, so who should he, a relative, speak to? Haha. Okay, after I get married, I will write a book first, and I will say some nice things about you in the book. Spencer laughed loudly and patted the fence hard, looking very high-spirited. Wait, what on earth are you going to do? Alan was completely speechless this time. Now he wants to be a reporter, and now he wants to write a book. That's it. I took a closer look at Spencer. He had extremely long and flowing hair, big eye bubbles, and a melancholy and sleepy look. This look is very popular at the moment. It's decadent point, but for such a thing, Alan really can't associate him with professions such as journalists and writers. Why are you planning to write a travelogue about the Gambia? I read that the title is called My Years of Grinding Iron Rods and Drilling Mines in the Gambia. What the hell? Humph. Don't talk nonsense everywhere. I'm very dedicated to love. Spencer waved his hand and hit Alan. Without giving Alan time to complain, he pulled Alan and said, "Let's go. Get ready to get off the boat." The French entertainment industry has always produced beauties, focusing on one who looks pure and has a holy temperament point, but the films they often produce are a bit very popular with the audience point. Alan didn't know about the others, but he liked it very much anyway, especially the French people's dedication to art, which Alan admired the most point. Just like in his previous life, he would pull girls and tell them earnestly that this was all for art. Isn't it just that he was wearing a little cooler clothes? This is art, but often sincerity cannot be exchanged for sincerity. The girl insisted that he was a hooligan. Alan was said to be speechless. He looked up to the sky and sighed. This high-end French artistic thinking seems to be very unsuitable for the mainland market. The art of mainland female stars literacy still needs to be improved point, but now it's different here. The artistic quality of the French and Italians can only be said to be about the same. If you compare it carefully, the Italians are more unrestrained and cult-like, while the French are more graceful, even if they are exposed. It will also let you watch it while watching it. It is mainly more about your heart than your kidneys. It is very artistic point. The French beauty of the current generation is, of course, the famous Sophie Marceau. She is in her 20s, and is the time to make achievements. Last year she also starred in a musical romance film called Blue Movement, but Alan didn't look at it. He didn't like Sophie Marceau very much. Anyway, he just didn't like it for no reason. He felt that, when he looked at her profile from a certain angle, he looked a bit like a certain internet celebrity in his previous life. In addition, this current beauty is very snobbish. She is a typical representative of extreme near-demi in boxing, and has double standards. As long as the family background, financial resources, and fame exceed hers, she will face them very humbly. If they are not as good as hers, then I'm sorry. No man is good. In addition, this guy, whom he had talked about before, was even more unbearable for Alan. But now, the old Uncle Spencer next to him liked this very much. It happened that Spencer also liked drilling in mines. The two were a perfect match. This time Alan specially asked Luc Besson to contact Sophie Marceau to let him. She came to accompany Spencer, saying that she was going to introduce a British Earl to her. Then this guy came unexpectedly. "Sister Isabel, are they coming soon?" In a coffee shop by the sea, Two ladies sat opposite each other, looking at the small cruise ship entering the port. Sophie Marceau looked at her watch. The time was right. It should be this ship. Facing the small cruise ship sitting opposite, asked point sometimes double standards are not one-sided, but indiscriminate. Even if they are the same actresses, as long as they are not as famous as herself, Sophie Marceau does not bother to communicate with them more, but the one in front of her is older than herself. She is 10 years old, but she is recognized as a beautiful lady of the previous generation of France. Her status in the circle is only higher than her, not lower than her. Faced with such a senior, even Sophie Marceau, who was very double standard, could only honestly call her sister Isabella Reggiani. Gently lifted her long black hair, looked in the direction of the port, and said with a slightly playful smile, maybe, who knows, but the British are said to be very gentlemen. They shouldn't be late. She and Sophie Marceau arrived here in advance to wait, also according to the introducer's plan, saying that there were two aristocratic young talents from Great Britain who wanted to chat and discuss art with the two ladies. One of them is not well known, but has a high status, the eldest son of the Spencer family and heir to the Earl, Sir Charles Spencer. As for the other one, his reputation is only higher than that of the quasi-count, the famous women's friend, the European entertainment circle's bully, and the Lion of Will, Alan Hillpoint. Although I don't know why the two of them came to France to visit and meet me at the beginning of the new year, but just because of their names, they are worth meeting. Isabella Reggiani is only in her 30s now, and she still has her charm. She is in one of the best stages of a woman's life. In addition, she has fair skin and black hair, which makes her more beautiful. Many ordinary European women have much better skin. With a little dress up, they look like young women in their 20s. They are very attractive. She is very confident in herself. If she is with these two, especially if she can be with, if you get to know Earl Alan, maybe you can go to England to make a few movies in the future. Although she won the Oscar for Best Actress in her early years, how can one award be enough for a woman? What's more, it's an award that was awarded more than 10 years ago. What she wants is influence, so that everyone can see her face in the movie, instead of being called the former beauty or the former flower of France, which sounds outdated. As for Sophie Marceau in front of me, Isabella Reggiani glanced at her and snorted in her heart, little bitch, I asked you, can you do this? Walking from the port to the Better Cafe, Spencer was speechless. He kept complaining along the way. Although it was only a 10-minute walk, shouldn't a car be arranged for such a long distance? In the scene he envisioned, he would ride in a luxury car, then park the car at the agreed upon location or villa, press the window, raise his chin very coldly, and say, women, get in the car. Then everyone goes back to where they belong and has fun for a few days instead of like now. The two of them were walking like ordinary tourists. This is too classy. This is not the bachelor party you want. Take it. Alan touched his pocket, took out a small envelope, and handed it to Spencer. He raised his chin towards the cafe not far away and said, this is the key to the villa I booked. There is an address in it. As for you to use it when the time comes, no, it depends on your ability. What? Spencer took the small envelope in shock. What is this? This is a bachelor party. At this kind of party, it's just you and Alan. That's it. Now you have to rely on yourself to even pick up girls. The noble master Spencer goes out to a party, but he still has to work hard to pick up girls. Fake. I'm the only one holding such a party. Just when he was about to complain that he wasn't going, Spencer suddenly saw Alan waving towards the coffee shop, and the two ladies sitting next to the glass of the coffee shop also happened to wave hello. This is Sophie Marceau. The one next to her is Isabella Reggiani. Is this the collection of flowers of France? Fuck. Alan still needs to take action for this kind of thing. The quality is too high. What's wrong? You don't like this kind of party? Alan turned his head and glanced at Spencer, who was already in love. No, Alan, from today on, you are my brother, a real brother. If there is another party like this in the future, please be sure to bring me with you. TSK, aren't you single-minded in your feelings? He says. Spencer walked. He was speechless for a moment by what Alan said. He thought for a moment and raised his chin and said very arrogantly, when you come out to play, don't say such spoiling words. Things like being single-minded in your relationship. That's not going home. Can we say it later? Let's go. Let's go. Hurry up, ladies. Is there anyone sitting here? Alan is wearing a casual jacket, light colored jeans, and white sneakers. He looks like a sunny boy, but his temperament is not sunny. However, this kind of outfit will make him look very young, and not as serious as usual. On the contrary, it embodies more masculinity. Taking Spencer to the coffee shop, he walked to a small round table with 4 single chairs placed next to the seats of the 2 ladies. Alan deliberately asked if there was anyone here, which could not only relieve the embarrassment of having just met, but also create a sense of chance encounter. Chapter 312 Isabella Reggiani. Isabella Reggiani looked at Alan in front of her, and her eyes suddenly lit up. He was much more handsome than the one she had seen on TV before. What she saw then was Alan dressed in an old aristocratic style. If Alan at that time was like a medieval prince, the Alan in front of him now is like an angel who fell into the world. Well, not as holy as an angel. He can be regarded as a war angel. Subconsciously glancing at Sophie Marceau, Isabella Reggiani picked up her bag and stood up. Under Alan's somewhat surprised gaze, she said, "I'm just about to leave, so I'll give you the seat. Sir, can you accompany me for a walk?" Alan was a little surprised. Faced with this invitation, he was a little confused. What's the inside story of this? Why do I feel the smell of gunpowder? I have never heard of any disagreement between the 2 of them. Spencer doesn't feel anything at all. He doesn't like those who are too old. He just likes those who are young. Now his eyes are full of Sophie Marceau, and Sophie Marceau has no expression on her face, and even has a slight tinge on her face. With a smile, his hands under the table were clenched tightly, and he said with a gritted tone, "Sister Isabella, let's talk another day, when the 2 nobles are standing in front of you. Anyone who is not a fool should know who to choose." Faced with Alan, Spencer next to him seems unremarkable, and even looks a bit like a pig. Now, Ginger is still old, so Isabella immediately invited Alan. Sophie Marceau secretly hated her, but she couldn't openly compete with her in this situation. Right, this would be looked down upon by the 2 nobles in front of me. That would be too rude. Spencer finally reacted after hearing Sophie Marceau's words. He looked at Isabella Reggiani, who had already taken Alan's arm, then looked at Alan, and subconsciously waved to Alan. The brotherly love just now has disappeared, and now he only thinks that Alan is in the way. Seeing Spencer's impatience, Alan's mouth twitched. Damn it, you're so stupid. Alan showed an apologetic smile to Sophie Marceau again, and did not say anything. Instead, he lowered his head slightly, strengthened his arms, and walked with Isabella Reggiani and said, "I can walk with you. It's just that this is my first time here, so I'm not very familiar with it. It's okay, come with me. I'll take you to the beach first." But, Alan, listen to Isabella's voice. Her voice was very soft, with a bit of a French rap sound, but it was different from the Russian rap sound. When I was with that Sylvie Gillen, I didn't feel it at all. But now that I'm in contact with this kind of actress in the film and television industry, I find that no wonder the French speak like singing, and are known as the most beautiful language. Now that I hear it, it sounds great. This sound, when called at night, directly fills the atmosphere. After leaving the cafe, you are not far from the beach. In front of the cafe is a sea embankment. The level of the embankment is the road. Go down the stone ladder reserved on the embankment. It is about a few meters high. Below is the beach. On the beach is on the eastern side of the Atlantic Ocean. The color of the sand and gravel is slightly yellowish and whitish. In addition, the water here is very blue and looks picturesque. The weather is not very hot now, and there are no waves on the beaches. The foamy gentle waves crashing on the beach were, to be honest, a bit poetic. Isabella Reggiani didn't know what to think. She was wearing jeans, but she was wearing a country-style skirt with long sleeves. Now she took off her shoes and walked barefoot strode along the beach. Alan was a little distracted from chatting with her. He used to look down on Quentin in Hollywood, thinking that this guy was a foot fetish maniac and his behavior was too perverted. But now, Alan somewhat understood why Quentin had this hobby. My white and tender feet stepped on the beach, and bits of gravel stuck to my feet. When the waves slowly submerged my feet, they took away the gravel from my feet. This feeling is a little bit tempting. It's better to be an elder sister, who knows much better, unlike those young ones who have to live and die all day long, cry at every turn, and no less. Alan narrowed his eyes slightly. This Isabella Reggiani seemed to have come prepared. It was interesting. This move was revealed in advance, and he almost didn't catch it. I haven't seen anything about you in the news recently. What's wrong? Aren't you going to make a movie in the next 2 years? Isabella Reggiani opened her arms and just walked on the beach. She was holding high heels in her left hand and moved her right hand to signal Alan to hold her. When Alan gently held her hand, she appeared asked with some concern. The wilderness survival movie released last year was, in theory, a TV series and not a movie. Calculating it carefully, Alan hadn't made a movie in 2 years. This was Isabella's biggest concern, so she didn't care. I wanted to make some excuses. If this person has an idea recently, wouldn't it be a good time for him to come back and make a movie? Haha, I'm going to university to study. I'm quite busy with my family affairs, so I can't take care of some things. Alan moved his left hand and gently held Isabella's right hand. This small hand had no calluses at all. With such skin and such a figure, who would dare to believe that this son is already in his teens and is older than William? Big point. But this Isabella Reggiani is also a wonderful person, and the French are very romantic. According to Alan's understanding of the word romance, there should be a pause in the middle of romance. Wave means one thing, slow means another, and they were having a great time. For example, falling in love is falling in love, and sleeping is sleeping. They are not the same thing, and they may not be the same person. When it comes to love, it is about taking care of the heart, and when it comes to sleeping, it is about taking care of the kidneys. And if these two are compatible, do you think they will get married next? No, no, no. The person you are getting married to is not the same person as the previous two. Falling in love, sleeping, and getting married are 3 things. It is best to do them with 3 or more different people to make them interesting. Of course, ordinary people may not play so fancy, but ordinary people are only relatively simple. This Isabella Reggiani, even though she has given birth to a child, she has never been married. She only admitted that she had been in love before. As for the child, it was called an unexpected result and a gift from God. Isn't it romantic? Isabella Reggiani's eyes lit up when she heard Alan say that he went to university for further studies. She was worried that there was no common topic. Isn't this right? Study further? What a coincidence. Since I finished filming Rodin's Lovers in 1988, although I was nominated for the Oscar for Best Actress, I failed in the end. I wanted to go further to study and improve myself, and finally I was admitted to the French Academy of Sciences. I have also been studying the National Center for the Performing Arts in the past few years. Oh, Alan looked up and down at Isabella Reggiani. She was in her 30s, but just because a movie didn't win the Oscar for Best Actress, she could endure the pain of not making movies for a few years and then go to further studies. Girls are very ambitious. As for that Rodin's Lover, it's a good movie. It's very artistic and full of French style. As for the specific content of the story, just like the title, it's very straightforward. As for Rodin, he should be a person that everyone is familiar with. His sculptures are very famous. The sculpture called The Thinker, squatting on a stone pier, holding his chin with one hand and lowering his head to think, is a work by Rodin. As for a sculptor, when he sculpts, he actually needs a model, just like a painter in this film. Isabella Reggiani plays a lover who has been with Rodin since she was a girl and then became his sculpture model. The story is very bloody, but the movie is very interesting, mainly because of Isabella Reggiani. Gianni's figure is clearly revealed in this movie. She is plump, but not fat, and her white body is shining. Seeing that he mentioned the name of the movie, Alan fell into deep thought and then turned to look at himself. Isabella Reggiani raised her head slightly, revealing her white swan-like neck, and raised her right hand slightly, with a concave look, very indifferent, asked, "Am I out of shape?" Alan laughed twice and looked openly at his figure under the tight skinny jeans. As expected, he was a little embarrassed to ask such a direct question. "The clothes you wore today are very beautiful, but they cover part of your beauty. I can't see it clearly, which is a bit regretful." Isabella Reggiani glanced at Alan with a smile and said in a charming voice, "It seems that, Alan, you like pure art and don't like haziness. TSK. TSK point here. Here, Alan was a little moved. This is the art environment in Europe and France. Look at people's words. They like pure art and don't like the hazy feeling point. This is art. This is a close friend. I don't just like pure art. Sometimes I still have a great desire to explore various types of art that I have never been exposed to. Oh, what about me? Alan, do you have a desire to explore? It's a little bit there, but I can't see it clearly. This is not the right place to explore. Alan pulled Isabella Rajani closer to him, lowered his head, and said something in a low voice. Point: we are all adults, not young, so the process is not that important. The main thing is a stream of consciousness. Once your eyes meet, you can understand what it means at the moment. Alan likes the character of Isabella Rajani very much. She is very direct, but there is still a hint of euphemism in her words. This feeling is very attractive. Then where is the right place to explore? Isabella Rajani raised her head slightly, looked at Alan with eyes that seemed to be strained, and asked in a very soft tone. At this time, if Alan directly took out the keys to the villa that he had ordered, it would look very naive. Although the atmosphere was in place, it would still look like he was prepared, which would be too deliberate and impolite. Point: under such circumstances, I could only bear the pain and said, Ms. Isabella, can you recommend a restaurant? We should have something to eat first and chat while eating. I think I should explore you slowly. Haha. You are a true gentleman. When Isabella Rajani heard Alan's next arrangement, she chuckled, and the blush on her face became more obvious. Being able to show full respect to a lady without being impatient is a gentleman. And even though he had teased him so much, Alan could actually hold back. This made Isabella Rajani's impression of Alan even higher. At first glance, if a person is good looking, but has poor qualities, then he is not perfect. Isabella Rajani likes perfect things. Isabella Rajani, who has given birth to a child, is not out of shape at all. Even in Alan's opinion, this period is her most golden period. Point. But the only thing that disappointed Alan was that he thought Isabella Rajani was unusual, but when things happened, she still cried, which made Alan feel a little guilty. Point: you said that if you were really sad, we could stop and take a rest, but since you don't stop crying, what does that mean, Mr. Alan is a gentleman. Gentlemen must respect women. Should this stop now? At about 10 o'clock the next morning, Alan turned his hands on the edge of the bathtub and looked at the beach outside the window. Today's morning glow looked extremely beautiful. This place was indeed, as Luc Besson said, with not many people and good scenery. Nice people too. Point: just getting up in the morning and taking a bath in the morning glow is Alan's favorite environment. Unfortunately, the old castle at home doesn't even have larger windows. He is now looking forward to his new home when it is built. Finally, you can enjoy the feeling of taking a bath while looking at the scenery at home. What do you want to eat later? Isabella Rajani, wrapped in a bath towel, bent over and hugged Alan gently from behind and asked, what to eat? Alan leaned back, looked up at Isabella Rajani and said, with you here, I'm not in the mood to eat anything else. Haha. You are awesome and a gentleman. Isabella Rajani is no longer as bold as she was when she first met Alan yesterday. Listening to Alan's words, she seemed a little shy and praised her slightly. How awesome is it? Alan asked with a smile. Isabella Rajani licked her lips. Alan's words made her calm heart stir up again. When she thought of last night, Alan looked at Isabella Rajani's rosy face and suddenly remembered a very cold joke. Point. But considering the occasion, I forgot about it. Point. Along with the sound of rushing water, Alan stood up, pulled out a bath towel, and prepared to take Isabella Rajani for another morning exercise. Point. Just as they were about to walk out of the bathroom, the phone on the bedside rang. Alan and Isabella Rajani looked at each other and walked to the phone. Who in this rented villa would make a phone call so early in the morning? Hello, Alan. Where are you? Help me. Alan put the microphone slightly away and glanced at it with some confusion. Why did this voice sound a bit like Spencer's? But compared to yesterday, why does Spencer's voice sound weaker today? Chapter 313. Let's go. What happened? Who was kidnapped? Alan raised his head and glanced at Rajani again. He put his index finger to his mouth and made a silent gesture, signaling Ajani to lean aside first and not disturb him while listening to the phone. In case Spencer said something Ellen didn't want her to hear it. Ajani was following Alan expectantly, looking forward to the next program. Now as soon as the call was connected, Alan started to rush people away. She curled her lips and looked at Alan carefully, staring at after looking at a certain place for a long time. He stretched out his foot and rubbed Alan's leg. TSK, Alan glared at Ajani fiercely, then put the microphone to his ear and asked, "What's wrong with you, Ellen? I haven't rested all night. I just called you while she was taking a shower. Why don't we run away? I think I'm going to die." Spencer's weak voice came intermittently from the phone. "Is this the strength of graduate students who have gone to Gambia to study?" That's it. Alan remembered that Spencer used to hold several black pearls in his arms and fight alone. He was so majestic. Why is it like this today? Isn't this embarrassing? If the word spreads out, let outsiders think of me, a descendant of a British noble. If I run away today, I wonder what people will say in the future. Besides, yesterday, when Spencer saw Sophie Marceau for the first time, then the look in the eyes, the anxious energy, it only lasted one night, and that was it. Can you do it? I can't do it. Listening to Spencer's useless words, Alan took a deep breath and looked at Ajani, who had been seducing him, and at the looming pregnancy lines on her belly. Surrounded by her belly button looked like a big blooming flower. She hooked her left hand and made a gesture toward her, as if she wanted to wash the little monk's hair first. "Hey, let me tell you, the room has been booked for a week. Even if you die in the villa, you have to stay with me for a full week. Okay, I have something else to do. You loser, that's it. Don't let me look down on you. Hello, Alan. Hello." Spencer held the phone and listened to the sound of hanging up on the other side. He raised his head and looked at Sophie Marceau, who had just come out of the bathroom with a youthful look on her face. A feeling of despair filled her heart. "Baby, where are we going today?" When he came to his senses again, it was already past 12 noon. He didn't even bother to eat lunch. Alan only focused on drinking milk. Hearing Ajani's sweet voice and even using the title baby, Alan was even a little uncomfortable. "Let's go buy some clothes." "Oh, you want to take me shopping?" Ajani frowned slightly. She is not the type who is short of money. She is an Oscar winner for Best Actress. She is still very popular in France. If she wants to make money, she can just accept any advertisement. So, after hearing Ellen getting ready to take her shopping, Ajani was even a little disappointed, feeling that Alan was very uninteresting. "You know the famous French painting Liberty Leading the People? I like the clothes on the Statue of Liberty very much. I like the hazy beauty. I want to take you to buy some clothes like that, and let me study it." When Ajani heard Alan's words, her mind instantly thought of the Statue of Liberty wearing that yellow dress, with her upper body very free, and holding the French flag high in her hand. "Who said yesterday that she doesn't like hazy beauty very much? Haha, art should be taken into consideration. Don't be too partial. I told you, I'm interested in researching all kinds of art." After spending a week in St. Jean de Luz, Alan wandered around with Ajani during the day. He had no exact destination, so he walked wherever he went. There was also a very old traditional shopping street here, although there were no big brands. But the things sold are very local and exquisite. For example, a certain little profiteer old man sells so-called furniture and small ornaments used by Louis XIV. Although he knows that they are fake, they look pretty good and are not expensive. Alan will buy them. Got one as a commemoration. It is rare for him to have the experience of having to pay for things on the street in person. For this kind of thing, Alan is still very new. Since he succeeded to the throne, he has lived a life where he has food to open his mouth and clothes to stretch out his hands. Now this kind of thing, the experience is not experienced once in a year or two. January 24th, Cardiff International Airport. When they went to St. Jean de Luz, Spencer was high-spirited and full of expectations. The two went there by boat. When they came back, Spencer took Alan and took a taxi all the way south. entering Spain, and then taking a plane from Spain return point compared with the calmness when he left. Spencer at this time is a little more mature and steady, and a little bit frivolous. Once my medicine is finalized, I will have someone send you a box as soon as possible. Alan looked at Spencer's useless appearance and was furious. It was so embarrassing to take this thing out. It almost completely disgraced him. He would never forget the words Sophie Masona said when they parted. There was a look on her face that was still unfinished, and there was also the provocative look she gave him. They are simply pig teammates. Okay, I'm going back first. Don't contact me recently. Oh, by the way, remember to sign up for Cardiff University for me. I have to go to the BBC for an internship. Spencer was helped into the car by his maid. Before he got into the car, he was already dying, but he didn't forget to tell Alan in an unusually hoarse voice, don't forget to do something for him, let's go, and like. Spencer, who looked like he was recovering from a serious illness, Alan's face was glowing and full of energy. He was about to go to India. Who knows what it would be like when he got there. He was fully prepared now. The next month will probably be tough. Master, Butler Capel heard that you were coming back today and came over to see you. He said he wanted to discuss it with you. By the way, Alan watched the Spencer family's car slowly drive away and then glanced at the small stone next to it. Capel is here? Where is he? At the manor now? Yes, he has just arrived. When I called him in the morning, I said you would not be back until this afternoon. Then let's go and see what's going on. Alan stretched and urged to go home quickly. Master, are you back? Did you have a good time, Mr. Allen? When Alan got off the car just after arriving home, Huth and Capel, who had received the news at the door of the hall, were standing chatting and greeted Alan, who was coming home. Well, Sir Capel is here today. Does your highness have any orders? Alan nodded, took off his jacket as he walked, and handed the jacket to Zaoshi. He hooked his left hand to ask the servant to serve tea. He pointed to the small living room next to him with his right hand, signaling Huth and Capel to follow him. Go to the living room and chat. The three of them sat down, and Capel looked at the good-looking Alan with a smile. Among the many nobles he had seen, Alan was not the youngest, but he was definitely the one who enjoyed the most. This man likes to play like a playboy. Every time he is busy for a period of time, he has to take a vacation for himself, go and have fun before coming back. However, this mentality is quite good, and it is better than those lifeless old people. Nobles must be kind and energetic. From Alan, Capel even saw the new look of the nobility of the British Empire in the future. The two exchanged a few polite words at first, and then Alan asked William and Harry how they were doing back home during this time, and when they would be back. After chatting for a long time, they got to the point. Your Excellency, this time your highness is visiting India. 2 ships have been arranged. One is specially responsible for transporting supplies and vehicles. This ship has to leave early, so I came here to inform you today to see if you have any vehicles. Large items need to be shipped first. You should make preparations in advance. It is best to complete the preparations within 3 days. The first ship departs on the 29th, and the cruise ship your highness is on departs on the 1st. The total sailing time is 10 sky. Capel slowly stated the purpose of his visit. After hearing what he said, Alan pondered for a moment and asked, I wonder if my modified bus can be transported there. The people in Capel were a little stupid. He knew that the bus was a production support car specially modified by this gentleman to be used as a nanny car. It had a bedroom in the car. There are small kitchens, baths and other facilities. This thing is so big. Their supply ship seems to be out of luck. Besides, it's enough to transport a few special cars there. When His Highness goes abroad for a visit, does it make sense for you to transport a nanny bus there? Sir, this is not good. The bus is not convenient for transportation. Capel didn't dare to refuse openly, so he had to remind Alan very tactfully, can't the bus also work? Can I bring a few cooks? How much do you distrust His Highness's chef? You bring everything yourself when you go abroad. Capel's expression was almost uncontrollable, and he was a little unable to complain about the strange request of this excellency. Okay. Apart from these, you can discuss with Hotel what else to bring. I'll go up first. Alan was a little irritated. He couldn't bring this with him, so why did he ask him? 3. Seeing Alan, who had said hello and walked away, Huth and Capel looked at each other. Both of them were a little ridiculous. However, everyone was basically mentally prepared for his character. Capel could only confront Huth. Continue to discuss what to bring with you at that time. January 29th, the third to last day before departure. In the study point, Alan put down his work report, raised his head, and looked at Zhang Xin sitting on the other side of the desk. Point not to mention, this assistant secretary still has some abilities. Although the major she studied is a bit confusing, she has the advantage of status and the experience of living in the West for many years. Talents who combine this kind of thing, in this day and age, still very popular, just like this time, when she was sent to China, to manage relief supplies and money. Zhang Xin did a very good job. Alan had just finished reading the work report. Although it was boring, there were no omissions, and that was enough. Yes, you did a good job this time, but you can't rest. I have to go on a business trip in a few days. As for you, in February, you will go with our inspection team again. Do you want to go to China this time? This time, I followed the inspection team as a deputy leader and was responsible for some communication with local officials. Okay, boss. Zhang Xin sat with her back straight. She respected her boss from the bottom of her heart. She couldn't help it. After living in Great Britain for so many years, she still had a very clear understanding of class. She was also very glad that she could find her current position. As for this job, she had long forgotten about her previous plans to go to the United States after graduation. Being able to stay with a nobleman as an assistant secretary was countless times better than going to the United States. To what, America? Alan tapped the index finger of his right hand lightly on the desk. After thinking about it, he stood up and picked up a piece of information from the bookshelf. He opened it, looked at it, and closed it again. Sit down again. Take out the paint and small shelf from the drawer, light a small candle, warm the paint first, and then seal the edges later. Where is this document? Bring it with you when the time comes. Don't go with the inspection team. You first fly from Cardiff to Zhangjiang and hand this document to Weidui. Then you fly from Zhangjiang to the mainland and join us. The inspection team gathers. Weidui is retiring this year, and Alan is planning to pull him into another trap before he leaves, so the plan is to show Weidui in advance, so that he can prepare. Zhang Xin looked at the document on the table. Alan didn't hand it to her, which meant that she couldn't read it yet. So after hearing what Alan said, Zhang Xin nodded and said, "Okay boss, I will definitely keep the document intact. I gave it to Governor Weidui first. Haha, don't be so nervous." Alan waved his hand, picked up the baked fire paint on the shelf, gently picked up the small vessel filled with fire paint, poured it on the document cover, spread it evenly, put down the small vessel, picked up his own fire paint seal, and placed it on the document cover. After leaving a mark on it, it was considered done. After blowing on the paint, he handed the document to Zhang Xin. "Okay, let's go back and rest first." Britannia, also called Great Britain, looks very old, but is actually very old. There is even a mast on the yacht. It is the 87th yacht of the British royal family. When Alan heard this serial number for the first time, he was filled with envy. What kind of family? There are nearly 100 yachts. To get one of your own, you have to put a lot of effort and spend a lot of money. So far, I haven't finished my yacht yet. They already have 87 yachts. This yacht was launched in 1953 and has been in service for almost 40 years. The navy blue hull and a thick gold line painted on the upper side of the ship show its royal style. This thing was originally the basis of a hospital ship. The purpose of decorating the yacht was that it could be converted into a hospital ship for rescue during wartime and used by the royal family in peacetime. In the many years it has been in service, it has never been truly modified and sent to the battlefield. However, it has participated in rescue operations in the past few years. The most famous one is that in 1986, when riots broke out in South Yemen, expatriates and diplomats waiting to be evacuated in Aden, he left on this yacht, and among those rescued were Chinese diplomats in other times. The most famous thing about this yacht is that in 1981, Boss Cha took Diana on his honeymoon on it. This was the first time for Alan to board this yacht. Following boss chap, he looked at the middle-aged sailors on the boat. Everyone was tidy, some of them had big bellies, and they were waiting solemnly for boss Chaz's inspection point. Every sailor on this yacht is carefully selected. It's hard to say whether their professional skills are good or not, but their loyalty is definitely in place. He can be called a son of the 8 banners. Chapter 314 Conversation outside Gibraltar. Each of their ancestors can be related to a certain noble or royal family. It is possible that their ancestors were crew members of a certain noble family. Their feelings for boss Cha are not comparable to those of today's civilians. Alan could even see some different brilliance in their eyes. This feeling was somewhat similar to the feeling that the servants in his own family felt when they saw him. Moreover, these sailors are all lifelong sailors on this yacht. There is no such thing as unemployment. The ship is still there, and the people are there, and the ship is gone. Even if the ship is gone, they can find a new yacht and continue to serve the royal family. Standing on the deck, Alan went to the rest area above without following boss chap. He had just felt that the atmosphere was slightly different. Diana walked behind him and separated from boss chap instead of following him as usual. Check around the boss from an etiquette point of view. This is definitely against the rules, but since boss Chad didn't say anything, Alan just pretended that nothing happened. It's just that he didn't want to continue to get involved in the affairs of these two people. He had a headache just thinking about it. Might as well stand on the deck and wait a little longer. This is the Royal Naval Base in Portsmouth. There are not too many media taking pictures on the shore to see off. It's not that other media don't want to come, but that the media is too small. They have no qualifications to enter here and will only cause trouble for the security work. A big man in a black suit, holding 2 walkie-talkies in his hand, walked quietly to Alan, handed the other walkie-talkie to Alan and said, "Your Excellency, I have checked everything. Is there anything else to explain?" This is one of boss Chaz's bodyguards and one of the royal guards of the royal family. Although Alan does not participate into specific security work, but this time he travels with him, they must report the work situation to Alan. After all, Alan is the titular captain of the bodyguard. Alan was not in a hurry to speak, but lowered his head and adjusted a few frequency bands with the walkie-talkie. After making sure that he could communicate, he waved his hand to indicate that he should continue to work as a security guard. For such a big man, being next to him would only steal the limelight. I can't even see it. After driving away the bodyguards, Alan held the walkie-talkie in his hand, neatly arranged the hem of his clothes with his left hand, and walked towards the deck railing to ensure that the media below could take pictures of him, and then pretended to put the walkie-talkie in his mouth. Sighed, staring sharply at the camera below, looking loyal and conscientious. The flash clicked. After the media on one side had finished taking pictures, Alan slowly turned an angle to ensure that the media on the other side could also take beautiful photos of himself. This thing will probably make the headlines tomorrow or maybe a secondary version. The only advantage of traveling with boss Cha is that he can increase his popularity and influence. Other nobles are so low-key, but Alan can gain much more popularity than him in just a few years. Seeing the flashlights becoming increasingly sparse, Alan nodded in the direction of the BBC media before preparing to return to the rest area. The Britannic was built using a hospital ship as a template. From the beginning of its construction, it was considered that it could be quickly modified for war, but it has never been modified. However, the hospital ship's template is mainly reflected in the number of wards, and it also has another interesting function. There is a very huge laundry room on this yacht. This thing was originally designed to clean all kinds of gauze in time, then sterilize it at high temperature and reuse it. Therefore, the entire laundry room is very fully functional and occupies a large area. The biggest disadvantage is the machine is very loud. After entering the cabin, Alan felt like he was back when he lived in a high-rise building. Someone was decorating the upstairs neighbor, and they were decorating day and night. It was a bit like the sound of an electric drill and a hammer mixed together. When the laundry room was not in use, the machine will still be running, but the sound will be slightly quieter. These machines are connected to the yacht's power system. It's not that they cannot be stopped, but that they are easily damaged once the machines are stopped, so they must be kept running at all times, unless the yacht is undergoing maintenance and repairs. This then brought about a very unique scene on the Great Britain. The cabin was extremely clean. When the sailors were not working on tasks, their biggest hobby was to wash clothes and various things. The machines were idle anyway, so they put them everything in sight was washed, making the entire boat spotless walking in the cabin. Alan felt that except for the noise, which was a bit unpleasant, he liked everything else very much. The decoration style was a splendid and exaggerated decoration style. The main thing was that it was clean, and everything was cleaned spotlessly. The conditions on the ship were much better than when he served in the Navy. The Great and Distinguished Prince of Wales, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness the Princess, the Distinguished Lord Alan, and colleagues, welcome you aboard the Great Britain. I'm Captain John Smith. On behalf of all the crew, I welcome you. It is a great honor to serve you. Services provided. We will set sail in 10 minutes. Please go back to your room as soon as possible and prepare to avoid bumps. The captain's report came out on the radio and the intercom at the same time. Alan smiled. It felt good, a bit familiar. This is the feeling of a private yacht. Everyone on the whole boat was there for them. The noblest people served point within a few minutes. The hull began to shake slightly, and as a slight noise came, it was the beginning of afterburner. Then not long after, Alan felt that the hull began to move. He could not see from his current position. Go to the guide boat in front of the bow, but you can see people on the shore point before. I don't know how many nobles or officers set out from this port, and then took the British warships or large ships, to invade or colonize the world. Anyway, this time he set out from here, and it felt amazing. In just a few hundred years, the British have been reduced to at this point, they need to take the initiative to win over some people who they would never bother to win over before point. But this time, when I go to India, I have to learn from what Great Britain did before and make some extra money point. After leaving the Royal Navy port at Portsmouth, Great Britain circled the entire Iberian Peninsula in France and Spain, then crossed the Strait of Gibraltar. Stopping at Gibraltar for a replenishment point in the lounge, Boss Cha looked at the port outside, his eyes unwavering. Alan sat across from him, playing with a game console in his hand. Although the new Nintendo handheld still had a black and white screen, it had a lot of mini games. When he had nothing to do while sailing at sea, besides watching TV, he could play other games. The only way to relax is to play games. Do you remember the last time I came to Spain, boss? Cha didn't look back and stared blankly at the port. That time in 1987, I remember, Your Highness. I didn't even go to the Spanish Royal Palace for dinner. Humph, just remember to eat. Do you still have contact with that Spanish princess? When Alan talked about Spain, the first thing he remembered was that he went to the Spanish palace for dinner without him. It still feels bad to this day. Although Boss Cha was cursing, there was a smile on his face. Also, I occasionally write letters to keep in touch. I don't like her. We are just good friends. Snort Boss. Cha looked at Alan speaking casually, snorted coldly, glared at Alan, then pointed to the port outside and said, that time we came here just to discuss the ownership issue here in advance. The stupid Spaniards. Actually, I also want to get Gibraltar back. Oh, as soon as he heard what Boss Cha said, Alan, who always liked to listen to this kind of internal gossip, stopped playing the game console. He pressed the power button and raised his head to glance at the port outside Point Gibraltar, a famous strategic location, was cut off from Spain by the British in 1713. Later, decades later, Spain and France took advantage of the independence of North America and the British were unable to take action and launched the Great Siege of Gibraltar. Unfortunately, later it failed. Point from then on, the British garrison here also increased and turned Gibraltar into a larger naval base. Until 6 years after the war, Spain did not give up taking back Gibraltar and even established a Spanish governor in Gibraltar. Unfortunately, at that time, Great Britain asked the residents of Gibraltar to vote to see who they would choose. At that time, Great Britain was still at the end of its peak and was still powerful. Most of the residents voted to support Great Britain and continue to surrender to Great Britain. This made Spain very angry. In anger, all communications on the island were cut off, and even the workers were withdrawn, turning the entire Gibraltar into an isolated island point the two sides had been arguing on and off for decades. Later, not to be outdone, Great Britain mobilized its shit-stirring spirit and granted British nationality to all Gibraltar residents who loved Great Britain. It was already 1981, and the relationship between the two parties was at a loss. Its more lively point later, Boscha came to visit. He was not dealing with the Crown Prince of Spain at that time. In addition, he had a psychological advantage. Spain was not as angry and outspoken as the British scoundrels with Boscha on the front line. The relationship between the two parties later loosened. Whether it was for the sake of relations with the entire Europe or due to the decline of Britain's strength, many agreements were signed, and finally the last battalion of troops was withdrawn last year. Although there is no British garrison in Gibraltar now, Britain still refuses to leave this place. It is considered one of the few strategically important places that Britain has overseas now. Boscha's yacht is docked here. Seeing this port reminds him of some of the prosperous years of his ancestors. He felt a little emotional and pulled Alan to tell a lot of relatively hidden secrets. Boscha looked like he was looking at my country. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Alan and said, "By the way, after we set off, you can go talk to your aunt." Alan was listening to Boscha bragging with great interest. If there were no melon seeds now, he would have eaten melon seeds. Unexpectedly, just as he was enjoying himself, Boscha changed his tone and talked about Diana. What to talk about? Humph, she has been a little restless recently. She thought that the things you did last year were over, and she seemed to have relapsed. This time when she goes to India, I hope she won't make trouble for me and lose my face. Go and talk to her. Let's talk. Alan knew that Boscha was talking about the incident with the reporter last year, but hasn't it been so long? Is there anything new? The Queen knows it, and she's very angry. Seeing that Boscha changed from the smiling expression when chatting to a very indifferent state when he mentioned Diana, Alan felt that there was no need to continue asking, given the current state of the two of them. Hey, it's a headache. This is the only disadvantage of retainers. Foreign ministers cannot interfere with some of the monarch's affairs. As for retainers, it is the monarch who takes the initiative to let you get involved. But getting involved in this is good or bad, so just say no. Right, okay, Your Highness, I will go find the princess now. Alan stood up with a serious look on his face, especially when it came to the title. He didn't say aunt, but princess. When Boscha heard the name Alan, he smiled again and nodded towards Alan. The Earl of Carmarthen knows his position at critical moments and is a loyal minister. Go ahead. Alan has only seen Diana a few times since boarding the ship. It seems that she has been very preoccupied since she boarded the ship. She would hide in her room even when eating. Let Diana's maid be responsible for delivering the message, and Alan asked Diana to chat in the coffee shop reception area on the ship. As a hospital ship, it has many rooms. There are various function rooms, professional tea rooms, coffee shops, and various restaurants. The scale is not large, but it is very complete. Diana was wearing a red and white floral dress and holding a small white poodle. She smiled when she saw Alan for the first time. Before Alan could speak, she said, "That method of yours, I have the restaurant menu with me, and I will have it delivered to your room in a moment." Aunt, His Highness asked me to talk to you. When he saw Diana, Alan was not as determined as he was in front of Boscha just now, and he could call him whatever he wanted. He asked you to come and talk to me. What to talk about? Tell me, to be honest. Humph. As soon as Alan finished speaking, Diana seemed to have gone crazy and asked several questions in quick succession. She looked very resentful, and even the smile she had just lost was gone. An attendant in the distance was attracted by Diana's voice here. Alan quickly pointed to the chair and motioned for Diana to sit down first. "Auntie, keep your voice down." Alan asked her to meet here mainly to avoid suspicion. He couldn't go to her room to talk, right? It wouldn't sound good if it spread out. But Diana was extremely domineering and said loudly, "Come here, get all the waiters out. I want to talk to Earl Alan." Seeing the barrister, a cook, and several waiters, as soon as Diana finished speaking, he took the things and went out in a very polite manner. Alan was speechless. If there were spies here to check on the boss, wouldn't it mean that if they were withdrawn now, they wouldn't hear any news? Haha, there's no one around this time. Tell me what he asked you to talk to me about. Diana sat down, crossed her legs, put her little poodle on her lap, and looked at Alan in a very unladylike manner. "Your Highness is talking about going to India this time. I haven't asked you what happened. You haven't come out much since you got on the ship. What are you?" "It's nothing. We had a fight some time ago." "Did he tell me not to cause trouble?" HMPH. "The more he refuses to let me go, the more I will make trouble." Chapter 315 Dispute. "Ellen, let me ask you, did you go on vacation some time ago and find a woman?" "Spencer, this bitch has no sense of confidentiality at all." When Diana asked, Alan knew where the news had leaked. There was no one else but Spencer. "Spencer and I went to France for a few days." Snort. Diana looked Alan up and down, stroked the poodle's brow and said, "As a normal man, you still know how to find a woman. So what? If you get married, you will let your wife go for a few years. Can't you touch her?" It was such a shame to ask this question. Alan didn't expect Diana to say, "That point, isn't it normal for men to like beautiful women? They are just normal needs." However, as two people, it is a bit embarrassing to say this now. Alan forced a laugh and said, "How could that be? If I can bear not touching her for a few years, then why would I marry her?" "Oh, he can. He can't bear it. He just doesn't want to be with me. We have no relationship anymore. He has no shortage of people to accompany him. I'm just a tool for him, a tool to have children with, for some unknown reason." Diana's voice was a bit high, so that the poodle on her lap also barked as soon as she finished speaking. Sighing, Alan said irritably, "When we talked last time, I remember I told you that you are living your own lives now. Isn't it good that you treat your current status as a career? Why do we have to make a fuss? If it gets too big, it will be bad for everyone." Is it me who wants to cause trouble? Do you even think it's me who wants to cause trouble?" Diana's eyes were red, her voice became higher and higher, and she looked at Alan in disbelief. "That's right. It wasn't you who caused the trouble. Could it be that it was me?" Alan looked at Diana speechlessly. Women can be unreasonable sometimes. "Really?" He had nothing to say. Somewhat irritably, he grabbed the cigarette case on the table. Alan lit a cigarette and looked out the window melancholy. Alan, seeing that Alan stopped talking, Diana said with red eyes, "Do you remember my bodyguard? You have met him, Barry Manage. Do you remember him?" Alan was smoking a cigarette, and the image of a blonde guy flashed in his mind. He was a little shorter than himself, but he had some good looks. But that guy had. Seeing the mocking look on Alan's face, Diana became even more angry and said through gritted teeth, "Barry died in a car accident. I didn't even see him when he died. Do you know? You must know that the car accident is not normal." Alan narrowed his eyes suddenly, glanced at Diana and said calmly, "A car accident is an accident. It's normal." It was his life as a bodyguard. Instead of doing your job well, you seduce your employer. If you don't get into a car accident, who will? No. If it was an accident for Barry last year was wrong. Alan, you know, where is your father? Cano, and where is your eldest brother? They were also in a car accident. You know what's going on here, right? You said we should live separately. Okay, but I'm having a hard time. Enough. Alan slapped the table hard, startling Diana. Diana, who had looked angry just now, looked at Alan's eyes and suddenly felt strange. "Aunt, there are some things you shouldn't say." "Nonsense. I said they were all in car accidents. All accidents. This is an accident. An accident. Do you understand? An accident. Accidents are accidents. Even if everyone knows what happened, as long as there is a car accident related to the royal family, they all know that it is not an accident." "But so what? Do you still want to fight to the death? What happens after the fish is dead and the net is broken? The past has passed. If we always talk about the past, what should the living people do? But that's it." Alan. Diana looked at Alan with some disappointment and shook her head. "You used to be very brave. Although you have always been introverted, you are very brave. The outside world has always said this about you. You are a knight and you should not be like this. Like an ostrich. I just want everyone outside to know their faces. Let everyone know these inside stories. I want to destroy them. I really can't bear it." Alan, can you understand? Can you understand my difficulties? Can you? I just thought about it, ordinary people's lives. Ordinary people. This time, Alan listened quietly to Diana's venting, silently, and just looked at her coldly. The little poodle on her lap felt that the atmosphere was a bit gloomy, especially the one who was smoking. The person's aura was very cold, which made the little poodle lean back in fear and let out a low whimper. Ordinary people. What qualifications do you have to say that you are an ordinary person? Is it just because the bullshit media outside treat you as a commoner princess? Haha, Alan stared at the table and mocked. A piece of jewelry of yours can easily cost tens of thousands of pounds, hundreds of thousands of pounds, or even millions of pounds. This is for ordinary civilians? Do you know what these things mean to ordinary civilians? They get a salary of several £100 a month, or even several £1,000 more. What is this money enough for? Even with such a small amount of money, they still have to pay taxes. In order to have more rest time, they go to marches with signs, and serving as news material for those bullshit media, and creating jobs for media reporters. These are civilians. Think about it. Is the money they earn enough for you to have a beauty treatment? Don't forget, you are also a noble. You are now, your surname is Windsor. Your previous surname is Spencer. Your father is an earl. You are a noble. You are not a commoner. The more Ellen talked, the angrier she became. She felt that Diana was sometimes in a daze. She was at a point where she couldn't recognize the reality. She was already in a trance after being praised by the media. You still want to destroy him now? As a member of the nobility, no one has taught you to unite since you were a child? We are of the same class. Class. Do you understand? The royal family and we are of the same class. They are also the largest nobles. You want to destroy them, but what about the remaining nobles? Have you thought about it? Do you think that if the reputation of the royal family is hit by you, you will be happy if ordinary civilians are happy? Have you ever thought about how other nobles will think of you after the reputation of the royal family is hit? Do you know how many nobles we still have now? Let me tell you, there are 600 or 700 families in Great Britain, from dukes to barons, not counting those lords. What your behavior is, you will provoke these 600 or 700 hereditary noble families. Do you understand? Thinking about this number, it seems to be only a few hundred, but what if there are just these families hiding in the dark, like Alan, who can directly or indirectly control a place? Think about how huge a force this is. Alan was horrified just thinking about it, but Diana actually tried to make enemies of a group like them. What's this? This is the fearlessness of the ignorant. No one taught me since I was a child. My parents divorced very early. No one taught me. I only talk about the royal family. What does it have to do with other nobles? Diana was scolded by Alan at this moment. Her temper dropped, and she seemed a little lonely, and muttered something to herself. Without the royal family, why do you think that other nobles can still exist? Do you think that old places can be like Italy, where there is no royal family, but there are still nobles? The royal family is gone. What else do the nobles have? Significance. Diana was asked some questions by Alan, and didn't know how to retort. She was not stupid, but sometimes she didn't think about it that deeply. To put it nicely, this was called a straightforward personality, but to put it worse, it meant having low emotional intelligence and no brains. After putting out the cigarette butt, Alan calmed down. He was not angry, but just annoyed by Diana's inexplicable thoughts sometimes. You must have met Spencer recently, right? Did he tell you that I gave him a sum of money recently? Said Snort. Although the Spencer family bought the title from their ancestors, their family's bloodline is widely spread. For example, Qiu Zhangtang, which is famous to the outside world, is theoretically also a bloodline of the Spencer family. The bloodline has also spread to North America. So what? A certain political family also has their bloodline point, but it's useless to say all this. No matter how strong the family is, the current main branch only has their old earl father who is bedridden and almost dying, and the 4 siblings there was only one male, Spencer. Do you think your brother can keep the money in his hands and your family's assets without his noble status? If he loses his title, those politicians will unite with the Americans and eat him up clean. Alan looked at Diana coldly. This question made Diana silent for a long time. She admitted that with Spencer's character and talent, if he lost his title, he would not be able to keep his fortune of hundreds of millions, let alone tens of thousands of pounds. As for people like Alan, the same is true. Think about what their family used to do. If they lost their title, it would be difficult for them to live. When I think about these things, and then think about those hundreds of families, if they are all because of me, and finally point the finger at me, with a personality like Diana, I feel scared. When I think of this, taking a deep breath. Although I have realized my problem, I'm still a woman. Recognizing the problem does not mean changing. If she could change, she would not be Diana, then. Tell me, what should I do, Diana? Kick the ball to Alan again. What should I do? You ask me. Now it's not what you should do, but what do you want to do? Think about your own identity. I have told you a long time ago. You regard this as a job, and do it every day. It's like clocking in at work, isn't it difficult? Why do you have to test their bottom line again and again? They force me first. Alan stood up. He didn't want to talk anymore. The world is like this. When you should bow your head, you have to bow your head. If you don't bow your head, someone will cut off your head. If you bow your head, people must recognize themselves, not otherwise. As far as this is concerned, he has done everything he can to be kind and righteous. Everyone lives their own lives, and everyone just doesn't puncture the last layer of window paper and maintains a calm phenomenon. Although this can't get some nominal things, but when there is no shortage of money, this is better than most people. It's much better for civilians who live an ignoble life, instead of having to fight, do something that seems fearless, but is actually no different from a moth flying into a flame. Before leaving, Alan paused and did not look back. He said in a low voice, "Aunt, we are blood relatives. I will take good care of William and Harry. Think about you and your children. You are no longer a child. You as an adult, you are responsible for what you do, and for your children. Don't leave your destiny to others. You are still in control of your own destiny. I hope you will seize this opportunity and maintain it well. They only need this last bit of dignity." After saying this, Alan walked straight away without stopping, leaving Diana sitting there in a daze holding her little poodle, muttering, "Decent. Ha. Decent." Monday, February 10th, 1992. Campered Bay, Mumbai Port. Of course, the name of Bombay has not been changed yet. They are still using the name given to them by Great Britain. The name Bombay will have to wait until later, but Alan is used to it, so let's call them Bombay for now. Close to the port, the entire Mumbai port is extremely busy. It is the largest and busiest port in India. Seeing the densely packed passengers on those small passenger ships with extremely short hull proportions, a bit like pot-bellied ships, Alan suddenly thought of enoki mushrooms. The very Indian way of taking transportation is a bit like the bundles of enoki mushrooms bought in the supermarket. After the enoki mushrooms become moldy and black, cut them directly from the root with a knife, and then put the bunch of enoki mushrooms on the lid of the can. Then put the lid in the basin. As the lid shook, the moldy enoki mushrooms were close together and shaking, just like the scene he saw now. These big-bellied boats were swaying, as if they were about to roll over at any moment in the next second. However, the Indians who were following the swaying boats looked at the navy blue Britannia with gold rims, and some of them glanced indifferently. After one glance, he stopped looking this way. Some people were still waving and cheering at the ship. Through the telescope, Alan even saw some Indians kneeling on the ship and worshipping this way. There were people next to them pointing at these people, some laughing, and some remaining silent. Next to Alan, boss chap, who was also holding a telescope, twitched his lips when he saw this scene and smiled. More than 10 years ago, when I came here, it was even more exaggerated than this situation. Now, India people have more and more ideas. Alan has never had any contact with Indians. He doesn't even know Indian friends and looks down on them. Anyway, what do these Indians say? Let's not talk about the people at the bottom. They are just living an ignoble existence. Things at the top have nothing to do with them, but the ideas of the Indians at the top are very interesting. Before coming, Alan reads some information. During these days of sailing at sea, he also reads some information. To summarize the current Indians, they are actually very arrogant. They think they are the masters of the entire South Asia, a bit like martial arts leaders. Even if there is a thorn in the northwest like Pakistan, the Indians still think this way. In addition, they were spoiled by the two bosses in the past, which further encouraged their thoughts. But with the disappearance of a boss at the end of last year, the Indians were a little panicked. The big mountain of grievances was gone. They had no assistance and suffered a big economic blow. Chapter 316 Is it so swollen? It was during this period of emptiness that Britain finally remembered India, which had long been independent but was still in the Commonwealth. In front of a young India, the former jewel in the imperial crown. Boss Cha went out in person this time. The main purpose of coming here was to spread goodwill and win them over if he could, so that the old Americans would not be able to interfere so unscrupulously. This can be regarded as a disguised display of strength. Although Great Britain is no longer available, its traditional influence will not disappear for a while. Many post-independence colonies, after decades of independence, will actually make their people. I miss the time when Daying was here. When the British ruled them, although they did all kinds of bad things, the British liked to play the white glove trick. That is, the people above did not come forward, supported the agents, and let the people below, or those who surrendered, to do things, and the British just hid. Behind the scenes, they are in charge of large-scale matters such as taxation, exploitation, bribery, etc. They don't have much involvement in the specific management. They only need to hand over the tasks. No matter what method you use, as long as the matter is done well in the end. Only look at the results, not the process. Moreover, India has religious advantages and a caste system, so it is more convenient for the British to manage. As long as the small group of people with higher surnames are intimidated, people at the bottom will naturally have someone to help them manage it. Even though many people at the bottom were persecuted, in the end they did not hate the British who colonized them, but resented the compatriots who persecuted them. Your Highness, didn't they abolish the caste system when they became independent? Alan looked at the people on the ship who started to kneel down when they saw the flag of the Britannia. Some felt sad for them, and he also admired the Britannia a little. Not to mention his management level, he really has some skills, after having been around for so many years. Daying is still so deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Boss Cha put down his binoculars, and was no longer interested in watching the untouchables who were kneeling before him. However, the red light and proud smile on his face could not be hidden. Alan could even see his back molars. Boss Cha had probably started to do so at this moment. Imagine what it would be like for those who kneeled down to worship if they had a different skin color and a different color of hair. Abolish? Just with a piece of paper? How can things that have existed for thousands of years be abolished in a short while? What they were like before, they are still like now. Okay, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going to change clothes. After Boss Cha finished speaking, he patted Alan's shoulder with a smile. He put his right hand on Alan's shoulder and did not rush to take it off. Instead, he looked at Alan carefully for a while, clicked his tongue twice, and then left with a smile and his hands behind his back. Alan raised his eyebrows. Boss Cha looked very excited today. Is he going out to let himself go? Still, Alan turned his head and took another look at the messy scene of Indians on the big-bellied boat in the distance. Oh, they are all a bunch of bitches. When he thinks about the only country in the world that can turn a war of aggression into a battle to defend the capital, Alan wants to laugh. New Delhi. New Delhi. This new word is very spiritual. Many people don't understand what New Delhi is. New York, translated, means Xinxiang, the new hometown. There is also Zin in front of it, but the Zin in New York and the Zin in New Delhi are completely different. New York is a new city. New Delhi. The old Delhi couldn't be saved in the end, so we just built a new one. Thinking about these cheap and ignorant Indians, Alan took another look at Boss Cha, who had already walked away. He was going to India soon, so he would also go to New Delhi to have a look. The ship is about to dock. After the ship has stopped, the security team will contact the first group of us and ask their person in charge to get on the ship and hand over to me first, and send the Indian side to do the peripheral work. Bring the security personnel to see me too. Yes, Your Excellency. Alan put down the walkie-talkie. It was a rare opportunity to work as a security guard, which was quite novel. In a separate berth, that was cleared out in the port of Mumbai. The Britannia was slowly towed to the berth by a tugboat and docked slowly. The entire berth and pier was surrounded by a sea of people. Anyway, it was impossible to see where the welcoming crowd was. It was a security guard, and it looked like a mess. A sweaty middle-aged white man shouted something loudly into the walkie-talkie. All kinds of dirty words like fuck were poured out as if for free. I don't care what method you use, just block the road for me. There will be Mr. Allen on the boat later. If he sees you, this is how he arranged it in advance. When he returns home, you will wait for me to die. A bunch of dogs, son of a bitch. And you? What are you looking at? Inform your people and get to work. Hurry up. When the boat stops, you come aboard with me. Come on, come on. Here's my bag. The middle-aged man typed into the intercom, put down the intercom, and shouted angrily at the fat and round Indian next to him. Only then did he remember that his bag had just been handed over to his subordinate, and now his subordinate was gone. He quickly picked up the walkie-talkie and continued to output. In fact, the security work here is the result of his best efforts, but there are many people here. When there are more people, they can't take care of them with just a few hundred people, but these Indian trash next to them can. But they hit them indiscriminately with their batons. The effect was effective, but it could easily cause agitation. If there was another stampede, he couldn't bear the responsibility, so for now he could only make do and try his best to maintain his life. By the way, I look forward to leaving the port early after the dignitaries on board disembark. Master, your weapon. Zio Shitao came with Alan this time, but Alan only brought less than 10 people with him on this business trip, 4 bodyguards, plus Zio Shitao, and 2 servants to serve him. Take him with him. There were only 8 people in total, which was quite frugal. At this time, Zio Shitao was holding a small box and squatting next to Alan. After opening the box, he first took out 2 armpit holsters and prepared to help Alan put them on. Theoretically speaking, even if something happened, it would not be Alan's turn to rush to the front line. After all, he was just a senior citizen. If any arrangements were not in place, he would naturally have his deputies to help him check for leaks and fill in the gaps. But now if he could carry a gun, Alan was still prepared to do so. This thing is not necessarily used for self-protection, but can also be used to scare people. He brought few people with him this time, so he didn't feel safe. Zio Shitao stood up and helped Alan pack the gun bag. Alan picked up the gun in the box, took it apart, and looked at it carefully, then picked up the oilcloth and wiped it again. After carefully checking each part of the pistol, after reassembling it, I picked up the magazine and loaded the bullet myself, checked, clicked, loaded, unloaded the bullet, checked again, and finally opened the safety. After completing a set of procedures, I put the gun into the holster under my arm. One plug point: when wearing a suit, the armpits are the most convenient, but the waist is not conducive to concealment and is not as convenient as the armpits. After doing all this, Alan was not in a hurry to put on a jacket. It was very hot here now, even 27 or 8 degrees. He was just wearing a white shirt with gun bags tied to both armpits and 2 pistols. After installing it, Damajindeo sat on the sofa and waited for the person in charge, who was about to board the ship, to report the situation to him. The middle-aged white man was wiping sweat with a handkerchief in his hand and looking back. He had almost reached the cabin door. The Indian behind him was still looking around. Hurry up. Your Excellency is waiting impatiently. Don't be anxious. Don't be anxious. We have to be steady. Why are we anxious about such an important thing? Can this be done in a hurry? This yacht of yours is really beautiful. How much does it cost? The middle-aged white man took another look at the fat man, who was chattering a little and looking indifferent. He ignored him, said hello to the sailor, and walked into the cabin. The closer he got to Alan, the faster the middle-aged man walked. The Indian behind him seemed to have enlightened and stopped nagging, and followed him closely. The main thing is that the one is very eye-catching, with more than a dozen bodyguards in black standing on both sides of him. The one is sitting on the sofa, with his legs spread wide, and one hand on his thigh. His left hand is supporting his chin, and his right hand is lowered. He seemed to be holding a cigarette in his hand. He was wearing a pair of trousers, black leather shoes, and a white shirt. The clothes were very ordinary in style. When he wore them, he looked very elegant, especially the gun holster under his arm. The temperament brings a slightly different feeling, very oppressive. When he got closer, the middle-aged man could already see Alan's eyes, which looked at him coldly. Good afternoon, Your Excellency, the Earl of Carmarthen. I'm the first person in charge of security work. My name is Alan. Was originally watching the man who was preparing to listen to the report with great interest, but while the middle-aged man was talking, the Indian behind him actually sat on the sofa by himself without anyone paying attention to him. He actually sat down himself. His move made Alan raise his eyebrows and turn his attention to him. The middle-aged man who was about to report the situation to Alan turned his head slightly in the direction of Alan's eyes and looked at the Indian who was already sitting on the sofa. He was almost frightened out of his soul. Great Britain is a place that pays the most attention to class and rules. In a formal occasion, especially an occasion like today, when you are facing a superior person and the other person does not ask you to sit down, this Indian actually sits down first. This is very rude matter. Moreover, the gentleman in front of me is notoriously bad-tempered. As one of Boss Ch's bodyguards, the middle-aged man still knows a little bit about Alan. Precisely because of his bad temper, even if the middle-aged man has been following Boss Ch for so many years, he has to be cautious when facing Alan. Because the person in front of me is a natural retainer, or hereditary. Other royal families' hereditary guards comparable to his ordinary bodyguards. Even if he stayed with Boss Ch for decades, he would still be inferior to Alan's status. But now, this Indian brought by him actually sat down in front of him without permission. Before the middle-aged man could think of what to do, a black shadow flashed past his eyes, and then there was a muffled boom, followed by a low cry of pain. The trainee housekeeper next to the Earl looked at him. The Indian kicked him down. The middle-aged man was so dazed that he almost didn't see this kick clearly. The Indian was already holding his belly, shrugging his head, and gasping, "Kneel him aside, you. Sit down and talk." Alan was very satisfied that Xiaoshitao knew what to do with just one look from him. He waved his hand slightly, like shooing away flies, and asked Xiaoshitao to put aside the Indian sitting on the sofa and turn his face expressionless. Let the middle-aged man sit down and say, "No, sir, I won't sit down. I have a bad back and don't like sitting. I can just stand and speak." Whether he likes to sit or not, it's all a bad habit. Alan didn't comment, snorting slightly and didn't care. The middle-aged man looked at Alan's chin and raised it slightly. He didn't bother to introduce his name. He glanced at the Indian who was kicked and was still recovering from the kick, and quickly picked up his handbag and took out a large stack of documents from the bag. "Your Excellency, this is our route map this time. These are the 7 planned itineraries currently prepared." "Well, what about today? Are everything arranged?" "Well, everything is almost arranged. After we disembark later, there will be a welcome ceremony organized by the Indian government at the port. Your Highness needs to show his face to say hello, and then we will go to the hotel we have booked." "Wait, how many people are here for the welcoming crowd this time?" Seeing Alan asked this, the middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, swallowed quietly, and said with a guilty conscience, 30,000 people." "How many?" "Only 30,000 people." Alan's waist sat up straight in an instant. What the hell? What do these hairy Indians want to do? Is this a welcome or a threat? 30,000 people sounds like a lot. But more than 10 years ago, when Boss Ch came to visit, how many welcoming crowds did India organize at that time? 150,000. A total of 150,000 people. That scene was a sea of people. In just over 10 years, the size of the welcoming crowd has dropped sharply from 150,000 to 30,000. Alan himself doesn't care, but looking at the boss, he loves face. Although it was impossible for him to count how many people came one by one, he could tell with a quick glance between hundreds of thousands and 30,000 people. Thinking of this, Alan turned his head and glanced at the Indian sitting on the ground next to him, clutching his stomach and keeping silent. Was he feeling bloated? Or do they want to check the boss? No wonder a person in charge of security dares to say sit down in front of him. How big does this have to be to dare to be like this? Break his legs and throw him into the sea. You can go in and proceed as planned. Yes, the Middle-aged man didn't even have time to put the information in his hand into his bag. When Alan said this, he walked away, as if he was being pardoned. There was no sign of the bad waste he just mentioned. As for the Indian, he was expected to be unlucky. Of course, he arrogantly beat the person in charge of security work at the door of someone's house. Although this is not good, Your Excellency has such a temper. If he wants to beat him, who can stop him? Can you live there? Before the middle-aged man had gone far, several intermittent screams came from behind him. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and his pace quickened. PS. I'm updating a single chapter today. I have a bit of heat stroke and a headache. Chapter 317 Emergency Situation. Alan stood up, without looking at the Indian who was receiving reform education. He opened his arms, and motioned for Xiaoshi to put on his coat. He used the mirror in the servant's hand to straighten his clothes, and finally picked up the top hat, and put it on. An outfit is complete. Tonight, we plan to stay in Mumbai for a day of rest. The hotel was set at the Taj Mahal Hotel, which can also be called the Taj Mahal Hotel. Anyway, due to translation issues, these two names refer to the same hotel. Go get this Indian deputy. I want to see him. Alan confessed and stood by the window, quietly watching the messy scene on the pier. When Jahani was about to board the ship, he happened to see his boss, the fat Indian, with his face covered in blood and looking like he didn't know whether to live or die. He was being dragged to death by two big men, just like a dog, onto the deck, and then with a pop, his boss was thrown into the sea from the deck several meters high. A faint blood stain slowly appeared on the sea surface. Within a moment, this blood stain was also washed away. What are you looking at? Come on, Your Excellency wants to see you. Yes. Yes. When Jahani heard the urging from the people behind him, he suddenly shuddered, and his pace quickened a little. You in charge of peripheral security? Jahani wanted to say that he wasn't, but the person who was really responsible for peripheral security had just been thrown into the sea, and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. He hadn't figured out what happened yet, so he could only admit it now. Yes, Your Excellency. Jahani didn't know Alan. He had never even heard of him, and he had never seen Alan's movies, only the news. He usually didn't have time to read the news, and occasionally read the newspaper. He might have accidentally seen him and Sarah before Chell scolding in the newspaper, but he has long been unimpressed. Facing the young man with cold eyes and a very sinister temperament in front of him, Jahani cowered and prepared to hear what he wanted for her. I don't care what the people above you tell you, and I don't care what methods you use for a while. If you can't clear a road enough for the convoy within 10 minutes, the consequences will be just like your boss. Do you understand? Yes. I'll make arrangements right away. Jahani nodded and bowed, and instantly thought of the boss who didn't know whether he was alive or dead. By the way, find someone to fish your boss out. Don't die next to our yacht. I don't think his blood is dirty. Yes. Roll. Alan was too lazy to look at the dark and thin Indian. A look of disgust flashed across his face, and he waved his hand to signal him to get out. After the Great Britain docked, the welcoming crowd at the pier began to get restless. However, after waiting for more than an hour, no one came down from the ship, which slowly calmed down the anxious crowd. The Indian policeman in charge of peripheral security, holding his baton, struggled to clear a path large enough for the convoy to move. Only then did another person trot onto the boat and report the following situation. The long-awaited boss Cha finally makes his debut, wearing white trousers, a grey tuxedo top, and a yellow top hat. Boss Cha raised his right hand high and waved to the Indian crowd greeting him on the pier. He grinned from the corner of his mouth to his ears and took small steps. Go down the hanging ladder gently. Diana subconsciously wanted Alan to walk in front of her. Alan looked at her eyes and rolled his eyes at her. He pursed his lips slightly to signal her to leave quickly and leave the ink mark. Diana also rolled her eyes at Alan. This only reluctantly did he get off the boat with Boss Cha. Seeing these two people appear, the crowd on the pier became agitated again, and the road that had just been cleared shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. There were several local magistrates from Bombay who had been waiting here to greet them, and a person sent from New Delhi to greet them. However, Alan did not get close to them. This was a matter for the boss to check and let them communicate. That's it. Alan stood next to the convoy and watched Boss Cha just shake hands with them briefly before coming towards the convoy. This time he breathed a sigh of relief, opened the door of the first car, and got on first. Boss Cha took the car at the back, Diana took the third car, and Alan was responsible for driving the way. Of course, there were two Land Rovers in front of him for security. I still remember watching an American TV series before. I forgot what it was called. It was a zombie movie anyway. The scene where all the people in the city turned into zombies. The protagonist's family drove out of the city and the vehicles on the road were surrounded by zombies was similar to the scene now. Countless people were very close to the vehicle. The Indian policemen who were in charge of acting as a human cordon were so crowded that their faces could not be seen. From the closest distance, Alan could even see their faces crowded in the car. There were traces of oil on the windows and on the car window glass. When the sun shined on her, the light coming in from the outside seemed to be distorted. It seems that these Rolls Royces are no longer available. Fortunately, they are all cars brought by the boss. If the car is changed to Alan's own, thinking about the fact that he is planning to bring a bus over that day, thinking of this, Alan is even a little scared. It's not that he is reluctant to part with a car, but Indians like to climb on buses. What if some people climb on their own buses? The car was full of people crawling everywhere. Thinking about that scene, it's so disgusting. After walking for more than an hour from the pier to the hotel, the convoy finally entered the hotel gate, and there were some welcoming crowds behind the convoy. In addition to the originally organized welcoming crowd, there were also some city residents watching the excitement. When he first saw this scene, Alan was a little nauseous and worried, but after seeing it too much, he started to feel a little uncomfortable. This scene of being crowded around made him feel like a rare animal sitting in a car, protected for people to watch. Haha, come here Alan. Standing in the room on the top floor of the hotel, Boss Cha was in a good mood, pointing to the India gate in the distance with a look of emotion on his face. This thing is said by Indians to be designed based on the Arc de Triomphe, but in essence, it is built in the style of the Arc de Triomphe. It is now considered one of the famous attractions in India. The facade attraction in Mumbai. The India Gate was originally built to commemorate King George VI and Queen Mary. Speaking of this, Alan could understand why Boss Cha was feeling emotional. This is like seeing things and thinking about people, and there is also a bit of luck in it. Speaking of this, a very interesting point is that now as of 1992, only a few areas, that is, those former British colonies, would call the British royal family the royal family. Over in Hong Kong, when Boss Cha went there last year, they also called them the same name. At that time, the newspaper compared Boss Cha and Boss Cha. Diana's identity was expressed using the term crown prince and worthy couple. There is a difference between the royal family and the royal family. Now the mainstream media in Europe generally call the British side the royal family because the emperor is gone, and this emperor is not talking about the emperor of Great Britain, but the emperor of India. The highest title in the British side is the king, that is, the King of England. Since they took over India, they also took away the highest title in India and inherited it from the King of England. This is also the origin of the British king and the royal family. Their emperor, it is the Emperor of India, not the British. It was originally called the British Empire. This emperor is the Emperor of India. Boss Cha's great-grandfather, George V, was known as the Sailor Emperor. When he was in power, he liked to visit everywhere by boat, which was a bit like Qian Long's voyage to the south of the Yangtze River. He left many interesting stories and became more widely known. The successor to the British throne after George V was King Edward VIII, the eldest son of George V and Queen Mary. However, this Edward VIII did not love the country and the beauty. Because of the identity of the person he married, he was criticized and finally abdicated on his own initiative. Then the new King of England was succeeded by Edward VIII's half-brother, George VI. And George VI is the father of the current Queen and Boss Cha's grandfather. If his uncle hadn't given up the throne, the current crown prince wouldn't have had his turn. But Boss Cha's only regret is that his old mother gave up the title of Indian Emperor when she succeeded to the throne. she will probably be gone when she comes to live with him. Therefore, the British royal family started from the Queen, and the title changed from the royal family back to the royal family. Boss chap pointed at the India gate with a cigar and told Alan about the past. He suddenly changed his tone and asked, I asked you to talk to her that day. Did it work? When he got off the ship today, he glanced back from the corner of his eye and saw that Diana was walking behind him. He felt very satisfied. This was unlike when he left the ship. Before leaving the British port, Diana asked Alan to walk behind him when he boarded the ship. Behind him, although Boss Chad didn't say it at the time, he didn't like it very much. When he arrived in India this time, he finally changed back, which made Boss Chad think that Alan's conversation had an effect. I talked to her, and it had a bad effect. Alan smacked his lips and didn't know what to say. He couldn't do such a thing as saying bad things about Diana in front of Boss Chap, but he could tell the truth. It would probably make Boss Cha lose face, and it wouldn't be worth it. So, this is a bit hard to say. Well, Your Highness, look at tomorrow's itinerary. We are going to the Taj Mahal. Alan was about to change the subject, but he couldn't think of what to say, so he just didn't say anything. etc. Speaking of the Taj Mahal, Boss Chap, who had looked calm just now, suddenly raised his hand and signaled Alan to stop talking. Then he looked at the India gate in the distance and pondered for a moment before saying, I won't go to the Taj Mahal tomorrow. Well, let's change it to ordinary business activities. Change the itinerary? That's okay. Then when will our Taj Mahal group change to a different date? When he heard that Boss ZHA wanted to change his itinerary, Alan didn't take it seriously at first, thinking that Boss ZHA wanted to go somewhere else first, so he simply asked everything about it. He would explain it later, when he went back, and let the people below change the itinerary. If I don't go, just cancel the Taj Mahal trip. I won't go any day. After saying this, Boss Chab walked to the sofa, sat down, lowered his head and pondered something. Not going? Here Alan was a little confused. It's easy to go anywhere else, but if you don't go to the Taj Mahal, there will be some trouble. It's not that you have to go there because of how beautiful the Taj Mahal is. Although the Taj Mahal was selected as a World Cultural Heritage in 1983, to put it bluntly, this place is just a big tomb. Ordinary tourists come here and treat it as a tourist attraction all at once. But Boss Chab was different. During the past few days of sailing, Alan still made up for some things that he needed to pay attention to when he came to India this time. Take the Taj Mahal for example. This is an itinerary that has been arranged long ago, more than 10 years ago, when Boss Chab was young. He came to India for a visit. He was not yet married at the time and came on his own. That time he came to visit the Taj Mahal. It didn't matter that he visited it. The main thing was that he was here at the time. Bayan left a promise that when he comes to India next time, he will bring his beloved woman to visit the Taj Mahal. To put it bluntly, this is like going to a temple in China and praying to Buddha. When the wish comes true, you have to fulfill it. Boss Cha now has 2 sons, and he also brought Diana with him. When he got here, the first stop was Mumbai, so that he could fulfill his wish as soon as possible, and then take Diana to visit the Taj Mahal. Now he actually can't say anything anymore. What does it mean? Diana is not the beloved person he recognizes in his heart, and Diana must know about this. Originally, Alan thought that visiting the Taj Mahal would somewhat ease the relationship between the two of them. Unexpectedly, Boss Cha suddenly cancelled the trip and said he would not go there again. What do you want to do? Think about Diana tomorrow? No, I guess she will know tomorrow's itinerary tonight. Then if Diana knew that Boss Cha did this, how angry would she be? This is an honest slap in the face, and the media outside are watching the whole process. Maybe it will be on the headlines tomorrow. What can Alan do if this happens? He was very panicked. No matter what happened before, at least there was still a fig leaf covering him. But now why is Boss Cha suddenly ready to raise a fig leaf? Your Highness, this is not good. If the cancellation of the trip to the Taj Mahal is known to the outside media, then we will be very passive. Alan thought about it for a long time He needed to be persuaded about this. Boss Cha closed his eyes, leaned back, raised his head, waited for a long time, then suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Alan and said, "I have made up my mind. You don't need to persuade me anymore. No, Your Highness, you can't be impulsive. If the Queen finds out about this," seeing that Boss Cha was stubborn, Alan had no choice but to lift someone else up. It was difficult for others, but as long as he lifted the Queen out, it would definitely work. Sure enough, after hearing Alan's advice again, a look of confusion flashed across Boss Cha's face, but in the blink of an eye, a strange look of tenderness flashed across his face, and finally he said again, "That's it, you go and make arrangements. Your Highness." "Okay, I still have to make a phone call, so go ahead and do your work first, boss." Cha just wanted to be angry, but seeing Alan's sincere face, he couldn't really get angry with Alan, so he could only think of a reason to drive Alan away. As long as he makes a decision on this kind of thing, he is in India now, not in Great Britain. It's useless to lift anyone out. Now here, he is the biggest. This Alan watched Boss Cha issue an eviction order with a look of confusion on his face. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, Aunt's Request. Seeing Alan opening the door and preparing to go out, Boss Cha's eyes were a little loose. He raised his hand and moved his mouth again. After struggling for a long time, he finally said at the last moment when Alan was about to close the door, "Alan." Alan stuck out his head and said nothing, looking at Boss Cha with a slightly puzzled expression. Boss Cha raised his hand and motioned for Alan to come in. If it had been someone else today, let alone trying to persuade him, Boss Cha would have scolded him as soon as they were about to persuade him. He is a dignified crown prince. It is his turn to be persuaded by others, but Alan is different. He is his retainer and junior. Boss Cha's perception of Alan is different from others. Seeing Alan leave like this, he felt that it was necessary to explain to Alan a little to avoid misunderstandings. Alan was also responsible for taking care of William and Harry. "Ah, you disappointed in me, boss?" Cha looked at Alan, who was standing in front of him again, with a sullen face. "Don't dare snort," listening to Alan saying that he didn't dare, not that he wouldn't. Boss Cha's lips twitched. Sure enough, he has a very upright character. Although this sounds very irritating, he can accurately express his true thoughts. Just like a few years ago, he was asking for food and writing letters to himself like a fool. There are some things you don't understand, but you may encounter them in the future. Sometimes men can't help themselves, boss. Cha still had a serious look on his face while talking to Alan about a seemingly not serious topic. Alan didn't know whether it was because of his own inclination, but he knew that the person who nodded and agreed to get married was Boss Cha. If you are really fancy, then don't get married and don't waste your time. Just like myself, I can't give others my status, so I won't mention it at all. I'm happy every day. Although I'm a scumbag, I'm a scumbag who is very sincere. Don't say that the Queen doesn't agree. To put it bluntly, it's just that she got interested in sex, then learned from the pain, rekindled old feelings, struggled with left and right, made up her mind and finally never looked back. Seeing Alan's lowered head and curled lips, Boss Cha was a little angry, so he changed the subject and said, "You haven't seen her yet, have you?" "I've seen her before. I don't like her." With such straightforward words again, Boss Cha raised his right hand angrily when he heard Alan's position clearly stating that he didn't like calumny and pointed at Alan tremblingly. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. No matter in terms of identity or blood relationship, Alan said that he didn't like her, and he said it so directly in front of him, which made Boss Cha angry and hard to accuse him. How long has it been since he felt this way? After thinking for a long time, Boss Cha said irritably, "Go. Oh." Alan agreed, turned around and left, walking faster this time. He was afraid that if he walked slowly, Boss Cha would call him back again, etc. Seeing that he could step out with his left foot again. Boss Cha shouted again. Alan turned around expressionlessly and looked directly at Boss Cha. Boss Cha looked at Alan's expression. He scratched his hair with a headache and said, "You can follow her tomorrow. You don't have to follow me. Just help me keep an eye on her." In the end, Boss Cha still couldn't bear it, so he asked Alan to follow Diana tomorrow. He was afraid that something would happen, and there was no one here to calm things down. "Oh!" Alan yelled again and didn't move. He continued to stare at Boss Cha, ready to see if he had anything else to explain. He was always stopped before going out, once or twice, which was very annoying. Roll. Seeing Alan's expression, Boss Cha, who had just become a little bit intolerable, began to drive people away irritably. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Alan almost trotted out. The sound of closing the door was very loud, which made Boss Cha's mouth twitch with the sound of closing the door. Fuck. Looking at the closed door, Boss Cha sat on the sofa and cursed subconsciously, feeling both angry and helpless. "Master, the itinerary officer is here to see you. He said he needs to know some information." "I'm back." In the room, in the reception area, Alan saw a middle-aged man wearing glasses. When he saw himself coming in, he quickly stood up from the sofa and bent down to salute him. "Your Excellency, are you back? I came to find out some information from you. Do you think it's convenient for you now?" The middle-aged man wearing glasses looked at the angry Alan and subconsciously panicked. They heard today that this person broke the legs of an Indian, the little head who was responsible for organizing the peripheral security work, and threw him from the yacht into the sea. He has now been rescued by that subordinate, but he was seriously injured and is still being treated in the hospital. Just because that person didn't understand the rules. He sat down first without his consent. It seems cruel, but this is the rules and etiquette, especially in front of such a traditional nobleman. Etiquette and face are more important than anything else. In addition, this nobleman has a bad temper. Getting beaten seemed inevitable. Now that people have been beaten to death, they still beat people in front of their homes in India. They always have to give an explanation. Now the middle-aged man with glasses is responsible for this matter. Come over to see the cell as a routine and ask about the situation at that time. Condition. No matter how detailed he listens to what others say, he must still find the person involved dutifully and ask again in person. This is called being rigorous and following procedures. Go and inform us that His Highness will not go to the Taj Mahal tomorrow. The schedule has changed. We will move it to a business event and His Highness will go there tomorrow. Alan did not rush to talk to the middle-aged man wearing glasses, but tilted his head and told Xiao Shitao to let the people below start adjusting the itinerary plan. As for him, he just needs to be responsible for relaying it. It's impossible to do the work, it's too taxing on the brain. When Xiao Shitao went out to inform, only Alan and the middle-aged bespectacled itinerary were left in the room. He watched Alan continue to inform, treating himself as nothing, and he didn't dare to say a word. He just stood there obediently, looking at Alan with a smile on his face. When Alan finished explaining and looked at himself again, a brighter smile appeared on his face, waiting for Alan's instructions. "What are you asking? I'm in a bad mood right now. You'd better ask quickly." Yes, sir. I will simply ask what happened." The middle-aged man picked up his notebook and pen, turned the pages quickly, and said, "When we first docked today, you had a conflict with the person in charge of security and security assigned by the Indian government." No. It was an Indian who bumped into Your Excellency. Your Excellency." Seeing Alan just sitting there, listening to his own words, he hummed softly with a heavy nasal voice. The middle-aged man quickly changed his words, from a conflict between two parties to a unilateral collision between the Indians and the Earl. This time Alan's voice was much lighter, and he hummed softly. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the matter can be so definite. As for the explanation, what else do you Indians want to explain? Should we ask this Excellency to stand up and apologize? Did you drink fake wine? Although beating someone up before the boat even got off the boat on the first day seems very bad, and will bring some trouble to His Highness's work a few days later, but face is the most important thing. Even if his highness knows about it, it is estimated that won't say anything point, because Earl Alan beats people. Even if it's for his own face, it's also for his highness's face. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man instantly became enlightened. Alan's two short words of made the middle-aged man finish all the rhetoric in his mind, and then, I understand almost everything, Your Excellency. Thank you for your hard work. I will go back first. I will have to arrange my schedule for tomorrow later. Go ahead. Okay. The middle-aged man saluted again before walking out of the room. February 12th. 1992, the day after Alan arrived in India. At this time in London, early in the morning, today's newspapers were selling extremely hot. How popular is it? It has reached the point where it is hard to get even one. Today's headline is called the sanitary napkin incident. There is no specific name of a specific person. The news is just a very ordinary man and a woman talking on the phone, telling each other how they miss each other. But what the man said on the phone was a bit gross and disgusting. He said to the woman, "Oh, dear, I miss you so much. I want to be your sanitary napkin and be worn by you." Never leaving her for a moment. Below is a photo of Boss Chab and Karami. The media's operation is very shameful. They don't say who said these words, but they include pictures. The general public was shocked when they saw such a heavy headline early in the morning, and it's almost Valentine's Day. At this juncture, reports like this came out. Damn it. Even 10,000 French people can't express the inner feelings of people who read the news here. Sanitary napkins are not for external use like sanitary napkins. They are for internal use and are generally not recommended for little girls to use. And I want to be someone else's sanitary napkin. This expression is to anyway. With the upcoming Valentine's Day, there is a high probability that some merchants will follow suit and launch special sanitary napkins for Valentine's Day to attract traffic. As for whether there will be any commemorative sanitary napkin shaped hats or couples outfits with sanitary napkin patterns, this let's see again in a few days. When he woke up early in the morning, Alan didn't know that something big had happened in London. He was still worried about today's events. Diana was not as angry or hysterical as she expected. After she found out last night that she would change her itinerary today, she just sent someone over to tell Alan that if she didn't change, she was going to the Taj Mahal. Even if some people don't go, she has to go herself. Wearing a purple short skirt, a bright red coat with 3/4 sleeves, a pair of purple high heels, and sunglasses. This is Diana's outfit today. I couldn't see her eyes or her emotions. Let's go. It's too hot outside. If we go late. When Diana passed by Alan, she said casually. Alan did not persuade Diana. He could not say anything to prevent Diana from going. This was too cruel, and he did not want to say it. But tit for tat attitude between these two people now. Hey, just wait. There will come a time when you will regret it. Sighing again, Alan waved his right hand, signaling a few bodyguards to quickly get in the car and set off to the Taj Mahal. When the motorcade stopped at the entrance of the Taj Mahal scenic area, the place was already crowded with eagerly awaited media from all walks of life, not just from India, but from various countries. But as the people in the car got out of the car, there were bursts of light moans. Boss Chad didn't come, only Diana and another noble. The flash bulbs flashed as if they were free. Diana took off her sunglasses, smiled happily and waved to the media. She used to hate people taking pictures of her, and she felt shadowed when she saw the media, but today she took the initiative to wave to the media in an extremely unusual way. This made the media even more excited. Some people even took a few photos and left in a hurry. They already had a premonition of what was about to happen. Alan did not wear sunglasses, glanced at the media with an expressionless face, raised his feet, and followed several tour guides sent from India to go sightseeing together. Actually, sometimes, it's quite fun to play by yourself. Diana looked at Alan walking behind her and said something. Seeing that Alan didn't reply, she said another word without caring. I know why he didn't come, and I don't care now. Alan, what do you think now? What? else could I think? Alan was a little tired, but since both parties involved didn't care, what else could he do? Just love it. Looking at Alan, who was still silent, Diana returned to her carefree character, glanced left and right, moved slightly closer to Alan and whispered, "I'll take a picture later, and you can take one too. Later, when you have a girl you love, you can bring her here again. By the way, thinking of this." Diana's eyes lit up, and before Alan agreed, she continued, "When William and Harry grow up, bring them here too. Let them come here first, and then wait until they find their beloved girl. Come back once. Alan, as your cousin and guardian, you are responsible for supervising. Supervise them both, and supervise yourself." Alan subconsciously curled his lips at this childish suggestion, but looking at Diana's expectant eyes, he was too embarrassed to refuse. "Okay, I'll bring William and Harry, and you. When I go back this time, I will look for someone for you." Diana smiled and pointed at Alan. The conflict between the two on the boat a few days ago seemed to no longer exist at this moment, as if that conversation had never happened. "Let's go. Go take pictures now." Diana was like a little girl. Even though she was wearing high heels, she still trotted all the way, urging Alan and the people behind to take pictures. Alan stared at her back and twitched the corners of his mouth. For a person with this kind of temper, forget it. He doesn't want to say anything anymore. Everyone has his own choice. He has no right or qualification to ask Diana to do anything. All his thoughts are limited to himself and where he stands from a spectator's perspective, and this does not represent Diana. She has her own thoughts. Small stone master, I'm here. Write it down. My aunt asked me to take William and Harry to take pictures at the Taj Mahal in the future. When they grow up, I will take their beloved girl here again. I want to take pictures too. Write it down. Remember to remind me in the future. Just remind me again when William finishes high school. Zaro. Shitao looked at Alan in confusion. This request was very strange, but he could only obey the young master's order. He quickly took out the small notepad he carried with him and wrote down what Alan just said, word for word. Difference. Chapter 319. Alan, do you support me? There is a long fountain water channel directly in front of the Taj Mahal, and there is a strip of stone bench at the end of the water channel. It's just a bench, which can be regarded as the internet celebrity check-in place of the Taj Mahal. That is, the place where wishes are made. The Taj Mahal itself is a mausoleum built by the Indian emperor for his beloved concubine. Leave a photo on this bench. There seemed to be some benefit under the concubine's gaze. Alan looked at the empty park. This was the result of a special clearance by Mumbai officials. Normally, it would have been crowded with people everywhere, and they wouldn't be able to visit it at all. Fortunately, except for some officially allowed media who followed later, the entire park was quite empty. Diana sat on the bench with a smile and let the photographer take a picture of her. Alan stood beside the photographer with his arms folded and watched. Under the sunlight, Diana, who felt a little bit sunburned, turned her head slightly and showed a bright smile. The photographer happened to capture this scene. "It's your turn, Alan." After Diana took the photo, she waved to Alan to come over quickly. Alan reluctantly sat down on the bench. Unlike Diana, who was just a shy little bird, Alan just sat there with such dignity. If the photo of Diana looks like a little girl, the pose that Alan poses now looks a bit like being put on the execution ground, with a powerful look on his face and no smile on his face. Diana took a few steps back, touched her chin with her right hand and said, "Smile a little, lean slightly to the right, and imagine that there is a girl next to you. And you are leaning against her." No, the right side," I said, "is in my direction. You should lean to your left side." Alan felt like a puppet on strings. According to Diana's request, he put on an expression that he thought was a smile, leaned slightly to the left, and then took this check-in photo. I stood up and breathed a sigh of relief. Why was it so tiring to take photos? Seeing Diana walking forward with her hands behind her back, Alan then looked at the media who were following behind to take pictures. He didn't like this kind of tour very much. He was watched the whole time. It was a bit like the future live broadcast of internet celebrities. Wherever he went, he was watched. Wherever people are photographed, they are not private at all. If these people were not quite far away, they would even have to speak in a low voice point. When he returned to the Taj Mahal hotel, where he was staying at noon, Alan was keenly aware that the expressions of several staff members who had been left to look after the house were a little unnatural. Stopping, Alan winked at the bodyguards nearby and asked them to send Diana back first, and then he called in a housekeeper servant to inquire quietly, "Did something happen here after we left, master? It is said that our domestic newspapers reported some exciting news today. I just saw the news report forwarded by the TV station here on TV. News? What news?" Well, the servant looked at Alan. He could read the content, but he couldn't say it. After thinking about it for a while, he bit the bullet and said, "It's not very good news. I know it's all slander. Master, why don't you go back to your room and turn on the TV to see for yourself? There should still be reports on TV." Seeing the servant's expression, Alan instinctively felt that something was wrong, but without the servant saying anything, he could already sense that this was not a good thing. He nodded and turned back to his room. There was no need to search for it. Just turn on the TV and wait for a while, and there would be a rotating small print report at the bottom of the news. Alan watched it patiently for a while and finally understood what was going on. On this day, when Valentine's Day is about to come, something happened to Boss Chap, and the object is somewhat infamous. Well, how should I put it? At this moment, Alan was watching the news and even wanted to laugh. What a piece of shit tampon. Damn it. This is too licking. I didn't expect that Boss Chap, who has thick eyebrows and big eyes, would be where he is today. It's really, when he thought about the face-saving Boss Chap being publicly exposed by the media and then being reported on this news, Alan wanted to know how he would react when Boss Chap found out about this. Hey, it seems that the boss is not far away today. Counting the time, he will be back soon, right? Alan was going to turn off the TV, put away his clothes a little, and see if Boss Chap would ask him to come over to discuss the matter later, so that he could have a first-hand experience on the spot. What's wrong with being a bodyguard? At least when you are having fun, you can directly face the person involved and hear first-hand news. Do the outside media have such an opportunity? At this moment, the news on the TV cut off and inserted the news about Diana visiting the Taj Mahal alone in the morning. As for Ellen following her, that didn't count. In particular, Diana herself took a photo on the stone bench in front of the Taj Mahal, posing as if there was someone next to her, taking the photo with a shy look. At the end of the news, she also added today's news from Great Britain, which is very meaningful. It's obvious the Crown Prince and his wife are playing their own way, and the Indians are following suit this time. How dare they? How dare they? Boom. The ashtray was slammed onto the carpet. It didn't break, but bounced up again, sending a handful of cigarette ashes flying everywhere. Alan looked at the half-full cigarette in his hand, put out the cigarette, but with a trace of reluctance, picked up his ashtray and placed it on the coffee table in front of Boss Chap so that he could continue to throw it away. You didn't even know how to persuade me when I was angry. I asked you to come over and ask you to hand me an ashtray. Boss Chap was even more angry by Alan's action and stared at Alan. Your Highness, now that the news is out, you might as well vent your anger. Alan suppressed his laughter and made a sign of invitation, indicating to Boss Chap to continue smashing. Why do they care about me? What's wrong with my majestic crown prince having a lover? Is it illegal to have a lover? Is it illegal to say love words to your lover? And they want to expose me at this time. Boss Chap kept complaining to Alan. Looking at Alan's indifferent expression, Boss Chap became more and more angry, especially when he thought that Alan was more playful than himself. Why didn't anyone expose him? Didn't you just say some love words? As for letting the whole world know about it, this time it was really embarrassing. Your Highness, Alan called Boss Chap with a concerned look on his face. Just when Boss Chap thought that Alan was finally ready to persuade him, Alan said, I accompanied the princess to visit the Taj Mahal this morning. She insisted on going, and she even took photos herself, so she was quite happy at the time. After Alan finished speaking, Boss Chap was stunned. It sounded like everything was normal, but when he suddenly thought about it, Boss Cha's face turned red instantly. What kind of person would visit the Taj Mahal by himself and take a photo without anyone accompanying him? The boss knows that kind of photos are suitable for young couples. He originally thought that Diana would be very sad because he didn't accompany her to the Taj Mahal. Unexpectedly, not only was she not sad, but she was very happy, and she even took photos of herself. What does that mean? There is someone else in her heart. Although I have known for a long time that Diana has someone, it is a different feeling to have someone secretly than to show that there is someone openly. Just like last time, even if Alan handed him the reporter's interview materials, Boss Cha didn't get angry after reading it, but didn't care. But now, news of his love affair has just been revealed, and Diana went to the Taj Mahal to take pictures by herself. This sense of frustration. Pointing at Alan with his trembling right hand. Boss Cha was so angry that he couldn't speak. Shit. I want a divorce. I want a divorce. I want to marry Karami. Let's see what else they say about me. With the grief and anger of being stabbed in the back, Boss Cha stood up, cursed a few words hysterically, and finally picked up the ashtray handed over by Alan and deliberately smashed it into the open space in front of Alan, causing the ashtray to float up. Soot drifted towards Alan. Waving his hands, he blew a few puffs of smoke and dust. It was not obvious on his body, but his pants were inevitably stained with a lot of soot. Alan smiled and didn't care. He watched Boss Cha say he was tired and finally sat down. Then he spoke to comfort him. Your Highness, please don't be impulsive. I'm not impulsive. I've thought about it. I've wanted to do this for a long time. Alan, as Boss Cha spoke, he glared at Alan, pointed at his nose and said, last year, you know, I went to participate in a polo match and was beaten 4:1 by the opponent. Our side was 1. And the opponent's main scorer is that officer. What is his name, boss? Cha thought breathlessly for a long time and continued, James Hewitt. That's right, James Hewitt. Alan blinked. What does this mean? Boss Cha is ready to explode. Did you see? This is the advantage of eating melon on the spot. You can hear big news at any time, and it is first-hand news. It was that guy. I noticed at that time that they were very sticky at the scene, and I thought there was something going on. Sure enough, as I expected, there was indeed something going on between them. Who? Alan was confused. What are you talking about? Brother, you are angry because you are angry. Don't mess with your logic. I'm eating melon. Please make it clear, Your Highness, who is James Hewitt you are talking about? Huh? Just ask Diana. Oh, got it. Alan understood in an instant that Boss Cha liked to play polo. He was very good at it. He often took people to various polo matches and then personally went out to play polo and show off. This was originally a normal hobby. However, in a polo match that Boss Cha participated in last year, the opposing players were all unknown players. Boss Cha looked down upon them very much. And that day, unlike usual, Diana accompanied Boss Cha in person. The result was that due to the carelessness of Boss Cha, he was brutally tortured by the other party and cut off like a grass. Moreover, Diana presented the winning trophy to the opponent in front of him. At that time, she presented the award in person and inevitably had a face-to-face ceremony with the opponent's leading scorer. Later, after checking with the boss, he later discovered that Diana didn't go there to see him that day, but to see the main scorer. What now? It was like this again today. She went to the Taj Mahal by herself. Not only was she not sad, she also took photos by herself. Are you planning to bring a pretty girl back with you in the future to take a photo of the two of you? Alan discovered that, as long as you don't take them too seriously and treat them as a piece of fun, these two people's melons are still very interesting to eat. You are looking for a lover and I'm looking for a lover. You are semi-public and I'm semi-public. You let her be angry with me in person, and I will let him be angry with you in person. As we go, we meet our opponents. If you don't take me to the Taj Mahal, I will go by myself. I will take pictures, and I will bring others with you in the future. These two childish ghosts were having quite a lively game. There were more than 3 people involved in this marital war, and there were more than 13 people. Seeing Alan's thoughtful face, Boss Cha took a breath and asked softly, Alan, do you support my divorce? Alan pointed to the tip of his nose. What does this have to do with me? Is it useful if I support it or not? After Alan finished speaking, he stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the India gate not far away. He also thought of the story about their family that Boss Chat told him yesterday. He suddenly remembered something, and felt that it was more interesting now. Your Highness, I haven't forgotten the story you told me yesterday. Why did His Majesty Edward VIII abdicate? Boss Chat saw that Alan was not sitting quietly. Instead, he stood up and walked to the window. He even asked an irrelevant question. But he was in a bad mood at the moment and didn't want to worry about it so much. He subconsciously said, if he doesn't love the country and loves the beauty, he does it for love. Very good. Alan gently stroked his palms, as if he agreed with Boss Chat's words. This is a taste. Boss Chat nodded with satisfaction. Alan's support brought a little smile to his face. Your Highness, the second married daughter of His Majesty Edward VIII was a Yankee. At that time, from ministers to common people, everyone despised Americans. Only His Majesty Edward VIII liked that beauty, and it was still a second marriage. In order to marry a beauty, he abdicated, and then His Majesty George VI had the opportunity to ascend the throne. If the woman Edward VIII wanted to marry was of any nationality, it would be no problem if she was British, French, or even German. The biggest problem was that he married an American, and it was a second marriage. Think about the United States at that time, not to mention the ordinary civilians in the United Kingdom. Even if a dog in the United Kingdom saw the American flag, he would have to urinate on it to express his contempt for them. Under such circumstances, the powerful King Edward VIII of England wanted to find a Yankee as queen for all the people of Great Britain. This was a violation of the universal rule, and he ended up marrying a beauty and losing the throne. And now time seems to have reincarnated again. The news about Boss Chat is so popular now. If he dares to get a divorce and get a second marriage at this stage, he will get married again. The British king who succeeded Edward VIII on the throne was nicknamed Albert, and now Boss Chat also has a younger brother named Albert. This Alan is extremely familiar with him. Without him, there would be no Alan today. Maybe he would still be eating and waiting to die. Looking at Alan, who was smiling, but with cold eyes, Boss Chat's face instantly turned pale. He also thought of a possibility, and this possibility was the last thing he wanted to encounter. For that person, he also lost a life. General, and this general is Alan's father. But now, when Alan said these words, Boss Chat calmed down instantly. His current situation is different from that of Edward VIII, because he hasn't gone up yet, and his risk is even greater. He doesn't even have the chance to abdicate. Nothing. Chapter 320 Asking for advice. Where is the support here? Alan just plainly told him that it's up to you to handle your own affairs, but you have to choose the throne and the woman. Maybe everything will be gone, and in the end there will be no room for regret. Things are different now than they were back then. At that time, the old King George V was gone, and Edward VIII came to the throne. He insisted on going his own way. In the end, because he couldn't stand the public opinion, he voluntarily abdicated to save his dignity. After abdicating, the younger brother of George VI, who also remembered his old relationship, made him a duke. Lived a happy life. But Boss Chat is different now. There is an extremely strict queen above him who can't tolerate sand in her eyes, and his younger brother is not a fuel efficient lamp either. The hands tightened again and again, and finally let go helplessly. Boss Chat knew that, except for Alan, no one else would dare to say it in front of him. But this sentence made him think clearly. The future is not too bright now, so he should not be too wasteful, as he should be careful about losing everything in one day. As for why Alan said this, is it because of the relationship between the two parties? With Alan's current reputation, even if something happens one day, as long as this kid is honest, their family is mainly responsible for public security and maintaining local security and stability in Wales. The object of their allegiance is only the Prince of Wales. In other words, no matter who becomes the Prince of Wales in the future, he can be loyal to him. Their family could survive without the Prince of Wales, let alone a mere prince who didn't like it. After thinking about this, Boss Chat was no longer angry or impulsive. He pointed to the sofa and motioned for Alan to sit down. Now that the news has come out, it is useless to be angry. We must find a way to solve it as soon as possible. Tell me, what should we do about the current problem? It was too private for Boss Chat to ask his consultants, and only Alan was suitable to talk about it. Alan shrugged. Originally, he didn't want to get involved in this matter, but now that Boss Chat asked, why should he just output something else? Your Highness, I think what you should be concerned about now is not what to do about this matter. We cannot be led by others. Oh, in the past, I only knew that Alan was a reckless person, but Boss Chat had never discovered that Alan could still make sense when it came to strategy. Some words, as soon as they are spoken, before getting to the point, people can tell whether the person who said this is good or not. He had always regarded Alan as a child, ignorant and naughty. Just now, no one spoke, so he asked subconsciously, but Alan asked the core of the matter in one sentence. Don't let others lead you by the nose. By whom? The news was definitely not received by the media accidentally. There must be someone behind it. Since the other party dares to release such news, he must have already thought of countermeasures. If he only thinks of countermeasures now, there is a high probability that he will meet the opponent's expectations. This means being led by others and doing more. If you are negligent in what you do, you will make more mistakes. If you make a wrong step and make a mistake step by step, you will make more mistakes. When he thought of this, Boss Chat became serious and sat upright. You mean to find out the person behind the scenes first? TSK Alan listened to Boss Chat's question and thought for a while and said, actually, it doesn't need to be so troublesome, Your Highness. It doesn't matter who is behind the scenes. We can work backwards from the direction of vested interests. Think about it for a moment. If the reputation of the royal family has been hit, your reputation has been hit, who will benefit the most in the end? Even if he is not the person behind the scenes, he is inseparable from the person behind the scenes. Boss Chat took a deep breath. He wanted to refute it. What if it was someone behind the scenes who was trying to gain leverage? After hearing Alan's words, Boss Chat subconsciously imagined who the person behind the scenes was, but this was unreliable. It was too good to guess. It's too easy to guess. He can't believe it. I believe that his opponents would not be so stupid as to let him guess. If they are really so stupid, then what's the point of breaking the news? Simply to damage the reputation of the royal family. Seeing Boss Chat's uncertain expression, Alan smiled. This is the disadvantage of smart people. They tend to think too much, but they are not prepared to say much. If the boss doesn't ask, he won't say anything. He will talk about it after asking. What if the person behind the scenes deliberately framed it? Just to destroy the relationship between us? Boss Chat thought for a long time before hesitatingly asked, you and he had a shitty relationship. You wanted to kill him back then. Why didn't you stop talking about your relationship at that time? Alan couldn't complain about Boss Chat's idea. After thinking for a while, he said, Your Highness, you are overthinking. Let's think about it from another angle. What if this matter is a conspiracy? Conspiracy? Boss Chat looked suspicious. What if the purpose of the other party's retaliation is to simply attack you? As for who is behind the scenes, the other party doesn't care at all. In this case, is there any difference whether it is framed or not? His Boss Chat was stunned when he listened to Alan's analysis. If the other party was simply coming for him, then he really didn't have to consider framing the issue. Their main purpose is to damage his reputation. As for the final beneficiary, they may not care at all. Anyway, reputation is something that cannot be seen nor touched, but if you lose it and want to get it back, it will not be easy. Your Highness, we all know that we are taking advantage of the free period to win over India, so why don't others know? They may do it even better. They are like hunters, hiding in the dark, just watching us quietly. They are hunting, and their prey is us. Faced with these almost explicit words, Boss Chat took a breath and stretched out his right hand to wave to Alan. What? Seeing his action, Alan was stunned and didn't understand what Boss Chat wanted to express. Give me your cigarette and let me have one. Boss Chat usually only smokes cigars and rarely smokes. Whenever he smokes, it can only prove one thing. He is very angry now. Alan quickly handed over a cigarette and lit it for Boss Chat. He also lit one along with him. The smoke from the two cigarettes made the view in the living room slightly psychedelic. Boss Chat took a deep breath of cigarette and thought for a while. Except for those people across the Atlantic, there is no one else who can do such a thing. With that person's disappearance, the outside world is now extremely unstable. Many places need to be reshuffled, and Dang's goals are also somewhat big. Although Boss Cha may not know the old saying that before fighting outsiders, you must first make peace with yourself, but he knows the meaning. America has a lot on its mind. Dang's strength is no longer good, but his influence continues to this day, and leaving Dang alone is definitely not what some people want to see. Instead, attacking Dang is what they want to see. London, being the financial center of Europe, is no joke. As for Great Britain, who wants to always be inferior to others, even if it cannot restore its past glory, can't it revive the economy? To give a very simple example, the same ordinary person earns a monthly salary of £1,000. With this £1,000, it may only be enough for food, drink, rent, insurance, etc., plus raising children. You cannot say no. Go down. I can only say it's a little tight. But for people who earn $1,500, prices there are even cheaper than here in Great Britain. They might be able to live a less tight life and live a good life instead. Why is that? Is the US dollar simply valuable and strong? No. Only when you have a high status, have more privileges, occupy more resources, and have corresponding purchasing power can the people below live a good life. As for those areas where the monthly income is several hundred, or even less than 100, there is no need to talk about this now. They are still in the early days of hard labor in today's developed countries. As long as there are more resources, ordinary people can live such a life. But what about the upper class? They will only live better. And now there are so many members of the British Commonwealth, including Great Britain. And how many resources do they occupy? As long as Great Britain is attacked, and Great Britain is in a state of disarray, and the Commonwealth is loosened, many things can be won. Compared with when Boss Cha comes to visit India now, those people are now going straight to the core and attacking your reputation. These seem to be just gossips, but the damage is to the reputation of the entire royal family and the aristocratic group. In the end, more is involved. Thinking of this, Boss Cha finally understood what Alan wanted to express. Even if he doesn't have yesterday's news, he still has today's and the day after tomorrow's news. Anyway, as long as the other party wants to break some news, based on what he is doing now, he won't be able to escape. And now he actually wants to make up for it. How to make up for it? Following others to mend holes will only make you mend more holes, and in the end you will be treated like a dog and led by the nose. After thinking about this, Boss Cha stared at Alan with sharp eyes. The two of them put the remaining half of the cigarette on the coffee table and put it out at the same time. Alan, you are better than Kano, boss. Cha looked at Alan with emotion. If it were Kano here, there is a high probability that the other party would suggest him to kill the reporter who first broke the news, instead of analyzing the core issues first and then thinking of a solution like now. Your Highness, you have thanked me very much. Alan smiled and didn't say much, waiting for Boss Cha to say. These people, you can't take the initiative to suggest what they should do. It's against the rules, and they won't listen. Instead, use words to guide them and let them figure it out on their own. This is the best result. Now it seems that the eye drops given to Boss Cha this time have a little effect. As for Alan, what are the benefits? It's no good. Why not just be a troublemaker who is being disturbed? The other side wants to attack us, so the best thing we can do now is, if it were you, what would you do, boss? Cha was shameless and did not ask Alan directly. Instead, he looked at Alan with a questioning look on his face. Your Highness, if the other party wants us to mess up, we don't have to follow their ideas. Some news, as long as you don't stand up and admit it, it will always be gossip. Your name was not mentioned in the newspaper, right? We can just ignore them. Alan thought about what happened between him and Donald's wife last year. He himself sent people to break the news at that time, but he himself never came forward to admit it from beginning to end. And didn't he just let it go in the end? Only people who care will be troubled by these things. This is the only good thing about the West. without evidence or personal confirmation. No matter how detailed you write, it's useless. The public discussion has been in the limelight for a while, and the news has lost its popularity point. The enemy has been planning for a long time, but in the end the target is indifferent and has no response. Are you angry? Very. Good. Hahaha, boss. Chas stood up, rubbed his hands, and looked at Alan with a smile point. Now that he has found a solution and guessed the person behind the scenes, everything is easier to handle. Point. In fact, Boss Cha wants to go one step further. He not only wants to show that he doesn't care, he even wants to show that he is living a good life in India and is not affected by these negative news at all. Thinking of this, Boss Cha had a new idea and said, I remember the schedule for the day after tomorrow. There is a polo match, right? Yes, we are going to play a Valentine's Day polo match with the polo team formed by the children of the surrounding upper class people. Alan was more familiar with the schedule. Point. They are said to be the upper class, but they are actually the children of the royal family of the country. They have always admired the British. This time the majestic crown prince came over, and of course everyone wanted to play polo, which only the nobles loved most. Point. Polo is not only a sport, but also a social meeting between nobles. It can better promote the relationship between the two parties and broaden their contacts. A polo match will have thousands of spectators and hundreds of Indians from all walks of life. It is much better to have guests attend than to meet directly with senior officials. Okay, then, boss. Cha thought for a while without looking at Alan and said, you will play together when the time comes. I remember that your skills are not good, but your style is very tough. You have the confidence to pass the ball to me and let me, boss. Cha wants to play business. Alan understood instantly. He stood up with firm eyes and said with a loyal look, don't worry, your highness. I will pass the ball to you when the time comes. Your grace on the court will impress these Indians. By the way, make a big appearance on the news. Hahaha, very good. Very good, boss. Cha smiled brightly when he heard Alan's assurance. Okay, let's cancel our plans for tomorrow. Let's have a good rest in the hotel and show our faces on the court the day after tomorrow. After saying that, Boss Cha waved his hand, indicating that Alan could leave. Your highness. Alan didn't seem to notice Boss Cha's gesture, so he spoke again. What's wrong? Is there anything else, boss? Cha was in a good mood, thinking that Alan would make another request. I think, your highness, you can go meet the princess. If she can attend the polo match with you the day after tomorrow, and after you win the match, she can give you flowers or give you a Valentine's Day kiss. Wouldn't it be better to have such news? Oh, boss. Cha thought about the scene. In front of thousands of spectators, in public, the princess presented flowers and a Valentine's Day kiss to the crown prince who returned from victory. Then the impact of today's negative news would not be ignored. Have you broken yourself, HMM? Alan's suggestion is great. Okay, I will invite her to have dinner tonight. You can go back and rest first. Okay, your highness. I'll take my leave. Alan smiled and saluted before exiting Boss Cha's room. Point. Don't blame me for not helping you too. I did my best. Point. After closing the door and looking at Boss Cha's room door, Alan rubbed his face. Chapter 321. Polo, a noble sport. Polo. According to Alan's idea, the two of them can give each other a step down. Point. On the surface, they are harmonious, but they don't live together normally. They each do their own thing, don't talk nonsense to the media, and just make do with it. Point. It's good to maintain the current superficial calm. Point. Only when the royal family is calm can all nobles benefit. Point. All the criticisms directed at the royal family from the outside world are not just superficial accusations of misbehavior and chaos. Ordinary people don't mess around. So why is the Gambia developing so fast? So many little black sticks are almost worn out, and no one comes out to criticize them. Point. In fact, most of the outside criticism of the royal family is disguised as morality and attacks class. To put it bluntly, they hate the rich and the class. Even if Boss Cha does nothing and deserves to be scolded, he will still be scolded. he will be scolded, no matter what he does, not entirely because of his personal behavior, but because of his identity point. Only when the royal family is on top, they can enjoy the shade under the big tree, and other nobles can enjoy it with peace of mind. Point. If the reputation of the royal family becomes bad in the future, other nobles will also be scolded. Point. So after understanding this relationship, Alan extremely did not want to lose the reputation of the royal family too quickly now. Point. He just wants to keep his current status and wait until he can enjoy his life in peace and contentment. Point. All day long on February 13th, Alan did nothing else but go to the temporarily rented stable to look after the horses. According to records in books, the sport of polo first appeared in Asia. Point. As for whether it is East Asia or Central Asia, there is controversy. Point. But according to Alan's inner wish, he prefers East Asia, that is, ancient China. This thing was originally an entertainment item in the ancient Chinese army. Later it was changed into a sport for the nobles. Then it slowly spread and became an auxiliary cavalry training item. Point. Polo in Great Britain came from India. Point. And India. Point. Polo in India was introduced by the Mongols of the Yuan dynasty. After they improved and localized it, they were learned by the Europeans who later colonized the country. Later, the British drove away other Europeans and completely ruled most of them. India brought polo back to Britain. It was not until the early 19th century that Britain introduced more complete polo rules. Theoretically speaking, whether it is now or in the future, polo is a proper aristocratic sport. Let alone ordinary civilians. Even the middle class can at most go to the polo club to play once in a while and have fun. Don't even think about raising your own horses, attending parties, etc. Point. The bar is simply too high. Point. For example, according to the polo rules of Great Britain, in each game, both teams have 4 players, plus 2 referees, and there are only 10 people on the entire field. Point. And how big of a field do these 10 people need to play polo? That's as big as 9 standard football fields combined, and this is still the simplest venue issue. In addition to the venue issue, the other major remaining threshold is the horse issue. Point. Polo matches are generally divided into 4 to 8 quarters. Each quarter is also called a round. The formal name is a round. Due to translation problems, it is now often called a quarter, like a basketball game. Point. The number of quarters in each game is different depending on the identity of the contestants. For example, nobles and royal family members like Alan and Boss Chad are not professional players and their physical fitness cannot keep up. They certainly cannot play for 8 quarters like professional players. Generally, they play 4 quarters or 6 quarters. As for the polo match, each quarter lasts about 7.5 minutes. In such a short period of time, the horse racing under the player's crotch is exercising a lot. This is not a horse that can play the entire game. Point. If you play like this, after one game, horse racing will be useless. Instead, players are required to change horses after each quarter. In other words, if you play a 6-quarter polo match, a player will need to change at least 6 horses under the best circumstances. If the player is picky, he can even change to 10 horses. The horses used to play polo and the horses needed to play equestrian are not the same type at all. Point. The horses needed for polo matches are, theoretically speaking, war horses. This kind of horse requires professional training from an early age. Point. Ordinary Rasa horses may be expensive due to their pedigree, appearance, etc., but they are inevitably very delicate. Point. Some horses are afraid of cold, heat, insects, mice, etc., and have various quirks. These horses are like caged birds and need to be treated with care and gentleness. The horses used in polo matches are different. Point. The cultivation and training of these horses is much stricter than that of equestrian competition horses. The most important thing is that these horses must have strong and durable hides, not to mention being afraid of bugs. They can't be afraid, even if they are led by a lion. Point. In addition to being brave, you also have to be unafraid of pain. Point. The polo game is very fierce, and bumps are inevitable. Sometimes the polo ball is so small that it hits the horse or its legs while flying at high speed. This is inevitable. In ordinary horse sports, it is suddenly hit. If you hit him like this, you might end up kicking him point. But not this kind of horse. Point not being afraid of death and not being afraid of pain are all trained. But in the end you have to train other things. For example, the most important thing is not to be afraid of people. This kind of horses requires professional trainers to feed and train them, but the people who ride them are noble men. If they are afraid of people and accept life, wouldn't they be doomed? You can't let noble gentlemen train horses by themselves, right? Therefore, the cost of each horse specially trained for the polo match is extremely high. The most rubbish and common ones cost about £100,000 each. Point this is still the worst, and if an aristocratic gentleman likes to play polo games, he usually has about 10 to 12 specially trained horses at home. Point a few nobles with good relationships have agreed to form a small team and bring their own horses. As for the nobles, maybe their football skills are not good, but you can't buy the worst horses, right? The slightly better ones, priced at £200,000 to £300,000 per horse, can only be regarded as mid to low-end prices. There are also prices ranging from £500,000 to £600,000 and £1,000,000 per horse. Point assuming that a medium-sized horse costs £500,000 per horse. If a family raises 10 horses, the horse purchase alone will cost £5 million. This does not include the cost of annual feeding, the cost of hiring professional trainers, venue fees, etc. Point nowadays, the average annual income of ordinary people in the UK is just over £10,000 per year, and this is before tax. If ordinary people wanted to play polo like the aristocrats, or raise their own horses like the aristocrats, their annual income of £10,000 per year would be enough to buy enough horses without eating or drinking for 500 to 600 years. Sun Wukong has only been suppressed for 500 years at the foot of Wazhi Mountain. Point of course, this algorithm is based on the average and upper level gamma play. If you just play for the purpose of experiencing it, you can spend a few £100s at a time, go to the club to experience it, ride a horse around, and play a game. That's okay. Or just buy an ordinary horse with hundreds or thousands of pounds and ride it leisurely for fun. But this can be regarded as self-deception at best. Point in this competition, all the horses were raised by Boss Cha himself and brought from Dane. Point the main purpose of the ship that set off early some time ago was to transport this batch of horses. This time Boss Cha brought a total of 40 horses. His specifications were based on 32 horses for 4 players and 8 spare horses. Brought. Point the average price of each of his horses has reached more than £600,000. Counting 40 horses, the value of a single horse has reached more than £20 million. And this does not include the total value of the horses of the opposing polo team. Point for a polo match between two teams, the price of all the horses is calculated as £40 million. That's not a lot, right? What is the concept of £40 million in 1992? By a well-equipped destroyer, coupled with the personal worth of the contestants, how can ordinary people have time to train equestrian and horse riding since childhood? Nobles have to participate in training these professional skills since childhood. How much does it cost, and how much time does it take? These costs are beyond the reach of ordinary civilians. This kind of event is not called a game exclusive for nobles. What other games can be considered exclusive for nobles? On the afternoon of Valentine's Day, February 14th, 1992, in the suburbs of Mumbai. Point this is a huge polo ground. Before arriving, the road was surrounded by Indians who had received the news and came to join in the fun. Point, but this time the security at the polo ground was extremely good. Due to Alan's arrogant and domineering behavior of beating people 2 days ago, the Indians didn't know what they were thinking. They seemed to be a little timid. Anyway, in order to successfully host this polo match, specially mobilized police from nearby cities and finally assembled a total of 3,000 Indian police for peripheral security. Point the entire polo field only has viewing areas on both sides of the long field. As for the short sides at the top of the field, there are no viewing areas. Those 2 sides are too dangerous. Whether it is hit by the ball or if the horses rush out, it will cause many consequences. Big safety hazard. Point despite the size of the venue, There were only less than 5,000 spectators in total. Civilians with no identity want to come in and watch the game. Go ahead and dream. Those who were invited to watch the game today were, in addition to the royal family members of several large states, there were also elites from all walks of life who came from New Delhi. The worst one would have to be a Kshatriya. No matter how lowly the race was, they would not even be able to pass the test of the Indian police in charge of security on the periphery. Class. This moment is vividly reflected here. Alan sat in the first row of the viewing area, next to Diana. On his left hand side is Diana. Sitting next to Diana is Boss Chap. Sitting next to Boss Chap is the Royal King of Kerala, the most developed country in southwestern India. Beyond that, there are various princely states, kings and other large and small royal families. Although these people are all Indians in name, they still play the feudal system internally, and they just follow India as a whole on the surface. On this occasion, we don't talk about politics, just family matters. Alan has no interest in these people. Although the royal families and high castes in these Indian states look similar to white people, Alan still maintains his usual indifferent attitude and only nodded slightly to them when the two sides greeted each other just now. That's it. However, Alan's attitude of ignoring them made many people take it for granted. A traditional aristocratic gentleman from Great Britain should behave like this. The reason why Boss Chad was being nice was to make the scene less deserted, and because of his personal cultivation and identity needs. Alan didn't have to worry about this kind of problem at all. His coldness seemed normal. There were even a few members of the royal family who bent over and took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Alan, but he waved them away and kept his eyes raised above his head, looking arrogant. But the more Alan behaves like this, the more people are interested in him, as if whoever can talk to him will be superior to others. This makes Alan even more annoyed. Fortunately, as the opening ceremony officially began, the scene finally became quiet. Regardless of whether it is a movie or a TV series in India, the most indispensable thing is that it is interspersed with various singing and dancing. It is said that they will start dancing when they disagree with each other. It is obvious that the good and the bad are about to fight to the death. Suddenly the style of the painting changes, and the good and the bad are revealed. Pi started to dance. Even people who have died due to plot reasons can appear and dance and sing again to kill memories if a movie, no matter how good the story is, but the movie is very fast paced and there are no singing and dancing programs in it, it will definitely not do well at the box office in India. If you want to succeed in the Indian film market, firstly, there must be singing and dancing in the film. And secondly, the duration must be as lengthened, and longer as possible. Don't say 120 minutes is enough. In India, a movie starts at 200 minutes. The longer the better, because there is air conditioning in the cinema. A movie that is long enough will allow the audience to stay in the cinema for a longer period of time with the air conditioner blowing, so that they can feel the value of the ticket. As for Alan's previous movies, there is no market at all in India. The status of women in most parts of India is generally low. Under such circumstances, if Indians watch a movie about a woman looking for a duck, they will have no sense of empathy at all. As for the movie where the wife cheats on her husband, they have no sense of involvement. What they like is coercion, not cheating. From the Indian point of view, the excitement of having an affair is basically equivalent to no excitement. According to official statistics, in India, on average, a vicious incident of forcing a woman occurs every 20 minutes in this environment. What's the point of cheating? How boring is that? You have to spend money to go to the cinema? In addition, the movie is not very long, so whoever goes there will have a brain problem. Therefore, even though Alan is now well known in the film industry, he really has no reputation in India. Except for Bollywood, others only know that he is a handsome traditional aristocratic boy with a very explosive temper. I don't know. Looking at the dance performance of a large song and dance group composed of thousands of people on the polo field, Diana tilted her head towards Alan, covered her mouth with her hand and coughed. Are you confident in the competition soon? HMPH. Confidence? I'll beat them to tears. Alan glanced with great disdain at the few skinny monkey-like Indian players participating in today's polo match not far away. On average, He is about 1.7 meters tall and skinny. The current polo match in India is about technique, while the polo match in Great Britain is about confrontation. Alan can't guarantee that for others, but for these Indians, to put it bluntly, he is the only one who can chase them as a team. It's that sense of deja vu, that you don't have to struggle anymore. The four of you are already surrounded by me. Chapter 322 The Hidden Boss Chap. Ha 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 ha. Diana covered her mouth and snickered, sat up straight again, and secretly glanced at the Indian polo players. Looking at their body shapes, she understood what Alan meant. Technically, as far as Diana knew, Alan didn't play much polo. Just think about it, a player who has been riding bulls since childhood. How good can his polo skills be? But Alan has a very reckless temper, coupled with his strong physique. If it is purely confrontational without using skills, the Indians will definitely not be able to withstand it, even if you are careless. You may be knocked off your horse. The Hill family used to play heavy cavalry. Let such people play polo against the Indian aristocratic team, which is more technical. What a scene. Diana couldn't bear to think about it. You have to work hard later. I will be able to use your glorious record to go out and find a marriage partner for you. Diana smiled and raised her right fist to encourage Alan. Hey, you. And Alan glanced sideways at Diana and asked, didn't Boss Cha say that the two of them had a dinner date? He just wanted to gossip and see how it turned out. HMPH. Children should stop asking about adults' matters. Diana rolled her eyes, looking a little clever. She glared at Alan and mocked him. If I ask you two questions again, I'm the dog. Alan took a deep breath, turned his face away, held his chin in his hand, crossed his legs, and looked at the dance below. As he looked at it, he suddenly felt that there was a strong gaze that was always looking at him. This is a very strange feeling. The other party should not be hostile, but Alan can feel that someone is looking at him. But when he turned his head slightly to look in the direction where he felt it, he didn't find the target again. When he turned his head, that feeling came back. After going back and forth several times, Alan became a little nervous, and he doubted whether his intuition was accurate. After coughing slightly awkwardly, Alan asked Diana softly, Aunt, have you brought your macute mirror? Let me use it. Huh? What are you doing with this? Diana looked at Alan's serious expression and subconsciously took out a palm-sized powder box from her small bag. When she opened the powder box, there was a small mirror inside. Alan took the powder box and didn't look in that direction. Instead, he looked at the dance on the court with concentration on his face. He held the powder box with a mirror in his left hand and slightly adjusted the angle left and right in the direction of his intuition until a person appeared in the mirror. She probably saw Alan watching the dance below, so she looked overboard and openly. Alan deliberately turned his head slightly, focusing on the mirror, and then, sure enough, that person was looking at him. He was about to turn his head slightly, and when he moved slightly, the person quickly lowered his head. When Alan turned back to look at the dance, she raised her head and looked this way again, like a peekaboo. Silently writing down the approximate location of the person, Alan took out a pen and paper from his jacket pocket, wrote down the person's location and gender, approximate age, approximate characteristics, color of clothes and other information, and then called in a bodyguard. Go and find out what this man does. He keeps looking this way. The bodyguard took Alan's note and was subconsciously startled. He thought Alan had discovered the assassin, and his face turned pale with fright. He quickly bent over and stepped back quickly, preparing to check the person. After arranging bodyguards, Alan continued to look at the woman with a small compact in his hand. She was a little far away, and he could tell that she was a young woman, wearing traditional Indian clothes, with a red dot on her forehead. Alan wants to laugh every time he sees this image of an Indian woman. It's not that he discriminates against others, but he always thinks of Leo Guo's crosstalk. One of the crosstalks seems to be asking his wife to sacrifice his son or something. Anyway, it was New Year's Eve, and Uncle Yu was going to behead him. Before he was beheaded, Uncle Yu won a lottery, and the gift was a beautiful Indian woman. Then he cunningly took off the red dot on her forehead, revealing a few big words inside. Special prize. The prize is several large barrels of Indian sacred oil. Alan was so impressed by this crosstalk that when he saw Indian women dressed like this, he wanted to take off the red dots on their foreheads to see if there were any words behind them. Because she was far away and because the person was wearing makeup. Alan carefully looked at her image in the mirror, and upon closer inspection he realized that she seemed quite pretty. Then as I watched, I saw two big men in black sneaking up behind the woman, pressing something against her back, and then asking her out of the viewing area to be examined. Snort. Seeing the person being taken away, Alan sneered. Regardless of whether she is a beauty or not, Alan can understand when others look at him or glance at him, but this person keeps staring at her, and when she turns her head to look at her, she lowers her head guiltily, regardless of whether there is a problem or not. You have to arrest them and ask them. Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of the worst. Your Excellency, we have asked several ladies to search her carefully. There are no dangerous items on the target. More than an hour later, the bodyguard quietly came to Alan again, squatted down and reported the situation softly. No problem. Then why does she keep staring at me? Alan frowned, a little confused. The bodyguard grinned with pain on his face, glanced at Alan, smacked his lips and said, "She said you are beautiful. She just wants to see you. There is no other meaning." The bodyguard looked at each other, and the bodyguard looked at Alan with a disbelieving look. The situation he was asked so far was the result of several people asking in turn. He was taken away for no reason, and he had no dangerous items on him, and he didn't do anything. This is the most reasonable result. They can't just take advantage of the situation, right? Although this reason was ridiculous, the bodyguard still nodded firmly to Alan. Hiss now, are you being too sentimental? But as the head guard, it's not wrong to be more vigilant, right? Alan couldn't think of what to do for a while. What does she do? A model. She works in a small modeling agency around Bollywood. She is the best model in their modeling agency. What caste is she? Brahmin. Her father is a naval officer, her mother seems to be a teacher, and her family's financial situation is pretty good. The bodyguard did not introduce the caste of her parents, because Brahmins most likely only marry Brahmins. Now that their child is a Brahmin, her parents must be both Brahmins. Hiss. As soon as the bodyguard finished speaking, Alan hissed due to toothache again. This is not easy to handle. Ordinary people are fine. Now this person is a Brahmin and a Bollywood model. In addition, the other party has not made any mistakes. This cannot be dealt with hastily. Fortunately, the bodyguard has a measured approach and knows that he is here today. Most of the people here have some status and cannot be forced to come. Even when searching, the person searching was a woman, so the other party should not be embarrassed. That's it for you. Alan thought for a moment and said, let her come back and continue to watch the game. The game will start soon. Then, well, when I finish the game, I can allow her to give me flowers. Although this arrangement seemed extremely arrogant and contemptuous, it was considered a courtesy to allow her to present flowers to a great nobleman from the former suzerain country of Great Britain. So Diana would also present flowers to Boss Chad after the game today. Alan thinks this arrangement is good. Don't you like to see it? I'll give you a chance to give the master a flower at a close distance. Okay, Your Excellency. Then, the bodyguard glanced in the direction of Boss Chad and said, Sir, you and His Highness are going to change clothes. Okay, go ahead and I will talk to His Highness. Alan waved his hand extremely impatiently and drove away the bodyguard. Then he stood up and shook his shirt first. As soon as he stood up, he was very conspicuous. When the bodyguard came over just now, he was bent over and walking half crouched. Come here. Now Alan stands up openly. Walking to Boss Chap. Alan said, Your Highness, it's time to change and prepare for the game. Oh. Haha. Alan, okay, let's go now. Boss Chad was chatting happily with the King of Kerala next to him. When Alan called him, Boss Chad agreed with a smile. As Boss Chad stood up, all the Indian nobles nearby stood up in a roar and respectfully sent Boss Chad off. Later, they would be able to witness the British Crown Prince and the British traditional noble card in this viewing area. Count Mason, playing polo on the court with heroic appearance. This kind of thing is enough to brag about for a lifetime. Hahaha. How were Alan's preparations yesterday, Boss Chad walked very slowly with his hands behind his back, talking to Alan as he walked, and nodding to the people standing on his right to greet him, as if in a review. "Don't worry, your highness. Just score goals and leave the rest to me." What is business polo? Pass the ball well, and leave the highlight moment to the leader. Why do many departments and current leaders perform particularly well in certain sports, whether in competitions organized by their units, or in competitions organized by the city or province? But once they retire, their results plummet. Point is it because their old age affects their competitive level? Not really. It's that the people who play business ball with them no longer play with them. Point up. These leaders here Alan is talking about are all from Great Britain, not elsewhere. Point today's game was in the 6th quarter. Boss Chap patted Alan on the shoulder and said, "Then I will play number 1, and you will play number 3. The numbers of players in polo matches are divided into numbers 1 to 4. Number 1 is the shooter, and is mainly responsible for shooting on horseback. No 2 is the midfielder, mainly responsible for organizing the offense, and passing the ball to the shooter. Number 3 is the midfielder, and is also responsible for organizing passes, but is also responsible for certain defensive tasks. No 4 is a purely defensive player, responsible only for defense. Occasionally he grabs the ball and passes it to other teammates. Many rules of polo are similar to those of football. That is, there are fewer players on both sides and the venue is larger. The final goal is to get the little polo into the goal. In the past, Boss Chad did not play number 1. He liked to play number 4, but he was not a pure defensive player. He liked to dribble all the way from the backcourt like football, ride a horse with the ball, and sprint from the backcourt. The feeling of getting to the front court and taking the last shot. This one-stop breakthrough is the most exciting and handsome. Polo players are divided into levels, and this level directly represents the player's level. There are several hierarchical systems in the world, but the most mainstream ones are 3 or 4, and the hierarchical system in Great Britain is one of them. Officially, player levels are divided into 12 levels, but now there is an extra level for the private sector. The most proficient is the N level, which is the civilian rookie level. If you ride a horse, pick up a club, and know a little about the rules of the polo game, you are considered an N-level player, an amateur among amateurs above level N. There are regular level 12 players, and the lowest level is level -2. Then, level 1, level 0, and then all the way to level 10. Level 10 is considered the highest, but unfortunately, currently, the theoretically existing level 10 polo players in the world are all Argentinian, and there are none from Great Britain. And among all the level 10 players in the world, there seem to be only 4 or 5 of them. The remaining level 9, level 8, level 7, and level 6 players. Ordinary people may think that there are many players at these levels, but the reality is that from level 6 players to level 10 players, there are less than 50 players in the world who meet the standard. Levels 2 and 3 are the most numerous, while levels 4 and 5 are already at the level of professional players. There is also a very fucking rule in the polo match. For example, Argentina has several level 10 players. If they send 4 level 10 players, will they be invincible? Not really. Every polo match has a restricted level. The rule is that the total player level of the 4 players on the court cannot exceed level 10. In other words, if a polo team desperately wants to send a level 10 player to the field, then, sorry, only one level 10 player can appear. And the remaining 3 players will have to be level 0 players. No one will charge up with negative levels. Those people are too bad. Boss Chap, on the other hand, may seem humble, but he is one of the best polo masters in the UK. The level is level 6. He has reached the level of a professional player, and can reach the top 10 in the domestic rankings. It was because Boss Chap was so good that he was so upset when he lost the polo match last year. Imagine playing those competitive games and a certain king level player accidentally loses to a silver level player. Will his mentality explode? Smashing the keyboard is easy. The blue jacket, white tight breeches, and black riding boots represent the nobility. Alan sat on a stool, opened his arms, and the servants put on other protective equipment for him, including knee pads, elbow pads, wrist pads, and a helmet. The grey horse next to him had an extremely cool coat. It was grey overall, but the grey coat was mixed with white plaid patterns that looked like triangles. It was very rare. This thing looks like a grey leopard. The long ponytail behind the buttocks is stacked several times and twisted into a small knot that is only about a palm long. This is to prevent the ponytail from being stepped on or injured, and cutting off the tail of a dog is a bit different. The grey horse was standing next to Alan. Alan had become familiar with them yesterday. At this time, one of them had big eyes and the other had small eyes. Alan winked at the little grey horse and said, "Be brave later. If you perform well today, I will buy a mare for you when I get back." The little grey horse looked very smart. When he heard Alan's words, his nostrils suddenly contracted and expanded. He gasped for breath and kicked hard on the grass with his front hooves. Chapter 323 Zhao Huang, you know. Looking at the little grey horse's appearance, Alan smiled. No matter whether they are humans or animals, they can't escape being corrupted. That's it for a mare. If you make a bigger promise, how much harder will you have to work now? Don't you have to run to death? Hey, wait a minute. Thinking of this, Alan was suddenly stunned and looked in the direction of the Indian team in the distance. These idiots were also very rich. They were all noble children. Wouldn't they also promise benefits to their horses? So damn despicable. Damn Indians. They even bribe horses. Alan glanced over there with great disdain. During the warm-up preparations, although the entire scene was not particularly quiet, the overall noise was still very low. After all, the people who were going to compete had a distinguished status and could not be too unqualified. In addition, the people present today were all elites, and it was rare for the players and the audience to get along with each other. Very harmonious. Alan put on his helmet, held the pole in his left hand, raised his head, and raised his chest. The way he appeared was very different from the Indians next to him who looked like monkeys on horses just for this show. As soon as he appeared on the stage, there was a huge cheer from the audience area. Alan curled his lips, gently shook the reins with his right hand, clamped his legs under the horse's belly, and the little grey horse started to run slowly and accelerated in a good manner. One person and one horse. The polo club in Alan's hand didn't look like a polo club, but like a saber. He held the club up and rushed towards the Indian team in such an aggressive manner. Alan looked serious and looked at the Indian is getting closer and closer, and he is getting more and more panicked. His current behavior is a bit like a madman, stepping on the accelerator to the bottom, and whoever hides is a dog. But if you don't hide, you'll be unlucky if you get hit. Seeing that the distance between the two sides disappeared in the blink of an eye, several Indians fled in a panic. Alan raised his club slightly and slashed down, as if preparing to chop them, and passed openly through the middle of the team of 4 of them. Still not relieved after passing through, he ran several dozen meters toward the audience area. Pulling the reins slightly, the little grey horse shook its head proudly, and then prepared to slow down and turn. Only then did the audience area hear exclamations one after another. Looking at it from a distance, the count just rushed towards the 4 Indian players on his own horse. Such momentum could be felt by them even hundreds of meters away. Is this the British aristocratic polo player? Such momentum, such heroic appearance. I've never seen this method before. The bandage on the leg of the little grey horse was red, and Alan was holding the reins. He was very smart and knew how to walk in small steps, which was the kind of pace that was fast, but not very fast. He walked proudly towards the Indians. The man's horse snorted. Horses are creatures with a strong sense of competition, especially stallions. In addition, Alan has been teasing it with both rewards and praises. This makes the little grey horse's blood boil. When it sees the same kind of horse, it wants to hit it. Seeing Alan's chin raised high, as if he didn't regard them as human beings, several Indians' faces turned red, but there was nothing they could do. Regardless of his identity, wealth, physique, or appearance, this man, you have the right to despise them. They were hit so hard that they were unable to fight back. At the front of the team, the Indian wearing the number 2 polo shirt had not seen clearly because Alan passed by too quickly. Now that Alan came back slowly, he could see clearly this time, especially when he saw Alan's left hand taking the pole. A look of solemnity flashed across the Indian's face. It was originally a friendly match, but now this guy's not a defensive player, but he holds the stick in his left hand. What does this mean? Just like in those very stereotyped movies, as soon as some characters appear, the audience knows that this person is not a good guy, but a villain. Alan now gives this Indian this feeling. In a regular polo match, Players control the reins with their left hand and hold the club with their right hand. Holding the club with the left hand is not allowed for horses in polo matches because the competition is too fierce during the game and there will be collisions between the limbs of the horses and players. There are two sets of reins, which are a lot in the hand. This is to allow the rider to better control the horses. To prevent falling from the horse point. The right hand is the dominant hand of most people and can better hold the club and hit the ball with force point when competing on the field. If the opponent's player holds the pole with his right hand, he will only fight for the polo ball at the moment when the two sides cross each other point. But what if this guy holds the ball with his left hand before discovering the opponent's attack? He can turn his horse's head in advance, come directly over, follow the offensive player, and use the club on his left hand to directly hit the offensive player's right club point. In a polo match, you can hit the opponent's club directly, just like fighting with a knife, but if both people hold the club with their right hands, the number of times and opportunities to hit the club will be much less. After all, the left hand cannot be let go, and the sudden change of holding the club has been ruled out. Holding the club with the right hand and hitting it to the left will not reality. Now a guy wearing the number 3 offensive player jersey, holding the stick in his left hand point. It doesn't matter if he is left-handed, but this is not an informal friendly match point. Is it possible not to let this count play? When you attack, he runs to your right and can defend you, but when he attacks, you can't defend him. As for why not go around to his left and defend him with your right stick? Everyone uses his left hand. How can he not know these things? He must have moved closer to the left as soon as he saw someone trying to turn to his left, blocking your defense point. This method is very dirty. He can do it but you can't. It's disgusting and helpless just thinking about it. Point. After wandering around for a while and knocking off the opponent's momentum, Alan slowly rode back to Boss Cha, who was already prepared. Haha. Not bad, boss. Cha was just admiring what Alan was doing from the sidelines. It's better to be arrogant. If a young man is not arrogant, how can he still be called a young man? Besides, don't you Indians know that Alan has always had this temper with others? Destroy the opponent's momentum first, and then start the game later, to establish an advantage on the court. Point. This time, he planned to use the Indian polo team to establish his authority, use them to set off his own authority, and then make a strong counter-attack to the news from the outside world. Today we not only have to win, but we have to win big. Even slaughter our opponents. You saw the 2 older players on the other side. Those 2 are level 4 players, and the remaining thin one is a level 3 player. Boss Cha called the remaining 3 team members on his side to come to him, and they explained the situation on the horse point. Looking at the configuration of the Indians, are they preparing for 3-1? 2 are level 4, 1 is level 3, and the remaining 1 is a pure waste, level 1. When Alan looked back at his team, he found that his boss was at level 6, and he was at level 1. Yes. Alan's polo level has just reached level 1 and cannot even reach level 2. There are 2 players next to him. One is level 1 and the other is level 2. Together, they are exactly level 10. If the Indian configuration is 3-4-1, this here is 1-4-3. At least it looks like this on the surface. Everyone else is very good, which can set off the majesty and domineeringness of Boss Cha. But let them know how awesome it is later. The Indian relinquished the right to serve, and Alan served. As the referee blew his whistle, Alan looked at the 2 little Karami around him with a smile. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Beep. Hold. As the whistle blew, Alan shouted and pulled the reins fiercely. The little grey horse raised its front hoof. Alan tilted his body and jerked the bull forward. He pressed down with his right hand and moved his body away to the side. The Indian number 2 player, who was very close to him, immediately hit him. The distance is too close and there is no speed, but with such a sudden attack, the opponent's body staggers and almost falls. So just a gap is enough. The little grey horse quickly crossed the gap, and its speed slowly increased. Hurry up. When he glanced at the side from the corner of his eye, Boss Cha was already rushing. Alan did not rush to pass the ball, but turned his head slightly and glanced at the back right. The number 3 player had already caught up with him. With a little force on his left leg, he directed the little grey horse to squeeze slightly to the right, blocking the front of the number 3 player who had just caught up with Alan, forcing the opponent to stop. Alan then swung violently and passed the ball to no one to defend. Boss Cha 1v2 smoothly assists. The only thing left for Boss Cha to do is to catch the ball, continue to accelerate, shoot, then slow down, run around the field, and accept the cheers. Hahaha. Boss Cha scored a goal just after the game started. He was smiling so much that he couldn't even see his eyes. After celebrating, he served again. When he passed by Alan, he even winked at Alan point. Although playing like this is like using cavalry directly against ordinary polo players, it seems unethical, but history is written by the winners. As long as you win, you don't have the ability. Anyway, there is no live broadcast at the scene, so I'm afraid we in Great Britain play polo so wildly. This time when the opponent served, Alan no longer stood in front, but was several dozen meters away from the opponent point. Seeing that the referee was about to blow the whistle, Alan gently pulled the reins, sniffed, and erected the little grey horse to prepare to charge in small steps. Where did it go? Beep. As the referee's whistle sounded again, Alan directed the little grey horse to rush towards the Indian player who had the ball point. Indian player number 2 had just received the ball and was about to raise his head to observe the movements of his teammates. Before he could completely raise his head, he heard a huge exclamation from the sidelines. Before he could understand what was going on, he just raised his head and saw a grey shadow coming at you. Click point. With a slight noise, Alan directed the little grey horse to hit the number 2 Indian player sideways. Although the horse is not wearing armor, the players on the opposite side are not wearing any armor either. Think about what it would be like for a horse traveling at least 34 km per hour, coupled with Alan's own weight, to directly hit a person point, even if you use 8 sets of reins. It won't work. Really tons of damage. Point. After Alan saw the Indian fall from the horse, he hooked the ball with his left hand with his left hand, swayed, and continued to urge the little grey horse to speed up, ready to see who would continue to block his progress away. Point. There was a wide open space ahead. Alan pulled the reins and the little grey horse cut slightly to the right, blocking the way behind. He raised his left hand high and swung the club hard, giving Boss Cha a very inaccurate but very far pass. Ball. Point. He has no one to defend him. As long as the ball comes over, it means a goal. The quarter was not over yet, and in just 3 minutes, 2 goals were scored. Another player from the opponent's team was injured, and the game had to be suspended for substitutions. Alan dismounted, took a drink of water, and touched the head of the little grey horse. This guy was so fierce, just now that he let him charge at it without thinking about anything. He was a good and obedient boy. Point. Looking at the tears in the eyes of the little grey horse, I guess it was because it hit someone and hit its head just now. It was so painful that it almost cried. However, the tears were just rolling in its eyes and did not fall down. It looked very stubborn. Point. Boss Cha originally came over to praise Alan, but after looking at Alan's movements, he looked at the horse, waved his right hand and commanded, "Come here." Change the horse for the Earl of Carmarthen. When the little grey horse saw someone coming to lead him, he arched into Alan's arms very reluctantly. "Okay, you go and rest first. I will keep my promise and buy it for you when I get back. Zohui, you know, I like you the most. When you have rested, I will still ride you." Hang. Kai Kai. The little grey horse looked at the newly led little yellow horse with disdain, and then reluctantly followed the trainer. "Zao. Huang, you know, I like you the most. I fed you carrots yesterday. Do you remember me?" Alan stroked the little yellow horse's head and chatted with it, regardless of whether it understood or not. Chirp. The little yellow horse stuck out his tongue, as if he remembered something, and asked Alan for food. "You have to be brave in a moment. Just go ahead. If I tell you to, don't be afraid. Behave yourself. Stop talking about carrots. When I get back, I'll buy you a mare." Hang. Kai Kai. When the little yellow pony heard the word mare, its ears twitched suddenly, and Alan could clearly feel its breathing becoming more rapid. Point. Great. That's it. Animals are all good friends of human beings. It is not too much for good friends to give out some rewards to encourage each other, right? Beep. When the game restarted, the Indians were obviously on guard against Alan. Seeing Alan rushing over again, the newly replaced number 2 player very wisely passed the ball to his teammates. Although the horse runs fast, no matter how fast it runs, it can't be faster than the flying ballpoint, but that's not a problem if it's so easy to be defeated by you. Then wouldn't my reputation as the little overlord of Wales be in vain? Alan controlled the reins, and Zhao Huang did not slow down, but made a big circle, chasing the opponent's number 3 player with the ball from behind point. Since Zhao Huang was a new horse and had good physical strength, and he had just been bewitched by Alan again, he was so excited that he worked very hard, and the distance between the two parties gradually narrowed. The two knights compete solely on speed, and this scene looks exciting. When there were still 2 positions left, Alan raised his left arm high. Without even acting, he raised the club blatantly, pointed it at the opponent's player's right arm with the club, and struck it down with one shot. Left hand versus right hand. The opponent didn't even have a chance to dodge. If he raised his stick to block, Alan could steal the ball from him. If he chose to protect the ball, he would have to face Alan's attack point under the high-speed impact. Although the material of the club was relatively soft, the club was hit on the arm. The player number 3 who was hit could not hold the club anymore. A 2-finger wide stripe was visible to the naked eye on his right arm. There were red and swollen marks on the ball. Looking at Alan, who was dribbling the ball away, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. This playing style is too fierce. But everything this guy did was within the rules. You can only say he was dirty, but not a foul. Chapter 324. The previous section focuses on heading. The next section focuses on hexy. After knocking the opponent's arm holding the club swollen with a stick, Alan bent down, took the stick with his left hand and hooked it. The ball jumped forward a few times nimbly and controlled the reins with his right hand. Zhao Huang jumped twice nimbly and made a quite like a drifting turn. Taking advantage of the moment when Zhao Huang just turned around and paused, Alan threw away his arms and passed the ball to the front court with all his strength. There was a rookie from the opponent's team who symbolically followed Boss Cha to defend point, but for a level 6 player, let alone one person guarding him, even if 2 people guard him together, they may not be able to guard him, unless it is a trick like Alan's. But do they dare? After the first quarter, the score between the 2 sides was 3:0, which was a very exaggerated score. The score in a polo match is not like that in basketball. After a game, both sides show off their skills and confrontation. The score is often not too big. Regardless of the size of the venue, the players riding horses also occupy a large area, and the activities are the area is also large. After a 6-quarter game, as long as the difference in strength is not too big, the 2 sides can score 5 or 6 goals in total, which is already considered good. Just after the first quarter, 3 of them entered. It is conceivable that it is not that the team that checks the boss is too strong, but that it is too shameless. 2 opposing players were injured in one game. At the beginning of the second quarter, Alan did not change horses, but Zhao Huang was still excited. At the beginning of the game, after the warm-up of the previous game, Alan became more and more courageous and his techniques became more and more proficient. In a normal polo match, when hitting the ball with the club in hand, the right hand is lowered. When swinging, the ball is hit forward from back to front and from bottom to top by inertia. This kind of batting technique can ensure accuracy and save effort. But Alan was different. He raised his arms and swung from top to bottom. The scene seemed to be very lively, and some spectators on the sidelines who had never seen a polo match before felt that this nobleman from England was very heroic and looked very aggressive when he was on the court. No matter what sport it is, as long as the competition is intense, it looks good. Alan laughed and chased the Indian player who had the ball. The polo horse brought by Boss Cha this time is very fast, especially when accelerating in a straight line. The gap between the 2 sides can be seen best. Sometimes the difference between the 2 sides is 4 or 5 positions, or even more, in just a few seconds. You can catch up with your opponent just by accelerating. 2 knights were riding horses, and the horses seemed to be flying on the lawn. This most primitive pursuit scene makes people's blood boil. Alan chased the ball very vigorously. He did not go towards the ball, but focused mainly on the players. As long as you get close, raise your arms and hit the ball with a club. Regardless of whether you can hit the bull or not, hit the players first. Horses are professionally trained and are not afraid of pain, but people are not. If you get hit suddenly, it will hurt anyone pain. Hahaha, don't fucking run away. Eat my stick. Alan was having a great time beating people. Although he was a little out of breath, it felt so good. You can run away as you like, but as long as you let me catch up with you, I will give you a club and ask you if it hurts. The Indians were already a little scared when they replaced the third player. They adjusted their tactics and Alan was listed as the key defensive target point. Don't you like to hit people? Then if we pass the ball more, you can't hit me for no reason when we don't have the ball, right? The idea was a good one, but Alan was still a little uncomfortable with the Indians' sudden change of tactics. Often, the opponent would pass the ball before he could catch up with someone. He could only control his horse to turn and defend, but this scene continued to play out. Every time he was about to catch up with someone, the opponent would pass the ball. Walk. 2 or 3 Indian players on the field were passing the ball to each other, walking Alan around like a monkey. Seeing that this tactic seemed to be effective, several Indians carefully maintained the passing tactic. Boss Chad watched Alan being teased by 2 or 3 players in the front court and gave a signal to the remaining 2 players on their side, telling them not to help. Anyway, this quarter was almost over, so let this kid eat. Eat and hold back. You didn't play polo very much before and didn't like to go to parties. Now you know, right? This is a team sport. You have to cooperate. Don't just follow your own temper. Don't be too reckless. You have to be tactical. During the break in the second quarter, Boss Chad called Alan to him and slowly and coaxingly told him some so-called truths. Alan curled his lips. Was that because he wasn't willing to go? He is not good at equestrian skills, so he used to play polo with a group of equestrian masters. Isn't this just a way of being abused? That is to say, today he uses his left hand and the Indians dare not say anything about it. But in Britain, when people see him using his left hand, they won't let him play with him. If he dares to apply today's behavior to the British aristocratic gathering polo match, this thing will do nothing but offend people. If he fails to do his best, he will only offend people. Over time, Alan will be too lazy to participate in this game. Kind of a party point with this kind of time. Wouldn't it be more fun to find a beautiful woman and make a movie than to play polo? Seeing that Alan didn't take his words to heart, Boss Chad smiled happily and said that he was going to continue to ignore Alan during the third quarter and let him suffer some more losses. If there are more, he will understand. Zhao Huan was reluctantly led down again. Before leaving, he turned back 3 times, as if to remind Alan not to forget about the mare. After he went back, the horse trainer brought Alan another pure white polo pony. Alan was impressed by this horse. It was a mare. Yesterday he went to see the horses. The other horses could say something nice and bribe them with some delicious food. This little mare is very proud. She doesn't care about ordinary things, but she only likes bathing and being tickled. Seeing the little mare, Alan took the reins, held the horse's head with both hands, rubbed its ears and said, "Xiaobei, you know, I like you the most. Come on and have a good run later. Don't be afraid. After we go back, I will find some masseurs for you and let them give you a bath together. You can see if it works." HMPH. The filly shook her head slightly, looking disdainful. Hold, how dare this little mare show off to her before the show begins? Alan held the huge horse head, looked into Xiaobei's eyes and said, "If you don't work hard later, I will buy you. From now on, no one will bathe you again. You will be dirty every day." Dirty, Hilulu. When the little mare heard this, she was a little unhappy and struggled back with her big head, not wanting Alan to ride her anymore. "I do what I say." "Oh, shit." As soon as he finished speaking, the little white horse suddenly hit Alan's chest with his head, then raised the horse's head and looked at him with a tilted head. HMPH. If you don't eat the toast, you will be punished with a drink. Alan pressed the saddle, stepped on the stirrup with his left foot, and got on the horse gracefully. After sitting firmly, he even smoothed Xiaobei's horse's mane. At the beginning of the third quarter, the Indians repeated their old tricks and no longer focused on offense, but just passed the ball. Although there were 3 quarters left, as long as Alan was still on the court, they would not be able to play well and could only play with this player first. The restrictions are dead, so look for other opportunities. Seeing the Indian players playing this trick again, Alan had just been tricked by the little white horse, but now he was a little overwhelmed by this scene. Now the new and old hatreds were adding up, making him a little annoyed. Looking at the Indians far away from him, Alan squinted his eyes, tightened the reins with his right hand, and pinched Xiaobay's ears hard with his left hand. This time there was no need for Alan to command. Xiaobay's ears hurt and he rushed forward regardless. It did not dare to throw Alan off, and could only run away. Alan chased the Indian player who was still in possession of the ball. It looked like the second half of the previous quarter. The Indian looked at the count rushing towards him, smiled slightly, and very boldly hit Alan quickly. When he got in front of him, he hit the ball hard to the right and passed it out. Grass. Alan did not slow down and charged forward with his horse. Under the disbelieving eyes of the Indians, he hit the horse lying sideways in front of him. With a muffled sound of boom, the little white horse hit the opponent's horse in the belly. In this position, no matter how well trained the horse was, it couldn't bear it anymore. No one could stand firm, and both the man and the horse were knocked over. The little white horse also felt uncomfortable. After the collision, he shook his big head and seemed a little dizzy. Alan controlled the reins with his right hand, walked in a small circle, waited for the little white horse to recover, and then chased the other Indian player who received the ball. I couldn't grab the ball, so I knocked you all down. Let's see if I can grab it. The two sides were more than 40 meters apart. Alan pinched Xiaobay's left ear. There was no big problem with this part, but the nerves were very sensitive and it hurt very much when pinched. Xiaobay was very angry, and he gasped and opened his nostrils at the maximum speed. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. The distance between the two sides was visibly closer. The Indian saw Alan chasing him aggressively, pushing the ball with his right hand, and his body was bumping and jolting like crazy horse. However, there was a big difference in the quality of the horses between the two sides. Coupled with Xiaobay's desperate pursuit, after just 3 breaths, Alan was only 2 positions away from his opponent. In the eyes of the Indian players, they even saw the nobleman grinning and raising his left hand high. This stick did not look like he was here to grab the ball. The ball was still on the ground. You raise the club like this, what does Gao want to do? The closer the two sides got, the more the Indian players relied on their equestrian skills to slightly adjust their positions and move their horses towards Alan's advance in an attempt to block him. This feeling that he was about to catch up but was blocked every time made Alan a little angry. He glanced at the polo club in his hand. This thing is a very long soft pole with a ring at the top and a wooden peg inserted horizontally inside. At first glance, it looks like a sledgehammer used for house demolition. It is the kind of hammer that has a 80-inch for a large hammer and a 40 to 80 for a small hammer. However, the wooden prongs at the top are a little thin, and one end is a little pointed. Looking at the club, Alan looked at the opponent's horse's ass not far from him. On the horse's butt, the ponytail was tied into small knots, swaying with the movement of the horse, as if it were mocking him. Watch these things. Alan subconsciously lowered his arm and pumped it hard from bottom to top. The feel of the club when hitting the horse is very soft and a little crisp, and even a little elastic when the first contact is made. Alan subconsciously pulled the club back and encountered some resistance, but he used his skill to pull it down again. The Indian looked at himself standing on horseback to block Alan's path. He turned slightly to look at the count's face close at hand. Seeing his furious look, he felt slightly proud. The British guy. That's all. Why? Seeing Alan put down the club he was holding in his left hand, and then the Indian suddenly felt the horse under his crotch scream violently. He had never heard such a sound before, and then it jumped forward a lot, as if it was jumping. Then there was an emergency brake and the horse stepped up with its front legs, then quickly fell down and kicked up its hind legs again. At this time, the Indian felt like he was sitting on a superpowered rocking car, rocking back and forth with his beloved horse. On the third swing, he lost his grip, and the man whose mind went blank was thrown away. After he landed, the severe pain all over his body made him forget to get up. Suddenly there was a muffled sound on his helmet. Although it didn't hurt, his brain was buzzing. This sound was definitely caused by the club. A vicious voice came from my ears. Run. Are you still running? raised his head slightly, and watched as the count said a word and then disappeared from his side. The club in his left hand did not forget to take away the polo ball on the ground point at the beginning of the third quarter. Alan knocked down 2 players one after another. Alan's ferocity exceeded the Indians' expectations. The remaining 2 Indian players looked at each other, and the game was unplayable. Beauty thought the count should pass the ball, but instead of passing it, he knocked the ball straight towards one of the Indians. The Indian watched the small white ball flying towards him, and suddenly he was a little unresponsive. Did this person pass the ball in the wrong direction, or in the wrong direction? Alan looked at the stunned Indian, a grin flashed at the corner of his mouth, clamped his legs tightly, and urged Ziobe to continue accelerating. It doesn't matter whether he scores a goal or not. He is very angry now. How can he play if he passes the ball? So he gave the ball to the Indians and then chased them. Boss Cha almost laughed out loud when he saw this ridiculous scene. Talking about team spirit. He was so fucking reckless all the way to the end. He went up and knocked over 2 people. Not satisfied with that, he actively passed the ball to the opponent and then continued to chase. Where does this put his face? Seeing Alan chasing the Indian player aggressively, he passed the ball to the Indian, but the Indian had already reacted and he didn't pick it up. This scene is very funny. Alan is chasing behind, and 2 Indian players are running in front. Whoever he passes the ball to runs away. In the second half of the last quarter, the Indians passed the ball to each other and walked Alan. Now the positions of the 2 sides have changed, and it has become Alan chasing 2 Indians all over the field. If polo can be played like this, Boss Cha has learned a lot today. Fuck, you dare to run. Alan held the club in his left hand. The little white horse could hardly run anymore. After charging with all his strength for several minutes, his physical strength could no longer keep up. But he wasn't satisfied yet. He watched the 2 Indians avoid him and couldn't catch up. Then he hooked the polo ball, raised his arm, and passed the ball to Boss Cha. PS. I didn't update it yesterday. I have been busy with many things in the past 2 days. The weather is hot, and I'm a little irritable and out of state. Please allow me to adjust it. Chapter 325. The late emperor started his business halfway through. In a 6-quarter game, only the first 2 quarters were played in a slightly organized manner from the beginning of the 3rd quarter of the game. In the eyes of Boss Cha, Alan was like a ferocious hunting dog chasing a rabbit. With only a few players on the field, he could chase 2 to 3 Indian players all over the field, causing bursts of cheers from the audience outside the venue. Many viewers found this scene very exciting. As for whether the Indian players were embarrassed or not, in front of the noble lord of Great Britain, it is already very good to be able to show such strength. In their opinion, it is already good that these Indian players can occasionally make small counter-attacks in a slightly organized way while avoiding Alan. Although the Indian team has not scored a goal, they still continue to resist tenaciously, but their resistance is a little embarrassing. By the 6th quarter of the game, Boss Cha was already a little numb. The score was 11:0. The Indian team was beaten so badly. This fight. It means being beaten, but also means being scored too many goals. Anyway, it is miserable. So miserable that the boss is ready to let the opponent score a goal in someone else's home court. It's nice to let the opponent score a goal, but now Boss Cha can no longer make the decision in this matter. He specifically asked Alan to restrain himself a little and give the opponent a ball in the last quarter of the game. But when the last quarter of the game really started, Alan still went his own way, repeating his performance in the previous quarters and continuing to chase the Indians. These Indian players have changed a lot. In the whole game, the number of Indian players injured by Alan alone has reached 7. Now they saw Alan coming. When the distance between the 2 sides was still dozens of meters, the Indians started running. Not only did they run, but even the mounts under their crotches were a little scared. Horses are the most intelligent animals. Watching one after another of their kind being injured and being replaced, they all stood on the sidelines and waited. Seeing this man hurting the horse with a ferocious look, without the owner's instructions, these Indian horses. When Alan rushed over, he was running harder than their master. The further the scene goes on, the more uncontrollable it becomes. Boss Cha can only turn into a numb goal scoring machine. Even if he scores a goal, he feels that there is no passion anymore. Every time he serves, he waits for Alan to have enough fun. Only then would he pass the ball to him, and then he could gallop slowly, pretending to be very excited, repeat the actions he had repeated more than a dozen times, and then score a goal point. This kind of boring goal made Boss Chad out his life point as the referee's whistle blew to end the game. A very confrontational British-Indian polo battle finally ended. Before the Indian players could react, warm applause burst out from the audience area. With these applause, the Indian players, who were still running desperately forward, finally dared to look back. The Earl had begun to slow down, waving to the audience. While slowly approaching them, Alan put the club under his armpits, held the front of the saddle with both hands, looked down at these Indians with uncertain faces, showed a kind smile, and waved to them. When the two sides got closer, Alan first threw the club under his arm to the oldest looking polo player. He took off his gloves again, and threw them to the remaining two players. As for the last one, he ran a little far, so there was no need to worry about him. You performed well and are quite capable. Alan sat on the horse and encouraged the Indian players with a few words of encouragement. He threw his equipment to them as a souvenir, then pulled the reins and prepared to meet with Boss Cha. Boss Cha looked at Alan in front of him and twitched for a long time. He didn't know whether to praise or quarrel with him. Anyway, the game was won, and it was a big victory, but he was a little tired of the victory process. The main reason is that Boss Cha's pretentiousness has increased. From the third quarter of the game, the audience's eyes were only on Alan, watching the Count chasing rabbits on the court, completely ignoring him as the majestic crown prince. Take it seriously. If you say he is deliberately causing trouble, that's not true. His character is just a little fierce and direct. But the Indians are too weak. Didn't you look at the one who was just taken away by the ambulance? Didn't he just get thrown off his horse? How big a deal is that? Just like that, he was taken away. I'm going to New Delhi the day after tomorrow, so don't follow me there. Stay here and have a good rest for a few days. When I come back, we can go back together. This was the first sentence Alan heard when he met Boss Cha. What's the matter? I played so well. Why didn't you praise me? And the first thing you said when we met, you expelled me from the visiting group. You all went to New Delhi, leaving me to look after my house in Mumbai. Alan's smile became a little stiff. Your Highness, I also want to visit New Delhi. I have never been to India before. No, if you don't want to, just stay in Mumbai. I still have an investment project. Alan wanted to continue struggling. It's the same if I ask someone to come over and talk to you. This will make us look more distinguished. Then, why don't you let the Indians come to Mumbai to talk to you, Your Highness? That would make you more prestigious. I'm different from you. After today's competition, I guess you won't leave a good impression on these Indians. Boss Cha pointed around. Although the audience was still cheering and seemed to be enjoying the excitement, the expressions of the Indians sitting in the first row did not look so happy. Although they wouldn't complain about Alan, it would be a little uncomfortable if they took him to New Delhi. Boss Cha decisively chose to abandon Alan and stay in Mumbai to look after the house instead of going to New Delhi. Looking at the cheering crowd, Alan felt a little pained. Was his trip to India ending prematurely? I haven't exerted my strength yet, but you all can't do it. Do you blame me? Okay, pack up and get ready to receive the award. When Boss Cha talked about receiving the award, he obviously became slightly interested. Now it was time to let the media in and enjoy the highlight moment after the game. He thought of having dinner with Diana last night and coaxed her. Boss Cha had already. You can predict tomorrow's news headlines. This is how he can come up with the most favorable response to the negative news about him from the outside world. After a day of silence, it was a friendly match. There were no medals, but the organizer was very generous. They made a large trophy weighing about 10 kilograms. Judging from the material, it should be made of sterling silver. Alan watched Boss Cha holding the trophy with his face glowing with joy and posing in various poses for the media to take photos. After the moment of intense flashlights passed, Boss Cha handed the trophy to Alan, letting him, the oversized one, make a mess. Stick. The hero who has disturbed the 6 quarters of the game has a close look at the results of more than an hour of hard work. As soon as Alan took over, he felt a heavy weight. This thing was much larger than the trophy that Ferguson showed him last year. The design smelled like curry, but the silver trophy was polished and shiny. It looks very beautiful. After the media reporters and photographers had finished taking the photos, they moved out of the way. Boss Chap picked up the trophy in Alan's hand, raised it with one hand, and gestured to Diana, who was holding flowers, and was about to present them. Not to mention, Boss Chap, who was holding the trophy with one hand, looked a little embarrassed, even though his face was stained with sweat, and he was wearing a black suit, but he still looked handsome with this one-handed gesture of raising the cup. At the very least. You can tell from the frequency of the flashlight next to him that Boss Chap is in high spirits at this moment. Alan stood behind Boss Chap and watched helplessly as Diana held the flowers and came to Boss Chap. The two hugged each other. Boss Chap lowered his head and pouted, preparing for an honorable championship kiss. Then when Boss Chap pouted and was about to achieve his goal, Diana suddenly tilted her head and avoided the kiss, causing Boss Chap to miss the kiss. Boss Chap, with his face glowing and high-spirited, was facing the media area with his lips pouting and kissing the air, showing his ugly face. This scene was also recorded by countless cameras and camcorders. An awkward atmosphere instantly filled the air. Diana looked at Alan, whose eyes were a little straight, and winked mischievously at Alan. Under this kind of public attention, under countless cameras, she was the only one who dared to play with Boss Chap like this. Alan's scalp was numb. He didn't even know what Diana was thinking. Wasn't it already settled? Even if there was going to be a riot, why did it happen in this kind of place, in public? Is this crazy? Does she think she is very clever, and it is fun to tease Boss Chap like this? You haven't completely reconciled yet, and there are so many media around you, and there are still negative news from the outside world. Does it fit? Suddenly, Alan felt someone touching him with something, and was awakened. He turned to look at the Indian girl who was also holding flowers, and came to present flowers to him. This was the woman he caught peeking at him during the opening ceremony. Now take a closer look. Quite pretty. Wearing a traditional Indian sari, I'm about 1.7 meters tall. This height is not too short, but when I'm a model, I will look a little short. But in India, it seems to be about the same. There is also a circle of golden accessories hanging naturally on her head, especially her nose, which has the small hole with a pink diamond on it. The makeup is very delicate, but a little too thick, and the flaming red lips look like Xiaojiabiu. Coupled with the traditional clothing she is wearing, it looks a bit exotic. After taking a look at this girl, Alan always felt that this girl's appearance looked familiar to him, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her. Has this person also made a movie? Haha. Thank you for the flowers. Those bodyguards didn't do anything rude to you just now, did they? Alan tilted his head and motioned for the girl to follow him to the side. He no longer wanted to care about his boss, and he couldn't care about it. You can do whatever you like. After doing this, Alan was even a little lucky. It would be better not to go to Madrid. Who knows how angry Boss Chap will be along the way. Now that there is a little beauty in front of me, it is not impossible to stay in Mumbai to look after the house. In Alan's description, from when he took the initiative to discover this girl who had been peeping at him, and then called the bodyguard to arrest her for questioning, he became a responsible bodyguard, proactively discovered the Indian girl who was looking around, and then taking her away for questioning. Everything has nothing to do with him, Alan. What Alan needs to do now is try to comfort the girl and see if she is frightened. Originally, it was just a simple flower presentation. After presenting the flowers, she could leave. But now Alan was going to distract himself. He was going to stay in Mumbai for a few more days. The whole army was going to New Delhi with Boss Chap. So, if he was all alone in Mumbai, didn't he need to find someone to be a tour guide and take a walk around? When you are lonely, talk to yourself. The anticlimactic award ceremony was finally over. Boss Chap barely maintained his demeanor. After being teased by Diana, he even smiled at the media and pretended to dote on Diana. Then Boss Chap took the time to meet with several players from the other side and some from other countries. Royal family member then claimed that he was a little tired from playing ball just now and wanted to go back to the hotel to rest as soon as possible. After getting into the car, Boss Chap took the extremely reluctant Alan and took the initiative to ride in the same car with him. Seeing Boss Chap's gloomy expression, Alan almost laughed out loud. He was expelled from the group just now, and now Boss Chap himself is frustrated. The key is, He has nothing to say. Alan wanted to laugh when he thought that Boss Cha was so satisfied that they had dinner together in advance and that he had fun and won the game in the end, but he didn't even get a kiss. Is this what you call taking the initiative, boss? Cha tried his best to suppress his anger and asked in a low voice. Alan shrugged. No matter how good the plan is, it still needs the cooperation of good teammates. Right, now the plan is executed perfectly, the game is won, his tasks are completed, and everything else. He didn't expect it. Didn't he personally say that he would be responsible for taking care of Diana? Now that you haven't done it yourself, who are you going to blame? Seeing Alan's actions and his innocent eyes, Boss Cha looked around and punched the armrest between the two seats. The muffled sound of boom represented the anger that Boss Cha was trying his best to suppress. Now that the plan has just begun, it has been interrupted. Boss Cha can no longer think of how today's news will be reported in outside reports tomorrow. But think about it. Plus the second half of today's game was ugly. What else can the Indians say? Originally, if the game was won, the final award ceremony went smoothly, and the final championship kiss between the two was successfully completed. Nothing else would matter. Tomorrow's headlines would only be the Crown Prince beat his opponent in the polo match, and the princess gave an excited speech after the game. Kiss. What a great title. Just smashed. When you go back later, come to my room, boss. Cha is even a little confused now. He loves face the most, but today Diana made him lose such a big face in front of so many people. He didn't even know how he held on and finally got back in the car anyway. What Boss Cha wants to do most right now is to find someone to talk to, come up with ideas, and see what to do tomorrow. Your Highness, I have something else to do. Alan hesitated and didn't want to go. You, boss. Cha suddenly raised his head, his eyes were red, and he looked at Alan and asked, what else do you want? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.